You are.
I'm gonna hit the button. We're gonna go live in just a second. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show with everyone's favorite, Just Adam.
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
How you doing today,
And we're
Ken?
here with my new friend, Bill Ottman, who is
Hi.
your founder of Minds, right? Is it
Greetings.
co-founder or founder?
Founder,
Nice.
co-founder. Yeah, founder.
Nice.
But we have a lot of co-founders, and
Mm-hmm.
Ian's a co-founder. We have Mark Harding, our CTO, my brother, Jack. And honestly, like the whole point is for community ownership. So that's why we have like thousands of users who own stock.
Mm-hmm.
And we did that equity crowdfunding. And also the code is, community owned, it's open source, AGPLv3. The date, you own your data. So it's all it's mostly about owning your stuff.
Is Minds a publicly traded company?
It's not publicly traded, but you can do through equity crowdfunding, which is Reg CF,
Mm-hmm.
through the Jobs Act. When the Jobs Act got passed, I think it was in like 2016, I want to say. It basically enabled startups to raise money from non-accredited investors. Before that, you could actually only legally raise money from accredited investors, which is people who have like either like $1 million in net worth, or there's a couple of options for it. But it was stupid. It was like restricting normal people from investing in startups. That changed. So we have that, and I mean, other companies do that. Actually, Substack just did a round through WeFunder where they opened it up to the community. They raised like 7 million or something.
So I titled the stream talking about censorship and de-radicalization, but I can always change the title of the stream. You said you're interested in like UFOs, I think, and decentralization. You kind of Ian was nice enough to hook us up. Ian Crossland was on the stream last week and we had a really interesting conversation. So he reached out to you and put us together. So are you working on anything other than Minds that you want to introduce us to?
That's the main thing right now.
Okay.
Let's talk about UFOs. Let's just jump into it.
Yeah, let's start on UFOs. Let's talk about the de-radicalization stuff, because that is super interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
We go back and forth with that. Like I think we have some radicals in our audience and we try to de-radicalize them. So can you give us like a 3-point?
Well, radical as a word is like a little bit weird because it's kind of misleading, because there's certain forms of like being radical which are good.
Right.
So it's like, it's more so a matter of what are you being radicalized on. And there's a whole field of like radical forgiveness.
Oh yeah, that's good.
And that stuff, there's stories of people whose like spouse has been murdered, family members have been murdered, and then they like are able to get through it by actually befriending the murderer.
That would be tough for me. I mean, if I'm befriending them to secretly kill them when they're in their sleep, then that would be more my style.
Yeah, that's definitely an edge case. I think most people are not down for that, but like, the general idea of like getting over it, like not letting people who are trolling online or whatnot get to you. Like a lot of the studies show that censorship exacerbates a lot of the problems.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm curious about, because when I first started on YouTube a few years ago, I had like this very like free speech, like basically as much as possible, sunlight's the best disinfectant attitude. And now when I see sort of like just overt racism on both sides, on all sides, anti-white, anti-black, anti-Jewish, when I see like more and more racism kind of like spreading and cropping up, I wonder, what is it better to censor and to not have the stuff spread, or is it have the opposite effect, as you're saying, that by censoring it, it just gets worse?
It has both effects, but mostly it has the negative effect of making people more reinforced in their views, going deeper into echo chambers, deeper into social isolation. Like if you look at school shooters, if you look at, real sort of violent extremism, those people are very socially isolated. So deplatforming is actually making de-radicalization physically impossible, at least on that network. So just from a matter of like simple communication, like physics, Facebook's de-radicalization rate and, big tech generally, other with a few exceptions, they, full out banning is, they're just making it someone else's problem. So it's like,
well, is it kind of like,
guys?
it's kind of like if you ban, like Nick Fuentes from all these platforms except for, Cozy or Gab or some platform that's going to become the echo chamber for like alt-right stuff, then like there's not going to be any pushback once you're in that realm, essentially, right?
Yes, for sure. That's totally true. And that's why we're really trying to focus on both sides. And we have not been political at all in our kind of philosophy. And I think that a lot of alternative social networks kind of get stuck up in that, and caught up in sort of taking sides, because the reality is that not taking sides is not as viral.
Of course. Yeah.
Necessarily right away. But I think that it is what majority of people want. But it's, this whole idea of like not wanting to see, like, you need to be able to control what you're seeing. And the problem is you can't even do that on a lot of, like Instagram. Like they are going to show you what they're going to show you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Naked girls. That's what they always show me on Instagram.
Yeah,
I'm like, what
they
what's
feed
going
to the,
on?
basic common denominator, sex, money. But yeah, like some people don't want to talk to Nazis. People like Daryl, people like myself, other people in the space who are, Daryl's obviously in a league of his own.
Daryl Davis.
Yeah, Daryl Davis, for anyone who doesn't know, he's a Black musician and, race relations genius who has caused over 200 members of the KKK, or inspired 200 members of the KKK to leave the organization just by befriending them. And he like genuinely befriended, they're still his friends.
Right.
And like people are afraid of doing that. People aren't willing to consider that. And that is the problem. It's literally the problem. So you can, obviously the only way to interface and change, whether it's Nazi, whatever supremacist it is, across the spectrum, like you have to communicate with them. So some people have to do that. Some people want to do that. Like there are normal people who are interested in doing that. So let them do that. You don't have to do that. You can, it's all about you controlling your experience. But to tell other people they can't go talk to Nazis or, and try to understand what is going on in their head, why they're crazy. Why would you deny somebody the ability to do that? It seems really bizarre.
Yeah. I mean, like the way that like in my mind, all the, like, I hate to be consequentialist, but in my mind, in terms of like what should be allowed, it is sort of like, what is the end result going to be? Because if allowing Nick Fuentes to be on YouTube and to promote the Jewish question on YouTube ended up creating less anti-Semitism and less racism, I'd be totally for it. I guess it's just hard for me to be confident that that would be the result. That it wouldn't just be
I
worse.
believe numbers across the board are going down.
I hope so.
I would need to check that, but that really seems to be the key. The question is, at the end of the day, whichever policy, free speech or more censorship policy results in, would you agree that if a free speech policy creates more de-radicalization rates than a censorship policy, that a free speech policy should be implemented across the board?
Oh yeah, easily.
Okay. Easily. Well, that's all we're saying.
Right. Yes, what I'm saying. Like, to me, it's not. I hate this. People don't want to hate. People don't like this. To me, it's not about the principle. It's about whatever the end result is regarding, we use the term radicalization or extremism or whatever. I think our society should be trying to promote, not people not to be racist, essentially, not to be racist against black people, not to be racist against white people. Then obviously we get into like this problem because, we live in this kind of hyper woke time where what racism is defined as has become way too broad, and that like even the tiniest little infractions are called racism, which
Right.
obviously I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about like, the very overt ideas about like, oh, some group of people is inherently inferior or some group of people are inherently bad. And just to me, these ideas are toxic for society and for us to be able to get
They
along with
are, but
society.
yeah, no, agreed. I mean, but it is toxic, but it's like you there there's hypocrisy because even like look at heads of state
Mhm.
who are on social media not getting banned. Some heads of state, as we know, have been banned, but others haven't. And these people engaged in like genocide. You have terrorists. Like the
Right.
inconsistency in the policy where like a high profile, like far right figure like Fuentes, everyone's like terrified of him. And like, fair enough, but like, why, like, where are your priorities in terms of people to deal with? Like
Mhm.
it just seems like we have much bigger problems than what it seems is like nonviolent sort of racist speech, which is like as long as it's legal. This is what I don't get. We have hundreds of years of case law in the US, and like the First Amendment was formed and is revered across the board. Like everyone around the world wants to come here because of freedom of speech and press and other freedoms. And yet, for some reason, we feel like that a team of lawyers at Facebook or Google are better equipped to create a speech policy than something that has been like powering this country for and others who have similar open policies. Like it's just crazy to me that
Mhm.
it's not completely obvious. And
Well,
I
there
think it is obvious.
in the past though there was some gatekeeping going on in broadcast television. So the policy, well, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that the policy is dictated by the Constitution, but the policies of broadcast media were far more restrictive than what the Constitution allows. So they kind of would have these kind of controversial debates walled off in a place where people could push back. The internet creates a different kind of problem where, you can have debates where there effectively is no pushback and people are being, fed misinformation.
Yeah, but even with the TV regulations and radio and whatnot, like you could still go and create your own media
And
that
people
would,
did, but it didn't have the kind of impact that the internet
right.
has, obviously. Like if you want to hand out flyers down at the beach, you're not going to have the same kind of impact as if you're going to go on Oprah Winfrey's show. So I'm saying
Yeah,
like they,
I think that disconnect is it never made sense to me in the first place.
Mhm.
Why are you having different laws, on TV as compared to the actual
Well,
rights?
I'm pushing back a bit on the idea that the free speech laws that govern the country by the Constitution were being effectively used in practicality on the media landscape. I don't think they were. I think this is the first time where we have the ability to actually put those values that are in the Constitution into expression. And I think the problem that a lot of people have is the misinformation problem. Like I don't know if you're a religious person, but I do think like religions have the ability to motivate people in ways that can be productive or even unproductive by telling people things that are not factually true. And The problem that I see is if you get in a situation where you're basically just spreading untruths to people to motivate them to certain behaviors, how do we tackle that as a society?
You're never going to tackle it. You're never going to stop it. It's completely unenforceable, and it is an unrealistic and super damaging idea that like, it's like you want to control it, and I see where you're coming from. Like, there are these risks from proliferation of misinformation, but at the same time, like, there's so much that is commonly believed that is arguably misinformation. I mean, many religions themselves would be argued to be misinformation.
I agree. That's why I bring it up. But I'm saying, like, obviously the Jewish question is designed to motivate people to hate Jewish people. That's the goal.
I don't know that is certainly the goal of some. I don't know what, like, I think understanding everybody's specific contextual belief and approach is super important. I think there's a lot of sort of lumping together of groups of people that's just and that's one of our biggest problems right now, is that everything's bucketed far right, far left, and there's no individual understanding, and everyone wants to just label someone as like or anti-woke or woke, or like they're just not particularly useful, because I mean, for sometimes when it's an extreme case, I think that you can use it and it can work, but it's just overused.
Well, I obviously the Jewish question is somewhat, kind of a hot button issue. But I think it's exactly the same thing when Biden comes out and wants to label MAGA people as white supremacists. Like, I don't think that's true. I think it's factually incorrect. I think if you did a study, you'd find out that is a lie. But he's doing it to motivate people. Right, yeah. But he's doing it. We all know why he's doing it. He's doing it to motivate people to leave the Republican Party because they think they're surrounded by white supremacists. He's doing it so that people are afraid to vote Republican because they think they're voting for white supremacists. Like, all of these different untruths people put out into the world are generally put out into the world to motivate people to behave in ways that are advantageous for the people putting these lies into the world. I'm saying when we had a structure that, Oprah Winfrey had a bunch of producers working for, like, they would basically kind of police this behavior because they were living under the journalist idea that we want to make sure everything that we talk about is factually correct, because there was a social pressure that if Oprah Winfrey starts spreading fake news, she's going to lose all of her credibility. That's not the case anymore. People who spread fake news gain credibility with these audiences that want to believe this shit.
I think, like, that is one of the biggest problems with social media, is just, everything is sensational and manipulative.
Totally.
But like, I do think one thing that Twitter, X, whatever,
I know, it's so sad. The platform formerly known as Twitter.
I will say, X is cool. I honestly don't care. But community notes are super interesting. We have a jury system online where you can, users can appeal, and then appeals to a community jury, because we wanted to prevent ourselves from kind of, have sort of a checks and balances for our team with the community. And I think it's similar idea with community notes. And community notes is like, they actually did open source a small amount of the logic behind that. Not all of it. They claim they open sourced all of it, but they didn't. However, that is super. I think it's the most effective of any major platform. What do you guys think about, like, how that is working?
I love the community notes. I tried to put a community note on something, and I realized, like, you have to evaluate a bunch of tweets before you can become a community noter. So obviously there's a higher barrier of entry than for Adam to pass. So.
Right. Like, I don't know.
Get in, dude. I have faith in you.
The criteria is to do the community notes. I mean, so far the ones I've seen have all been fantastic.
Yes.
I don't know what they've done to make them so good compared to something like Wikipedia, which has lots of problems.
Yes, for sure. I think that they're doing it pretty much better than anywhere. And that like we're actually even considered using some of the similar.
I could guess how they do
integrating a
it
similar system
because I looked into it. Have you done it? Are you community
yeah, we
noted?
are. Yeah, I've done it. Yeah.
Okay, so you probably have a better. I just like I wanted to put a community note on something. I glanced at how to do it. I clicked on the sign up thing. Evidently, you have to go through a bunch of community notes and evaluate them on whether or not they're good community notes or bad.
Which is
community
good.
notes.
That's necessary because
Of
people will try to
course.
game this. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. So it's a higher barrier to entry. I don't know what the barrier to entry is on Wikipedia. Well, and
Dude,
also
the community notes, they've been like owning like it's community noting the president. It's community noting Elon. Like
right.
He's
but
getting.
If you go through this process though, you go as a person, as a enlightened person, Sitch, when you answer these, if you go through and you answer all of the ones that are left leaning, that's not accurate, and you answer all the ones that are right leaning, oh, that's accurate, they're going to know immediately if you're politically biased, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes. So it's like the perfect
Yeah.
system to weed out politically biased people.
Yeah. Other places are need to adopt that kind of model because that solves a lot of the risks of, runaway misinfo. So, this idea that you just ban it all, like don't deal with it. It's just lazy. It's like,
yes.
What the? But UFOs.
We can move on. Yeah.
We can move on. Yeah.
No, I do. Just to put a button on it, I think you are right, Bill. I think some sort of technological fix, all of the community notes, is a much better way than trying to ban things. And another problem that I just want to mention before we move on, I don't know that the Oprah producer model is really functional in our day and age because of the political partisanship. Like, I don't know that Oprah's producers wouldn't just be all ideologues and be contributing to the misinformation problem. I mean, we saw that kind of happening with the COVID situation where people were just banning based on political ideology. So the producers are no longer filtering for truth. They're filtering for whatever is going to help them politically.
Yeah, but what's funny is like those producers are just morons because
I don't disagree.
They could be doing like really, they're on network TV. They have amazing real estate. Like obviously the internet is better and, goes further, but that's still like a good thing to have. To be honest, one network that I'm skeptical of because they're weirdly out of nowhere, and a lot of this UAP UFO stuff has been getting covered there. Have you heard of this place, News Nation?
No.
Really?
Maybe. Maybe I've seen it on YouTube.
I mean, I've seen them, but I don't know anything about them. Like,
right. So I actually forget. I want to say they have some kind of relationship with The Hill.
I know The Hill. Maybe I've seen some of their stuff. I just don't know them by name.
They are like this new network. And
yeah. I know them. Yeah.
They're owned by Nexstar. And they got the David Grush interview, who's the former intelligence official, the whistleblower guy who's talking about recovered craft and whatnot.
Really?
Yeah. Ross,
that's a step above. Is he testifying in Congress tomorrow? They're having a big hearing on this.
Is it tomorrow or is it Thursday? I forgot.
I think it's Wednesday. Nice. But I could be wrong. You could be right. I'm not sure. Here, I'll look it up.
So yeah, they got the exclusive with him, and they've been covering it nonstop, like going deep on it. Chris Cuomo, who was like the divider, at CNN, is now an anchor at News Nation. And there's an interview. I was laughing, man, because he was interviewing Chris Mellon, who's a former intelligence official, who is actually the guy who helped get the information about ATIP and Elizondo to the New York Times in 2017 when that first big UFO story came out in the New York Times about the Pentagon program. And Cuomo's interviewing him, and he's like getting down and dirty about like really trying to see if this hearing is going to be productive, like wanting information. The funny thing about the UFO topic is that, and I'm not like saying, Cuomo is like, has plenty of issues, but like to see him actually being serious about getting the truth of it, to see conspiracy theorists, believers, skeptics, everybody wants this declassified. Everybody. Michael Shermer, we're doing, even what's his name? Who's that other skeptic guy?
Dawkins?
No, I haven't heard what Dawkins thinks about it, but there's this Mick West.
Okay.
He's like this big skeptic of everything. Even those guys want disclosure.
Yeah,
Everybody
why wouldn't
wants
you? Obviously.
Why wouldn't you? And so we've kind of reached this point where everyone's tired of it. Like the establishment isn't functioning in the way that it typically does, where you're sort of seeing this insane bipartisan support. Rubio, Gillibrand, like all these serious politicians. And it's going to be crazy. So apparently Grush will drop some new knowledge. And the weird thing about it is that even if he doesn't, people are like mischaracterizing what's going on. Like he already gave under oath submission to the Inspector General, which includes names of programs, names of people, specific documents, specific footage. So what we're living in right now is like a synthetic reality. Like the public has certain information, and then special access program, intelligence community has at this point literally a higher level of knowledge about the nature of the universe and technology and like where we're at. So regardless of if it's man-made or extraterrestrial or intraterrestrial or whatever you want to call it, that just being in a group of humans who know the true state of technology at the edge, that's completely insane that we've been living in this world where like they just have like this in far greater tech than the public has, right, and potentially understanding of like physics. So I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, let me interrupt for 1 second. First of all, fantastic segue. That was an amazing segue into the UFO topic. But let me just say one thing, and then we'll go back to the UFO regarding the censorship thing, just for the audience. I just want everyone to know that my position and my principle is that I'm definitely leaning far towards the free speech side of things. So I hope that what you're saying, Bill, about the research showing that the free speech thing leads to more people de-radicalization, that's where I hope the evidence goes, because that's what I want to be true. That's what my gut, my elephant, my moral intuitions want that to be true. I don't know if it is true, but I want that to be true. So I hope so.
Fair enough. Honestly, I feel similar, and I just feel more convinced by the data that I've seen that it is true. Though there are circumstances where, for instance, a tribal war could break out in Africa because of some bullshit that got spread on Facebook. And I think that has happened.
I'm sure, yeah.
So, that is totally valid, but I feel like that's a minority piece of the data set. And if anyone wants to like read further about it, if you search the censorship effect, and Mines or me and Daryl, you'll find the paper. It's like 80 pages of insane research that took us like a year and a half to put together, awesome. With like a few PhDs on the team and like really like well-known doctors in the space of censorship studies and de-radicalization studies. So check. Yeah, we should talk again after you've checked that out a little.
Great. But anyway, back to the fun topic of UFOs.
By the way, sorry, my daughter's banging on the door and may make crazy noises at any moment. So just
okay. Don't worry.
None of that was heard. So
yeah, so don't worry about it. Zoom is very good at getting rid of background noise. But no, so with David Grush is his name, right?
Mhm.
Um, because he's making, for people that don't know, he was making very strong claims. He was making if I recall correctly, the claim was that the U.S. government has a UFO retrieval program that has not only has evidence of UFOs, has retrieved crashed UFOs, including retrieved aliens that were dead in the UFOs. So he's
Mhm.
making like the complete claims here, which
And
now,
actually more, which
mhm.
is he says that there have been violent episodes between humans and aliens.
Wow, okay, that's scary.
Yeah.
Um, so, but to be clear, from my understanding, he doesn't. This information he's talking about, none of this is firsthand information, right?
Correct.
This is
Which
all
is
secondhand
why
information,
it's like I don't even necessarily believe him, but I
right?
believe that he has evidence that leads him to believe it. Um, and so getting to, but what he does have is the next sort of suspect. He has a list of suspects essentially
Right.
that the Congress can follow and go follow up on and verify. And I would be very surprised if he was completely wrong. However, just because of the corroboration from many other people about the exact same stuff. And, I think Schellenberger has done some good work, like validating, verifying a lot of what he's saying.
Hmm.
There's a good conversation between Schellenberger and Shermer about it.
Well,
Yeah.
also the thing that makes him credible, or that lends to his credibility, is that it was literally his job, right, to work for the government office that is supposed to be tasked with, looking at UFOs. He's
Right.
not just a
Yeah.
random person.
Yeah. The UAP task force.
Hmm. And so his
Now it's part
claim
of
was that he was saying that the government is hiding this information from Congress, right?
right. That it's basically and have you read the language in the new NDAA?
No.
Oh my God, it's amazing. It's so funny. It's like in recent so already passed, there's like multiple phases of it. Some that have been fully passed and others that haven't been fully passed. But there is now passed in the new NDAA in National Defense Authorization Act whistleblower protection for UAP UFO whistleblowers around. They use this language: recovered craft, non-biological, or biological, non-human intelligence.
Hmm.
They use the phrase non-human intelligence in the text. They use exotic materials, like all of these very precise taxonomical, like they have a whole lexicon about this phenomenon and they're starting to share it with the public. This is how their people talk internally. Like this is accepted in a whole group of, you know, citizens. And so,
Hmm.
um, yeah, I mean, and it seems like it's, yeah, I mean, Grush took a risk and he's already sort of receiving a lot of, he's already received consequences. But, I think that the numbers are overwhelming at this point. And
Well, I'm glad that it seems like, I mean, because obviously, as you said, like everyone wants this disclosed because this is something that everyone except for the people hiding the information, presumably, are very interested in knowing this information. And if it's true, I think we all have a right to know, especially at this point in time. But I'm curious, like, what do you predict? Because if you were to ask me, now this could all be, tomorrow it could turn out I'm so fucking wrong about this. I would have predicted that yes, aliens exist, and yes, probably, our government has evidence of seeing alien craft or aliens at some point and recorded it and know that they've seen these things or know that they've seen these things they can't explain. But I wouldn't have predicted or thought that the government would actually have a crash UFO and actually
Mhm.
have, the body of an alien.
Right, right,
So
because that's
where are you on
literally
this?
Independence Day.
Yeah, right. Like that. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't think
Yeah.
we would have really got to like that level of, the science fiction idea.
Right. And that I think is part of the reason why they're being so this potentially. I'm not buying into this. But I lean there. But they're concerned people are going to freak out,
Of course.
and it's going to be like an existential crisis for humanity, and there could be a lot of destabilization, because there are potentially economic destabilizers, which do you know if there was something about UFOs, what do you think is the most disruptive to society?
They're cannibals.
Well, I would think like honestly, it's kind of funny. I don't think if the government, if it turned out that tomorrow we learned that aliens existed and that we had alien technology and crashed alien ships, I honestly don't think it would have that much of a destabilizing effect. I think people are so jaded right now. It'd just be like a lot of memes on the internet about the aliens coming for us. I think the only thing that I would think would be very destabilizing if it was like these things are hostile, because then it's like there's this fear, like, oh no, like we're gonna have some sort of like Independence Day intergalactic war.
Right. I agree with that. I think the energy implication is the only thing that
Okay. Right.
because I agree with you that it'll happen. And I actually already feel that's happening. Disclosure isn't like a singular event. It's actually like a very gradual, like it's happening. We're already in it.
Right.
Whatever it turns out to be, there's information that's being disclosed from government over time. And have you seen that meme where it's like the guy sees the flying saucer and he's just like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I think it'd be like. People are like, oh, look, aliens. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's probably true, and that's hilarious. I hope that that's what happens. But if the whole energy industry and transportation industry is potentially going to get disrupted by like limitless free energy, that and like new propulsion systems, and honestly, I do think the economy can shift, but it's going to have to be like a very deliberate, well thought out process, because it means that we could end pollution essentially.
Right.
But the whole economy relies on how things are, so rolling it out would be pretty complicated.
Well, my guess would be if we did hypothetically have these alien ships and the government already knew how to replicate some kind of energy source that is completely foreign to us, that would be, clean and near limitless or near limitless.
Yeah, near.
I don't think the government would hide that information just to protect the energy markets, because I think the government
meant that if weaponized would literally destroy the whole planet.
Well, but okay, so that, yeah, maybe, because that could be definitely be an issue. But I would feel like the government's perspective would be, it's kind of like with the atomic bomb. It's like this information will get out eventually. Like even if they hide it forever, like we would naturally discover the technology at some point.
Yes, for sure.
Right.
And that's why that's the key point. And that's why this is really, you actually meant that it's like we have a right to know. There's almost like there's like a dignity thing about it. It's like the state of, like the global state of understanding of science. It's like, it's something that needs to be shared with the world. Like, so, at the end of the day, that's kind of the driving thing, because otherwise you're just like living in this weird caste system
right. But you're talking about like kind of like the principle of the issue. And I'm wondering like I'm kind of like looking at it from like the cynical perspective of the government, because I don't think they don't really care about the principle of it. They're just looking at it from like the practical element and like the safety element and what's in the best interest of the country. And I would imagine that if the government had access to this like free, limitless energy source, I don't think they would hide it. I think that our government would use it to make America like the ultimate superpower.
I think that's actually what's happening.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Because again, it's like the government isn't a singular thing. Like there are so many competing interests in the government. And I think what has happened is historically, I don't know. They were able to compartmentalize a lot of the information very effectively, and also with the social stigma fear, like somehow, I mean, things have been coming out steadily over the decades. But that being said, I think now there's enough people in government, all of these, like literally dozens of politicians that are deeply support. Even Schumer is like pushing hard for disclosure. That's out of nowhere. That's
Right.
huge.
Right.
So, because they want to know. They're people too. They happen to be bureaucrats, but
Right.
they want to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible that we'll find out, because I'm kind of looking at this from like this overarching centralized government standpoint. But obviously, as you brought up, that's not really the way a lot of the government works. So it's very possible that we discover, kind of like in the movie Independence Day, that whoever is running and managing this alien stuff has their own kind of thoughts about why they want to keep all this stuff secret that like the president doesn't know about, no one else in government really knows about.
And that's like the key question that hopefully we get out of Grush tomorrow or the next day or whenever it is.
It's Wednesday. Looked it up.
It's Wednesday, confirmed. Nice, dude. Tomorrow's gonna be awesome.
That'd be fun, yeah.
But the question is, how have they compartmentalized it, the special access programs, and has it moved into private hands?
Right.
Places like Lockheed, Boeing, all, it is likely that contractors were brought in, and that's part of that's how potentially malicious interests have become powerful in this conversation. And I don't know, it's speculation, but it seems very likely that there are some major private names that are going to come out. And I think that's a lot of what Arrow and, the intelligence committee's goal is to kind of figure out that web. And yeah, so
if they brought private military contractors into it, then that would definitely imply to us that they're going we're going to use this technology to take over the world route, as opposed to we just are afraid of this information getting out, which then obviously they would not bring anyone into it. But it's hard for me to think, like, especially and maybe this is why it is all leaking out, because it seems like, in the 1960s, it could be very easy for the government to keep secrets. And it just seems like in today's world, no one keeps secrets of any kind.
That's the thing. They're not keeping the secrets.
Right.
That's like a common thing that I'll fall back into thinking that it's just like, if it was going to come, if the truth was going to come out, the truth, it would already be out. But
maybe it's coming out right now.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And the same applies for like any government conspiracy. Like there's various information that's classified or hasn't been declassified. If you want to talk about JFK, they're actually, the way that the JFK files have been continually declassified, even though they're all supposed to be out by now. They've been using, I forget the name of the law that they've been using to shield a lot of this stuff, but they're using a similar tactic for the UFO stuff that they did for JFK and are still doing. So yeah, man, I mean, it's hard. Like and that I do think there needs to be some kind of immunity for everybody involved, because the reality is that people fucked up, and a lot of likely why they're trying to keep it secret is because they're afraid of going to jail.
Right.
And I think at this point we just need to decide, like, look, and that's what they're doing with the whistleblower stuff. But I think they need to extend that even to non-whistleblowers who kind of get discovered as potentially malicious actors in, behind the scenes, because otherwise they're just going to be, resisting until the very last second. It's just like, decide that you're going to forgive everybody and no one's going to jail. And I think that would make the process easier. But,
that's a great point that I didn't even really think about, which is like, because we're thinking like, oh, they're keeping a secret for all these, for power or for protection. And it's like, well, maybe it's just because they were doing illegal stuff and they don't want to get in trouble. So yeah, it's a great point that they should definitely extend, say, listen, knowing this truth about this is more important than putting anyone in jail for hiding it.
What was the
So-
illegal stuff that they were doing?
Well, if it like the way that they're hiding this information from Congress,
From
right?
Congress, yeah.
Presumably that would be illegal.
Oh, that's
Well,
the
there's-
illegal part.
There's
Gotcha.
that, but there's also other stuff that Grudge is alleging.
Mhm.
Grudge is, he's alleging that the government has harmed people
Right.
to stop this from getting out.
Yeah.
He's also said that. So that's the type of thing that, could really, or, think of all the financial guys who were siphoning black budget money over, and they were just like the CFO of the black budget behind the secret budget. Like they could get in trouble because guess what? They were moving the money.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the UFOs, Adam? What is your prediction here? Do you think it's all BS? Do you think it's real?
I don't know. I mean, I watched the videos that they released, I don't know, a year ago now, a year and a half
Mhm.
ago. And I mean, it seemed like pretty compelling evidence. Some crazy stuff is going on because, like I've said this before, they have the video evidence and they also have radar confirmation on the aircraft carrier. So obviously there's some object out there. The question is, what object is it? I've heard people say, it's birds or
Projected plasma.
Yeah, it's some kind of technology that we're unaware of. My big problem with the technology that we're unaware of thing is, well, I guess it could be some new technology, but a lot of times people assume that like the Russians have had this technology for a long time, and I don't know why they wouldn't have used that technology during World War II or something like that if they had access to it. So
Right.
it seems like this is a new phenomenon. I don't know if it's other humans doing things.
That is actually the thing that makes me most skeptical too.
Mm-hmm.
Is it's basically why wouldn't it doesn't seem like governments would be behaved because it wouldn't just be the U.S. It's like Grush is alleging that in Italy, like Mussolini, they recovered a craft and then they transferred it over to the U.S. And it's like if that was the case, then like why would we be bothering with all of this stupid geopolitical nonsense right now if we had really achieved something like so next level? Like you
totally
would think that like world leaders would behave differently.
Yeah.
If they knew,
But maybe
about
they're
it.
out of the loop. I don't know.
Right.
And
they
that's
knew,
one of
yeah.
Well, we would do something like, obviously we dropped the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima as a demonstration of power to end the war. If we had that kind of technology, we would do something similar and end the war in Ukraine. Why wouldn't we?
right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Because it would be such a show of force.
Right.
Yeah, look, we have this thing that can move at right angles to like at
Every
thousands
other
of
country
miles
would
an
just be like,
hour.
okay,
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
good. Yeah.
Yeah. Guess
Well-
what? We're taking it to Moscow. Get the fuck out of Ukraine.
The counter argument, though, would be we would want to show that we have this power, but without tipping their hand that we have the power from UFOs, right? So it had to be like advanced, but not so advanced that they're like, how is this even possible?
Right.
Right.
I don't think also that it's likely that if this is real, that the U.S. is the only country with stuff. That would be statistically unlikely, just because like
Mm-hmm.
they're crashing
Right,
all over the
right.
world. Like other countries would have them and potentially be able to use them. So maybe I think that. Oh yeah, I forget who it was. I think it was Leslie Keane, who was the one who wrote the original New York Times article, and helped Gresh come out. She was saying that there's an agreement between the Five Eyes, I want to say, which is like U.S., Australia, New Zealand. There's UK, I think,
Mm-hmm.
and so there's some trees allegedly that they're using to kind of. So it's not just one country that has it, but then you got to ask yourself, like, well, what about China and Russia? Like, they would probably have something too. So maybe that's part of it. But again, it's just crazy that like years of just talking nonsense about UFOs, and now tomorrow.
Right, maybe we'll find out something.
It's happening to it. Yeah, no, I have low expectations. I think it'll be very minimal if anything new comes out tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be setting
Even
the
just
stage.
presenting Grush and
Right.
Fravor and Ryan Graves to the world in, under oath in a public setting is like a lot of people don't even know what we're talking about right now. Like 99% of the public has never. So, this, and that's an example of like just the spoon feeding. Like even we on this call are sort of privy to information that a lot of the public isn't privy to. And
Well,
so
I mean, when they dropped the videos, though, they were all over the mainstream media. I don't know why. Sitch hasn't seemed to have seen any of these videos.
I've seen those videos. What do you mean?
Okay, good.
From last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw those videos.
I mean, those videos are pretty crazy. So, but again, you just don't know what you're looking at. So,
right. But the thing with like the other country thing that actually, in my mind, it actually hurts the credibility of the UFO claim. Because
not really, because
well,
just look at what.
Let me give my argument before you respond, which is that I would think that if other, if their aliens are crashing their UFOs all over the planet, as you said, like you would imagine that multiple countries that are not allied with each other would have these craft, and you would think, well, one of these countries would have to use if they could reverse engineer this technology, they would have you would think that they would have used some of this technology at some point against another country. Unless they are, and we just don't realize it because that is the advancement that we look at now as like, microchips or whatever is that technology. Or the other hand, it could just be that whatever this technology is, it's so advanced that no one can really do anything with it whatsoever. So they could have all the alien UFOs and just everyone's just kind of banging rocks at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think that the idea of using it, it's like, how would we even know if they were using it? Like, would they put a Russia banner on the UFO and be like, yo, it's us?
Like, I mean, if they had like some technology that people were like if Russia did some weapon or some technology and everyone's like, how did they do that? And no one understood how it worked. Like that'd be a good indication, right?
But that's what's happening. We just don't know who's doing it.
What is the, oh, you mean in terms of like
all the sightings
people see the UFO things on like the radar and stuff, right?
Yeah, like
I'm talking about like use it in a war, like Russia did a thing, like, and we know it was Russia.
Yeah,
that,
how
like,
would you even use it? I mean,
like Russia
all
attacked
it does
Ukraine.
Is move through the air.
That's the thing. It's not like it has like a bomb attached to it or guns on it. Like we would have to like so you're saying like
or surveillance.
Why aren't they like strapping some machine guns to them and like
exactly use that in Ukraine, like there's some kind of crazy flying vehicle that they can't shoot down with their Ukraine can't shoot down, that's just like wiping everyone
can be
out.
Shot down. That's what I think what we're what it seems is that they're not invincible, they're crashing.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it's like why something, it's not the peak of technology apparently, because aliens are seem to be messing up a lot.
They're not gonna come out tomorrow and say that we're in possession of these things.
But other countries have said stuff like there's, if you look in like Canada for instance, the former Minister of Defense and even this new guy just in the last like month, I forget his name, but the Weaponized podcast published a thing about it. I think they published the classified documents of this current politician in Canada talking about their recovered materials. And so I think what you said about like not necessarily knowing how to use it, and but it's just like this idea that other governments haven't shared information isn't, that's definitely not true. Like that, and that's what puts me over the edge typically on this, because there's you can talk about any individual case, like the Tic Tac or the FLIR video or the Phoenix Lights or like all of these or Varginha in Brazil, or there's dozens of or the nuclear facility stuff. Like they all have their specific nuances, and like you can argue like, okay, the Tic Tac was some other flying object, but like then there's all these other instances where it's a complete different type of scenario, and it's like there's just so many different, it's very decentralized in that there's drastically different cases, and it just seems like Occam's razor is shifting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm talking like like I think it's definitely possible or even likely that aliens have visited Earth. I'm just kind of in the realm of what what access
Do you
do our
really, Sitch?
governments have to the UFOs?
Look, if there is alien technology here,
Hmm.
it
Right.
has to be some sort of robot or drone.
Why?
Because just I don't think that biological organisms are the right substrate for interstellar travel or communication.
Well, that's
Obviously, it would
only
have to be a robot.
it. Well, you say obviously. I mean, I get annoyed because when the our scientists say like, oh, nothing can move faster than light, blah 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 blah. It takes so long, universe so big, all this stuff. Like to me, it's like, well, that's what we think right now, right? You don't know what we would discover, 100 years from now, 200 years from now. That could completely turn
What the
everything on
robots
its
are going
head.
to discover
They
200
could
years from
also
now.
be a combination. Like it's like robot versus biological is not. I don't predict going to. It's going to become more blurry, and that's what
Mhm.
transhumanism is essentially. Is sort of like biology and technology merging.
Sure.
So potentially you could have some kind of engineered biological entity which is also like infused with technology which could travel further, and also so yeah, I don't think that biological versus robot is necessarily like a binary.
True. True. Yeah, it could be a mishmash. They could be drones from some alien world or whatever. It's just, I mean, I guess, part of the thought process here, and it's part of what's hard to like comprehend, like if in the 1800s, you gave some top scientist a smartphone, would they be able to like take it apart and figure out how to like do anything with it?
No, of course not.
Or would it just be this like magic box that just no one really knows what to do with for 100 years? And so, I mean, maybe that's what's going on. Like maybe we do have some UFO and it's the same thing, only instead of 100 years, it's like, 500 years. It's just like,
Mm.
we're just kind of looking at this thing and it's just so different that, we're like the monkeys with rocks in 2001, like trying to beat the obelisk here, and we don't know what the heck to do with it. And so
Have you ever
maybe
read
that's
the
why
book
we haven't seen any of this stuff.
Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Court by Mark
Right.
Twain?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's similar to
Um,
that. It's like he drops into medieval times as a modern human and like basically convinces everyone that he's a wizard.
right. Or in Arthur C. Clarke, if you have technologies advanced enough, it's indistinguishable from magic.
Mm.
Um, but the thing is, I would think if the technology was so advanced that like no one understands it, and we're not even close to understanding it, I would think the government would be less concerned about hiding it because it's like, well, why does it really matter then? Or just it's just
Mm.
kind of like, the information gets out there, no one can do anything with it, really.
Some people think that the reason that it hasn't been developed is because of how secret they've kept it, and they can't actually get access to the best talent to work on it.
That's
Yeah,
that's very
they can't
possible. Yeah.
crowdsource it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is totally feasible. It's
Hmm.
just it's so bizarre that like people like Michio Kaku, who is a well-respected theoretical physicist, um,
That would be a good reason for them
he
to.
agrees that Occam's razor has shifted.
That's
He's
interesting.
saying that it's just at this point people have to disprove that it's happening,
Oh,
Hmm.
not
okay.
prove.
Because all the videos that dropped.
Just yeah, and whistleblowers and just everything, like the sheer volume of reports and different footage and
Well,
data,
this
radar data, all the radar stuff. Like it's like something is definitely going on, and so if government agencies have information like that needs to be shared because the public's perception of the debate has shifted.
the public knowing though, I don't think is on anyone in power's mind. Like the public has a right to know. I don't think that's what would be motivating it. If they have some technology that they can't get the best people working on because it's secret, and opening it up to a free society to kind of work on it or to entice people to work on it, I think probably is closer to the motivation if anything comes out tomorrow. Because that makes a lot of sense to me. Like we have this technology, we've had it for a while now, can't figure out how to make it work. So if we make it public, then you'll draw the kind of attention that will get people working on the problem. Yeah, what good is it if you just have some drone that goes thousands of miles an hour and takes a right turn? Who cares?
I
Yeah,
can't believe that we're even having this conversation at this level. Like
Mhm.
it's so, I get uncomfortable with myself kind of believing it while I'm believing it.
Mhm.
And it's
What do you mean by that? What level are we having the conversation at? That's
I mean, we're really entertaining, like people, serious people, politicians, researchers, whistleblowers, military people, like serious,
Us.
like are really saying the most far out stuff you could ever imagine them saying. Like
Mhm.
and
completely
it's far out
shattering
because
all. Go ahead.
culture has not accepted it, or it's far out because it's not the norm. Like it's far out in the
Yeah,
way talking about a heliocentric universe was far out when people worried about their ships like floating off the edge of the
it's
earth.
on that level. I think
Yeah.
it's on that level. It's on the level of a total shift of understanding of the universe, from the previous model. And
I think most people believe there are aliens out there. It's kind of hard to
yeah.
look at how big the universe is and
So
not think they are.
if we believe that, if most people believe that, then the chances become even higher that
Well, the question has always been a technical one. How would they be able to get here? Because we understand the technical challenge from our
they
perspective,
might be from here.
right?
Ooh. Okay. So like an older species that left and then at some
Yeah,
point.
or they just hang around, and it's very like we don't know.
Mhm.
We have no idea. And we like there's aliens on Earth 100%. There's art. I was thinking about this earlier. I'm glad I remembered. Think the number of species that we're discovering every day, just from like insects.
Right.
That is still happening every day.
I do think
So,
it's more interesting if they're like a civilization that's
oh, way more
off
interesting.
world.
But
Yeah.
undiscovered species are here. We already acknowledge that. We just haven't found one that's above us.
Mhm.
Wherever this came from though, wherever this thing is, this thing that moves through space super fast and defies the laws of physics. That thing had to be made in a factory or something. It couldn't have just been like somebody didn't make that tinkering in their garage.
I think that's one of the parts that's most squirrely is like because there have been reports of some kind of interface with consciousness
Mm-hmm.
and how consciousness actually ties in to this whole kind of conversation and potentially some sort of like because think about it, like we're just getting to the point where like Neuralink is coming out and we're brain human brain interfaces are happening. They're
Right.
going to continue to do things. Like it makes sense that in 100,000 years we would have some sort of advancement of that so that you can just think a car to go somewhere and it goes there. I mean, that's probably likely even just with Neuralink.
Mhm.
So if we have that, then and maybe this is totally you know off the reservation, but like maybe the grays or those kind of
Yeah.
droid beings, maybe they're actually like technologically connected to the crafts.
Mhm. Yeah, I know I've heard of like, people talk about like that they, think that the Greys, which is like the classic alien, is like it's not actually what they look like. It's some kind of like suit or something or a mask or something that's technologically tied into it. Um, but you said, you were saying that you think that, I mean, do you think it'd be more likely that the alien that this whatever these things are would come from Earth? Because in my mind, like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, where we're discovering new species every day. But I mean, generally, it's like I think it'd be hard if there was some like entire civilization of super technologically advanced beings, like to exist on this planet without us knowing about it. Well, number one, I think it'd be hard for that to be hidden. And then number two, even if it is hidden like in the ocean or somewhere, like what would be the point of them not interacting with us?
But they are
Well, no, but I mean like officially.
on a mass scale. You know?
Yeah, on like an official scale. Like why is the
I agree
why
with
is
you
Atlantis
completely.
not part of the UN? And they're just like, oh, by the way, we exist. We're doing our thing.
Right?
Here.
Yeah. Hey, guys, we're here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I mean, why? And then you do get into like, is there some sort of evolutionary reason that they're not engaging us head on and like solving all of our problems for us? I have no idea.
Like
Or
have
maybe
a prime
there's like,
directive thing.
yeah, I don't know. It's also super weird to me that Elon is so skeptical.
Oh, is he? I didn't know.
Oh yeah, he like doesn't. It seems like he either doesn't really research it or he just hasn't seen anything that's compelling. He's happy that they're doing the hearings. He made
Right.
He made a comment about that, which goes to the point that everyone just wants to know, like regardless of if you're a skeptic or not, like everyone wants to know. But like from his perspective, which I get, it's like he's operating up there. He's like, I'm not seeing them.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I didn't see any aliens, so they come to talk to me if they're to talk to anyone. So obviously they don't exist.
He's I'm out there. Like I'm literally like looking at cameras on the space station and all the Starlink stuff. It's like it does seem super weird that it wouldn't be more that they'd be able to contain it on a mass scale, but that's what we're gonna figure out. I have no idea.
Right.
And it's cool that it's getting figured out.
Well, I mean, it's always possible that I don't know, maybe like if we're to say that the aliens are real and they're visiting Earth, it's always possible that they got their crap together and stopped crashing. Like all the crashes took place in like the 50s and 60s. And they're like, okay, we need to fix our ship so they don't crash into these primitive monkey world planet or something. Who knows?
You know how they do tours at the White House and Congress and stuff like that? They need to do that at Area 51. They need to just open that shit up and just start doing public tours.
Start do a museum. The government, you could charge money. That could be a way to fund the government.
There you go.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah.
I think the thing that would be the most unsatisfying, but I think is probably the most likely to be true, would be the government coming out and saying, we've seen a bunch of things. We don't know what they are. We think it's probably aliens, but we don't know. And we don't have any ships.
That's exactly what is going to happen.
That's exactly I think what's going to happen. Everyone's going to be like, that's so disappointing.
Well, they're not getting grilled though. That's not what's happening tomorrow. Tomorrow
Right.
is and we need that to happen. We need like Pentagon, Air Force to all get subpoenaed, and then people like Grush actually like there's like questioning, and it's more of a like that type of situation. But this is also an interesting strategy because it's putting information out there, and then the next one after this will probably be some sort of follow-on. It's just this follow-on process. Getting some Air Force person to admit it. It's like, because it's so big that who's even qualified to give that news? I don't want to be hearing it from Biden. I don't want Biden to be the guy to tell me that it's real.
Right.
The only reason this is coming out is because of safety concerns. The pilots are out there flying at supersonic speeds with these objects that they really don't know if they're a threat. So they want to make it public because they feel their lives are in danger.
Totally.
Yeah.
That is why. And that's the best reason that we have to force the information out, because it's a safety thing. And it's a great angle that I think people just didn't you didn't get. For some reason the forces just didn't align for pilots to kind of come out and demand it for their own safety.
Well, it's all this social justice stuff. Before, they just say, look, you're military officers, suck it up. Your lives are on the line. Now all these social justice people got into the military. They're like, oh, it's not safe out here. I need a safe space. I need a safe space in my cockpit here.
Yeah, dude. Ryan Graves and Fravor, those guys are bitches, man.
They are. They totally are.
Yeah.
They should fucking suck it up until they can tell us what it is.
You're saying
No,
that
those guys
wokeness
are absolute
Well, no, they
Those
talked
are
about
the
it. They
most
were like,
badass guys on the planet right now.
look, they said that they went out to do exercises that are like over 2 weeks, and these things are out there every fucking day. It's not just a one-time occurrence. It's like, dude, we're flying with these things every fucking
They're
day.
flying with them every day. That's what is
Yes.
shocking. Yeah.
Mhm.
So they're going, this is bullshit. I don't feel safe out here. This thing's doing weird shit.
That is
I would you feel safe, Sitch? I wouldn't feel
no.
safe.
Well, I wouldn't feel safe.
Like, what the
flying
fuck?
a
This thing's
supersonic-
You know how
watching us.
he described it? Did you hear what he what
Yes, yeah. Look,
What'd
it's
he say?
rotating. It's like turning and looking at him. It's
the
like
language he used
flying next to him.
and what all of the pilots in his squadron or whatever called it
Mhm.
was a cube, a dark cube inside a sphere.
Yes.
Hmm.
And that's how it's able to rotate.
And but they see it with their eyes, or is it just seeing?
Yeah,
on the
some
radar?
saw it with their eyes. Graves didn't see it with his eyes, but he saw it on radar. And there's
Mhm.
other people in with him who physically saw it who haven't come forward yet, actually. But well, they haven't come forward like fully publicly. I think they have come forward behind the scenes.
Mhm.
And apparently it was in certain circumstances just sitting there. Like,
yes. Like
just-
an observation deck.
like an observation
In
deck.
the
Yeah, but like,
sky.
the amount of energy that's needed at a high altitude to just be saying still like that
Yes, totally.
is like a shocking amount of energy that's needed.
Right. I mean, it's very compelling. There's something going on, obviously.
Christopher
Aliens are
Nolan
here.
has to get on this.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen Oppenheimer yet?
Not yet, no.
We only
I
saw
want to
Barbie.
I wanted to go see it. My wife doesn't want to see it though, so probably just wait for it to come out on video. What
I heard
don't
some
laugh,
bold
Sitch.
statements about
Look,
how good it is in theaters. So
he
I think
he who watches a movie alone dies alone. I
Uh-huh.
don't want to
Well, no,
die.
No, I just think it's funny that your wife's like, I don't want to see Oppenheimer. It's like very stereotypical.
Look,
What's her
she
excuse?
jumped at the chance to go see Barbie with me.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. It's very stereotypical.
dude, everybody's seen Barbie first. That's ridiculous.
Barbie
Well,
was Barbie is hilarious. I
I
laughed
heard-
so
did you
hard in
see-
that movie.
Is it actually? Do you think that the writers of that movie? Because I've seen conflicting
Hmm.
thoughts.
There
about
is
it.
tons of conflicting reports.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you've seen it.
Yes.
Yes. Have you seen it, Bill?
You've both seen it. I've not seen it.
We've
Okay.
both seen it. We
Okay,
both
you
saw
both
it to
seen
talk
it.
about it today. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're saving that for later.
No, we can talk about it right now.
I mean,
if you want.
yeah.
We can.
So
I don't want to go too deep into my thoughts.
we can do
just-
a little
but
bit.
I
You
mean,
think that they're ripping on woke culture or not?
No.
well, let's save
it's-
that for the review.
No,
Okay.
well, here, no, I'll give my spoiler. Okay.
No, you don't have to.
all
Uh,
unintentional.
causing trouble now.
It's all unintentional. Any critique of wokeness that this movie levies is an accident. I do not believe for a second.
That is a heavy accusation.
Oh,
there.
I'm going full. Any accusation or any person who's claiming that they think it was intentional, I completely disagree with. I think
This
it was
is-
all
And
accident.
have you looked into the writers?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
that's good. I'm
Who
glad
are
you
they?
did.
Yeah, it's the woman who wrote Lady Bird, right? And that whole movie was about a dysfunctional mother-daughter relationship.
Okay.
And then the other writer is what's her
I've
face?
seen that.
What's her name? I'll look it up. But just the way, and we'll get into it more later. But the way in which the movie is structured, wow! When I Google Barbie, the whole browser turns pink. I hate this. I hate this. Thank you.
They're
you,
really
Google.
pushing it.
Google
Yeah, they
doing
really are
that? How
pushing
dare
this.
you, Google?
But,
Lady
no,
Bird
like-
is a TV show. Is that it?
No, it was a movie.
No, it's
Oh,
a
it
movie.
is.
It's like A24 or something.
Right.
It's an
Yeah,
A24. It's like an
Greta
independent film.
Gerwig.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
2017.
Yeah.
That's when it all started to happen, right there.
But no, I don't believe. I don't believe that it was
I don't either.
intentionally poking at wokeness at all. The way the movie's structured, it wouldn't actually make sense. The way the movie's structured and the way the movie ends wouldn't actually make sense if it was intentionally trying to poke fun at wokeness. So, in my opinion,
Mhm.
Well, that's an interesting dilemma.
Is it worth seeing?
no.
I
think
like
it's
Ryan Gosling typically and Margot Robbie.
yeah, no, like okay, so they're both good in it. I think the movie's super interesting from like a critical perspective. If you like to go into something and like analyze the deep layers of irony that exists in a movie, then maybe you'll find it interesting. But if you're just like watching it as a movie, I think it's pretty boring and incredibly shallow, filled with undeserved emotional moments, and it's way too long for what it is. So I wouldn't really recommend it for anyone. Unless you want to complain about it on the internet, which is what we're
Adam?
going to do.
Well, I mean, I thought it was a lot of fun. So obviously,
Okay.
Sitch has a different take. So, but I mean, it's an interesting. You do wonder if they're playing 4D chess and they're super fucking smart and they realize, look, you got to walk the line to appeal to two audiences here, the woke audience and the anti-woke audience, or it's completely accidental. Sitch seems to be coming out on the side of it's completely
One
accidental,
comment I heard
which it might
about
be.
it was that because Barbie and Ken is, a male and female, like that's just what Barbie is.
Mm-hmm.
So I think some people are bringing attention there. They're like, oh, well, it's just inherently in Barbie that it's, more or like less woke because it's not. I don't know like what
Are you
other
talking about
kinds.
like from a trans perspective or something?
Yeah.
Well, there is a trans Barbie in Barbie movie that they don't point out as trans, or a trans actress, I should say, that's playing Barbie. But I mean, obviously, spoiler, the movie ends with Barbie going to the gynecologist, which, if it's supposed to be about her becoming real, and it's kind of solidifying that to be a real woman, you need to have a vagina, you could say.
I tweeted that out.
Wow, they
did
go
you
that
see that?
far?
Yeah,
Did you
yeah,
see my tweet, Sitch?
I did see your tweet,
Yeah,
Adam, yeah.
totally.
The end of the movie is Barbie becoming real and going to see the gynecologist.
Wow.
And
Which
you could
every woke person will perceive that as a big fuck you.
Well, they're not.
Right.
They're not going to, because they want to claim, everyone wants to claim the movie for their side. So they're going to ignore the stuff that would contradict the messaging.
That's not true. Ben Shapiro doesn't want to claim the movie. Ben Shapiro
I mean,
wants
well,
the
I mean
movie
the left.
claimed
I mean,
for the other side.
Okay. I mean, primarily people on the left want to claim it for their side. There are people on the right trying to claim it for their side. But
I
a lot
mean,
of people...
seems like good writing if that's what they're achieving.
Yeah, but whether or not it's intentional, I think, is important. So
I don't, and we'll get into it more later. I just the way it's structured, it doesn't make sense because there's no actual part of the movie where they critique wokeness and say this is why it's wrong, this is why it doesn't work. That's intentional, and that is part of the movie.
It's funny that there can be such a huge debate about something when the writers could just like come out
and just
someone's gonna interview them. That'll be a good interview. But it's just funny that this kind of thing can just rage on and everyone's like arguing when
I think it's because
to the people.
Like culturally, we've really moved from a situation where we absorb media from a first order observer, where we go to movies and say, we're enjoying the movie ourselves. We're evaluating the movie on how our personal inner enjoyment of it. Now, movies and media are watched from a second order observation, where we're watching the movie and trying to figure out how other people perceive this movie. And that's really just a completely different viewing experience than we had, 10, 20 years ago. So it's a very interesting time to live because of this just sea change in how we observe media.
It's easier to watch bad movies that way because it kind of justifies why you're watching it. You're like analyzing it, but obviously watching movies and just trying to enjoy the movie is that's what is real quality film. But there's so much bad stuff now that I feel like you have to watch movies the other way.
Which way? First order or second order?
Second order.
Right.
If you don't watch second order, then you're just like, you'll be miserable.
Right.
Well,
No, that's very true.
that's part. Yeah, that's part of the dilemma is because people are so entrenched in social media that they don't want to have the wrong opinion. So
Right.
that they're unable to watch it from a first order observation perspective because they don't want to come out and say, listen, I really enjoyed it. And everybody else to be like, I hated it. And then all of a sudden it
Mhm.
becomes this tribal thing.
Yeah, especially now that everything has to get shuttled into the politics of the movie. What is the
Totally.
political side of the movie? Which is unfortunate because, going into this movie, this movie didn't have to have really any strong political undertones one way or the other. Like this could have just been like the movie Enchanted or the movie Pleasantville, where it's just, a lot of fish out of water comedy, some kind of universal message of empowerment for young girls that everyone can kind of get behind and, family friendly movie that's funny. And just that's it. Wrap it
Of
up.
course. Yeah. They
It
could have
didn't need to have
avoided,
all this
they
like
didn't need to say the word patriarchy more than once.
yeah, it didn't need like this super hyper overt feminism in the movie. But here's why I'm convinced it's unintentional.
We're
There's-
getting way into this. Like all this should be in the
I
movie
know.
review, Sitch.
Okay, well, I
like,
guess
just
we'll
shut
save
up.
it.
Let's move.
We'll save it.
Yeah, let's move on. Come on.
But
Why
By
are we
the way,
doing the whole
Pleasantville
Barbie?
Pleasantville is amazing. And
that's
I
a great
haven't-
movie. Yeah.
I haven't watched that in like 10 years. I feel like I need to. I don't that is just a great movie.
It is, and I mean I haven't seen it forever. I remember it being wonderful. I liked Enchanted. I haven't seen Enchanted in forever either. I feel like I should watch it again just to compare it to the Barbie movie.
Doomer is reeing in the chat. Like Doomer only likes Barbie because Doomer is a contrarian and he knows that everybody else hates Barbie. So he is obligated contractually. Like Doomer is totally plays into what I'm saying about second order observation. Doomer has
That's not what's
assumed.
happening.
What do you mean?
The reason Doomer likes Barbie is because Doomer's a sucker for like romance and tragic romances, and the whole movie is about the unrequited love of Ken for Barbie.
I disagree. I think it's
Okay.
I think it's because he's done the second order observation and he said, "Oh, everyone hates Barbie, therefore I must love Barbie." My second order observation is opposite of everyone else's because I'm a contrarian. Woo woo.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of disturbing. I don't know who you're talking about, or if,
Doomer's a
about it.
fan of the show, so
right. That's what I figured.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
how many people do you think behave on social media in this kind of contrarian, devil's advocate, insincere?
too many.
Like what? Like I want to know that number because
95% of people on social. No, there is a huge contingent of contrarians. So I'm glad you bring it up, Bill. What is your take
Yeah.
on it?
I mean, I think it's one of the root issues of all dysfunction
Yes, I agree.
because people aren't communicating what they actually think, so it's all just chaos. It means it's a game. It's not even it's not productive. It's a total waste of time.
Yep.
And it's just malicious. I think that it's like this ego thing,
Mhm.
and it becomes that's just like it's very dark. So people who do it, stop fucking doing it. It's really annoying.
I don't think it's contrarianism that's happening on a lot of social media. I think what's happening, or maybe I should say it's a targeted contrarianism, if that makes sense. Because I think what happens is, you go on Twitter or X, and you choose, your political side, and this puts people in this mode where, like, if you're on the left and someone on the right, if Ben Shapiro comes out with some tweet, like, you're gonna have the person you follow is going some leftist Twitter guy is gonna like retweet Ben Shapiro, and they're gonna put the most negative connotation, bad faith interpretation of his tweet possible out there. And they say, "I can't believe Ben Shapiro said X," even though Ben Shapiro doesn't really say that. And I think a lot of people replying, on some level, they know
That they're
like,
lying.
he didn't really
Yeah.
say that. Like, they know that they're kind of like twisting it to like get a dunk on Ben Shapiro, but they all go along with it just because it's like, ha 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 ha, yes, get him.
Yeah,
And the same
because
happens
they're
on
a
the right.
bot. it's bot behavior. It's like
Yes.
this
Yes.
person does this thing, so I just am programmed to do the other thing, and because I just want attention because I'm pathetic.
Yeah, but it's even to me, it's even more like insipid than being a bot because I think a lot of people like to
Hmm.
me a bot doesn't know. Like they're just like Ben Shapiro said X, I must say Y. I think a lot of people they realize that they're twisting things and they still do it and they still justify it in their
Both
mind that it's
exist. I
acceptable.
agree with
Yeah.
you, but there's kind of like two classes. There's sort of the influencer manipulators, and then there's their followers who actually think that that ideology is morally superior,
Yes.
and they're kind of all working together. And yeah, it's sad when you see people who are so they're part of a cult on both sides.
Hmm.
And it is like cult, they actually are cults. And I think that that's what we're starting to understand more. Like, I don't know if you read Andreessen's AI piece.
No.
Oh, he wrote this like kind of you know I think the headline is definitely intended to create debate, but because there's all this AI doomerism. So he wrote like how AI will save us,
Hmm.
and just approaches it from. I actually do think it's from a good faith space, but
What
it's
is his critique?
well, just that the doomerism is completely, it's a cult.
Misplaced?
It's displaced. Yeah, it's not like, yes,
Okay.
there are risks, but like the whole AI is going to kill everyone is like drastically overblown.
Hmm. How do you
Um,
feel about that?
I lean more towards his perspective. I think there's
Hmm.
huge problems with certain AI, but the idea that it's going to self-replicate and like build an army and it
Right.
we're just so far. Like, we build AI. I mean, we just rolled out a whole AI system for extracting text from images. So
Hmm.
it's all open source. And so all the images that are getting uploaded on minds.com can get processed. And there's like this crazy accurate caption that gets extracted from the image, and then it's also put into a category, and that's all running through GPUs through, it's called like the blip 2 model. And it's kind of the reverse of like mid journey, where like you can do text to image, so this is doing image to text. And it's like, I'm looking at our developers and working with them building this tool,
Hmm.
and like working with these large language models, and it's just like that. It's tricking people that it's so real. So it's passing the Turing test, which is
Right.
crazy and cool, but it's it's not going to kill you. So
For me, it's just fascinating that all of the different ways that we tried to make AI work and the way it works now is literally just trying to predict the next word in a sentence. That is just crazy. That's fucking insane.
mhm. Yeah, it's a prediction engine.
Isn't
It
that
And
is.
isn't that crazy, Sitch?
It is the thing that's funny to me is like, we were trying to do all this stuff to create AI, and then it's like, well, let's just use like an evolutionary process where we don't really know how to do it. It'll just do it itself.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
like, oh, okay. Um, but so with the AI that you guys are developing, it's like the reverse midjourney. It's to turn a picture into text. Is the purpose of that to create like to make it so it can categorize pictures?
correct, yeah, because basically if we can extract text, then we can recommend an index like 90% more content, because a lot of people post memes and stuff, and it's
Right.
just they don't post text. And so it's hard for a search engine, whether it's any
Are
major
you
search
saying
engine or
text
just
as OCR or turning a picture into a description?
say that
OCR is
again.
optical character
Hmm.
read. Are you saying take text like there's a graphic that has a word in it and it can read the word and turn
It's
that?
not. We have another project where we do that for verification. Like, people have to write down a number on a
Right.
piece of paper, and then
Mhm.
it detects those numbers to see if you're a human.
But is this
That's
project
different.
like I just post a beautiful sunset and it can write a description of the beautiful sunset?
Correct. That's what it can do.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So, but it also can detect that it is a sunset. And so that's really good for creators because their stuff gets recommended more, indexed more,
Yes.
and it just automates a lot of that work. So, and we're going to do it the other way too, so that you can create and prompt and, you know, create content. But like, we're just being pretty particular about the models that we use. Like, we don't want to use ChatGPT, because those guys are sketch. Just their whole everything's proprietary and secret, and
Uh-huh.
they're not. I don't know if you saw Sarah Silverman suing them.
No.
Yeah, what's that
Yeah.
about?
For stealing her content and data, and, you know, remixing it and spinning it back at people, like the obvious copyright lawsuit that you would totally expect. And she and a bunch of other actors are doing it, and I think they should be doing it. I mean, I'm not like,
It's stealing her jokes, or what is it stealing?
well, it's like she's arguing that it's using her data and, yeah, IP without her consent, which is true. They literally scraped the whole internet, and they're not compensating anyone or attributing anyone. And so I think that that's actually one of the solutions to the dystopianism of AI is, okay, look, if you're going to use everybody's data and do $10 billion deals with Microsoft, you better be sharing the revenue with the users who are providing the data and giving them proper attribution. And so there are, you know, open source, more ethical projects that are trying to build like ChatGPT competitors and different, you know, whatever you're doing, just
Isn't Meta's open
doing it
source?
more in that way as opposed to more of the exploitive way that OpenAI has done it.
Well, do you think like because Meta is doing it open source, right? The Llama model.
Llama, yeah.
Do you think that is that like a good compromise, or do you still think people should be getting some kind of money for it?
Oh yeah, I do. I still think people should be getting compensated and attributed, but I think it basically they first open sourced it for research purposes only, and then the cat kind of got out of the bag. So it seems like they're taking it further, which is very good. Google also has a model called T3, which is open source. So people are doing open source. Well, big tech is starting to do open source more, which is promising. I think they realize that they need developers and programmers to like be interested in their project, and most people aren't most developers aren't interested. Like if it pays well enough, they'll do it and build closed source code, but otherwise they don't really want to be
we had a long conversation with someone else about should people be it was more in the art realm. Should people be compensated by Midjourney and all these other things that kind of use their art? And like I understand like the logic there that people should be obviously compensated if they're using their work to create something new. But on the other hand, I understand the other argument, which is that if that's done, I feel like these technologies literally could never exist. Like I don't know if you could build, ChatGPT or any of these things that would pay Sarah Silverman for whatever her contribution is. First of all, figure out whatever the monetary contributions
It'd be like pennies.
Yeah, like the fraction of the percentage of.
But let it be pennies.
Okay,
if it's
here,
pennies.
look, I'll give you a dime. Keep the change.
Yeah, but then to credit it on top, like, is every time it like how I don't even know if it could figure that information out at all in the first place. Like you need to create a new.
It'd certainly be complicated to achieve.
Yeah.
And the compensation may not even be, anything like what someone like Sarah Silverman is expecting. But I think the companies that put their best foot forward and like try to, move in the right direction, similar to how even like platforms are starting to pay creators more, like for ads and stuff. Like we do that on Minds as well. I know Twitter's doing it now. We split all of our revenue with our users.
That's great.
Yeah. So anyone who wants to get some extra revenue streams, go for it. It's no, I actually have to hop in like 2 minutes, but
okay.
Are
there any super chats that are I kind of glanced through, but I didn't really see anything.
Sure. Well, I would say regarding the AI thing, I think what's going to happen is that most companies are going to move to open source models for AI, and they're going to realize that the money to be made is not on the AI model, but is on the loaning of the GPU processing powers for people to use it, because most people are not going to have a computer locally that's going to be able to run any of this stuff. They're going to have to, buy a service and a server somewhere.
That's not true, Sitch. They have
Okay, maybe.
language models now that can run on a
No. I know
smartphone.
I know they do, and I've used them, but they're just terrible compared to
Okay.
using something else.
Good to know.
If it takes you 40 seconds to get one answer versus 2 seconds, you're gonna go with the 2 seconds.
I got you. Yeah.
I agree with that, and I think it's good progress. I mean, there's still more problems to be solved, but it seems like open source AI is winning the public conversation. I think OpenAI is like getting a lot of hate. Even, I mean, Elon like specifically calling them out for like kind of bastardizing the, supposed to be open source originally. Like the fact that they're called OpenAI, it's like a meme at this point.
Right.
And yeah, it's just like, it's frustrating because I do think that they achieved something great and like an amazing project and super smart people. And I think they deserve praise because they kind of just said, fuck it. Like we're going for it. We're taking everyone's data and we're gonna build this thing that can just feed you really useful answers. I mean, it is super powerful. And so, and they were the first to do it.
Yep.
And so like you got to give credit for that, but they should just, if they were to make a good decision right now, it would just be listen to what everyone's saying. Oh, go open source. Stop this whole like AI doomerism, alignment thing, censorship, censoring all of the results. Like it's just the wrong path, and it's sad to see. Like it's just sad to see them going down that path.
I agree. Well, thanks for coming on, Bill. It's a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks,
Any
guys.
final thoughts or?
Yeah, I mean, let's keep the conversation going. Let's do some super minds over on Minds next time, and yeah, I would love to. Let's follow up after UFO hearing. We'll follow up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that'll be exciting.
All right, peace, guys. See ya.
Take care, man.
Peace. Oh yeah, Zero Fucks in the chat says the biggest computation problem is in AI's training. Getting it to run is basically nothing comparison. Yeah, obviously the training part is like substantially more than the computation. But even the computation part is still like if you download some private model on your computer and it takes you 30 to 40 seconds to get an answer for everything you type versus you can pay ChatGPT and it gives you an answer in like literally 3 seconds. Those 40 seconds are going to start to grate on it. You're going to be like, oh my God, I can't use this. I need to pay to have this like instantaneous answer. And so, I mean, yeah, maybe eventually at some point in the future, the technology will get better and better and better. Our GPUs will get better and better and better. That you'll have local instantaneous machine learning thing. But I have a feeling that there's always going to be some better use to have a server somewhere do this stuff. It's always going to be faster for essentially a server to do it somewhere and to send that information back to you than you to have the processing power on your own. So that's just my guess. Okay, we're not starting a new stream,
like
right?
A good guess. No, we're just gonna have CT clip out our Barbie review when we're ready to start. Not now, obviously.
Okay. Let me read the super chats related to topics we talked about.
Right.
Christian Baller, he said, disregard my last super chat. I don't know if that means you don't want me to read it, but I won't read it unless you tell me to. For $15, thank you. It says, disregard my last super chat. I'm hangry, and I realize that's not an apt apology. I still think sunlight is the best disinfectant, though. Yeah, listen, as I said, my principle is I am principally in favor of free speech. I hope in my heart of hearts that more free speech solves these problems. But I also am aware that I don't want my elephant to kind of direct my thinking, and I just don't know if that's the answer. If Bill, I'm curious to read the paper that Bill was talking about that they put together. If it's true that free speech is what leads to, de-radicalizing people and works against fighting extreme ideologies, like I'm going to be ecstatic. That's what I want to be the solution. So I'm just not sure that it is.
Well, you said that your stance is not principle, but it is principled. Yes. It's just a principle of pragmatism over.
Well, it's a principle on whatever. So it's kind of like a longer conversation, but there's like, unless you're talking about God or something, people forget what the point of a principle is. The point of a principle is that you can't trust your judgment because we're flawed, emotional human beings, and you think that having this principle will lead to a better outcome at the end of the day. People forget that. They think
like honesty is the best policy as a principle.
yes. So unless we're talking like if we remove God from the equation and you think that you're doing some kind of action to lead to a better life in the afterlife or something, if we remove that from the equation, principle is having a principled stance is essentially in a weird way a form of consequentialism, because what you're saying is I believe that my principle will lead me to have or lead society to have a better outcome at the end of the day if me and other people adhere to this principle. The danger with consequentialism and kind of the way that Vosh and other people levy it is that that's different, because what they're saying is they're saying is that all that matters at the end of the road, all that matters is some endpoint, and they're willing to do anything to get to that
Yeah,
endpoint.
consequentialism is the ends justifies the means, even if those ends are horrible.
Right.
Yeah, that's the difference.
So, but anyway,
yeah, consequentialism is seriously. I mean, people levy that accusation for that reason because it definitely can make you seem like a monster, obviously.
right, because well, the difference is like that's someone really. They're basically saying I can do whatever unethical, unprincipled thing to get to this goal.
Right, and they justify the unethical thing by we're going to get utopia in the end of this. So
right.
yeah.
And I'm saying is with this stuff is like my thought process is you know, does having like if Nick Fuentes is on YouTube and he's promoting the Jewish question, does that help society or does that hurt society? And I don't know the answer to that question at all.
Yeah.
You know, in the long run.
Well, they will say they're just telling the truth, but
well, no, I mean, in terms of my idea of helping society, will that make society less racist or more racist at the end of the day?
I do not think they're telling the truth. I think they're trying to motivate people to hate Jewish people.
Sure. But for people that kind of take this, no, you only have to have like a principle. The end result doesn't matter. To me, that's incredibly naive and completely unrealistic. Because say theoretically you had a crystal ball and you could see the future, right? And you have a principle where you say nothing should ever be hidden from the public, right? That's your principle. Nothing should ever be hidden from the public. And you look in your crystal ball and you find out that if the government reveals information about the alien crafts we have, that's going to lead to some private company creating these weapons that will literally wipe out all life on the planet.
Genocide.
Okay? Right. What kind of insane monster, an idiot would you be if you knew that to say, oh, well, I still have a principle that nothing should be held from the public, and that principle is more important than the fact that all life on the planet gets wiped out, right?
Right.
Like that would be insane.
That's why I'm saying your principle is pragmatism, because you're going to weigh the options and say, what is the most pragmatic thing to do in this situation?
Right. Yes.
That's what pragmatism is.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Right. So the consequentialists are trying to force something. I probably shouldn't have used the word consequentialism.
Yeah, don't use that word because
the consequentialists are trying to force an outcome essentially onto something. It's not really a pragmatic view of the world.
It's not. So. Yeah, you're a pragmatist. You're not a consequentialist. Consequentialist means the ends justify the means, which I mean, we've heard Vosh say dozens of times, like he doesn't mind lying because the ends justify the means, which makes him a consequentialist.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. Anyway, EF for $10 says Ukraine is a cover up for the war between aliens and lizard people because Clinton deleted the alien leadership.
Damn it.
There you go.
The whole idea that these are biological creatures that they have in some warehouse just seems ridiculous to me.
Okay, maybe. I mean, the guy claimed that they had something biological, I think, so we'll see.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
It could be a hybrid, right? Why not?
Sure. Okay.
Like in 2001, the book, like they basically made it in the future so that they were their consciousness was the entire ship itself, right?
Well, yeah, it could be.
Have a body.
It could be, some kind of something that appears biological to us, but is really some kind of mechanical thing. I mean, look, biology is mechanical, right? I don't know if we develop some sort of never aging organism to explore the stars, if that will be more efficient than developing something, because everything ages, even mechanical things age. Like
Of course.
one of the reasons why we are making so many products digital with a screen is because we've discovered the less moving parts you have, the longer the thing lasts, right? So we're completely moving away from moving parts to all
How's that?
non-moving parts.
I think people just like the touchscreen for aesthetic
Well, no,
reasons.
think about solid state hard drives. They have no moving parts. The original hard drives had a wheel that spun in the middle.
Yeah, but aren't solid state hard drives are faster? I don't know if they last longer. I don't know if, like, what the idea is behind that.
Are you disputing that something with moving parts is going to wear out faster than something without moving parts?
It depends. I don't think you can make a blanket universal statement, because, like, you can have something that doesn't have moving parts, but has some sort of chemical or some other thing in it that wears out faster. So I don't know if you can make a universal statement about that.
There's nothing chemical going on inside it's all electronic inside of a solid state hard drive.
Okay, I don't know enough about technology to have an informed opinion on it.
Right, but moving parts have drag, all these kinds of different physics that apply to them that electricity doesn't have applying to it.
Sure, but I mean, even like your phone battery doesn't really have moving parts per se, but it's still,
it does wear out. It does wear out over time.
It'll wear out like 3 years or something. So.
But if your phone was run by a little rat on a wheel that spun it,
okay.
Like, do you think the rat on the wheel would last longer? Or do you
I think the rat on the wheel is not gonna last very long.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Rats live for like 8 years, don't they? So
it's funny because it's like I get where you're coming from, but it just seems so obvious to me that like when they're moving to having all of these buttons that have no moving parts because they last longer than something that has moving parts inside.
Okay, the only thing I'm contesting,
like a push button on your dashboard.
Okay, wait,
is a moving part.
Stop. I'm only contesting one thing. Okay, one thing alone. I'm only contesting. I don't think the move to touchscreen has anything to do with them trying to reduce moving parts to make it last longer. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think it's that people like the touchscreens. I think you can do a lot more with the touchscreens. They're a lot more versatile, and just the aesthetic quality of it is better. I think that's the key. I don't think it has anything to do with whether it will stay longer or not.
Yeah, but a single touchscreen in a car and a bunch of push buttons all over the car that each push button can wear out. I mean, just from a functional perspective, you got to think, oh, this is a lot more efficient.
It could be. Yeah. I mean, it has the counter side, which is that with all those little buttons, if one of the buttons breaks, you can maybe just replace it. Where if the touchscreen breaks,
all buttons break. All
buttons break, and it's a lot more expensive to fix. So it has its positives and negatives. But anyway, Not Gay Ben, our favorite super chatter for 16 months. Thank you not so much. Not Gay Ben says the Barbie movie was based, and Ken is literally me. Likes women. Okay. There you go.
I saw some really sus stuff going on with the Kens, though. So
that's true. Libertarian Sasquatch for 3 months says, I don't think the U.S. government would care about anything other than military application of a recovered craft. So why would you share that info?
Because they have something that they're trying to take advantage of the military application, but have not been able to do so for 40 years because nobody knows it exists. Look, all these things become available to you when you open source a project, right? Like Wikipedia takes place because everyone has access to Wikipedia. As soon as you make Wikipedia a private project that only 10 people have access to, how much is Wikipedia going to accomplish? Right?
Right. Okay, actually, I'm gonna switch to just doing the $20 ones, and then we're gonna talk about Barbie, and then we'll go back. Okay.
Okay.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $20 says if you have a recovered UFO, it's way too valuable to be used on a battlefield. We don't even use some of our five generation fighters for the same reason, because why would you risk the technology unless absolutely necessary? No, that's a good point. I guess I was just trying to use it as an example. I would suspect if we did have, if us or any country had this technology in some capacity, I would have expected us to be using that technology, whether it be in the battlefield or what, for our country or some other country to use it. Unless, of course, it's just so advanced no one can figure out how to use it.
I think
So
that is the case.
well, that's in my mind. It's either we don't have any, no country has any ships. That's all BS. There are no ships, or it's just so advanced that no one can use any of it whatsoever. I don't really. I think it's unlikely that. I know there's a theory that like our technology is some kind of like based upon the alien technology. I'm skeptical of all that, but Twitter sucks for $20. Thanks so much. Twitter sucks says the technology to detect and track exists. The technology to invade and hide from it must exist as well. It would make sense. That's true. Akilia Narya Nansawami for $20 says I need to amend my super chat from Sunday. While annoying and unsubtle, feminism didn't ruin Barbie, but the plot was so much a disappointed mess that the ending was unearned and unsupported. It was unintentionally funny, though. I agree with all that.
Yeah, so do I.
Brick Nose for $20 says, why is there an assumption that space aliens means limitless free energy? Also, energy pollution is only one part of pollution. There's far more money to be made selling alien super tech than by protecting existing companies. Yeah, it would depend kind of, I mean, those are all good points. It would depend on who is controlling what, right? So like you've told the story, Adam, about how, I think it was it the Queen of Spain or Portugal or something? They had some technology to like increase weaving
Yeah.
or something to that effect.
Fabric
They had, like,
production for clothing.
yeah, they had like automatic, some kind of automatic weaving machine, and she was more inclined to protect the current employed hand weavers than to look forward and say, well, what about all the jobs that will thus be created by the new technology? And so, like, theoretically, I don't believe this is true. I'm just saying, like, theoretically, if the energy companies, you know, that do oil and gas controlled the alien technology, you might say, well, they wouldn't let the energy out because it's not within their economic interest necessarily to do that.
I mean, didn't this literally happen between Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison because Tesla wanted free energy to be carried over the airwaves, and Edison was like, I think I'll have metered wires.
Well, that's the theory, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Tesla claimed he knew how to transmit energy and electricity, you know, wirelessly. I don't know if that's ever been substantiated, but
Right. I mean, I'm assuming data is some kind of energy.
sure, it is, but not like electricity energy. So, though, I mean, obviously there was, and someone talked about earlier, there is, there are ways, and there is, I think it was New Zealand or something, has, you know, some pretty good stretch of land that is electricity is carried wirelessly, but obviously it seems to be significantly less efficient than just by a wire. So, Take with Salt for $20 says the Barbie movie reminds me of the Epic Mickey game series, where the first game had a bunch of ways to explore, but the second game discards that, and the Barbie movie to me felt like it was exploring more than it said. Interesting. Maybe. Brick Nose for $20. Thank you. So I think the argument that people would act differently if space aliens were real is wrong. COVID demonstrated how quickly humans can adapt to the insane. I don't think we can make prediction based on assumed actions. You know, I agree. As I said, I think, well, the only thing I think that would cause changes or concerns or panics would be if the aliens were hostile to us and there was some kind of actual threat. But I agree. Otherwise, I think COVID is a good example. Humans will adapt to anything. We're very good at adapting to things. We're very good at not thinking about things. So I think we would adapt pretty comfortably to any other alien stuff.
It could be after our human horn.
They could be after our human horn. That would be a big, scary thing.
That would be horrifying.
Red473 for $20 says, gentlemen, if you want to know about aliens, I'd recommend watching the movie Dreamcatcher. All the aliens want to do is take over our minds, live inside us, eat their way out of our butts, but don't kink shame prudes. I've actually both seen and read Dreamcatcher, so I'm aware of it. It's a Stephen King book. Pretty interesting.
Wow.
There are
sounds fun.
There are some really cool things in that movie and in the book, but like all Stephen King's books, it's way too long. Okay, let's talk about Barbie. How are we going to start this Barbie conversation? Should we like go through like what happens in the movie first, or should we jump right into the politics of it? How should we handle this conversation?
We should do a summary of the plot, and then
Okay.
we should talk about our take.
Okay. Do you want to do the summary or should I do something?
You do the summary.
Okay. Obviously, massive spoilers for Barbie. Summary of the plot is Barbie and Ken. There's like thousands of Barbies and Kens, and they live in an alternate dimensional part of the world that's connected to our world called Barbie Land. And in it, all the Barbies live as you would expect they live in, Barbie Malibu dream houses and all this stuff. It's kind of like this fantastical toy land experience. But we find out that there's this weird thing where each Barbie. Okay, before I explain this, the plot of this movie, or let me say not the plot, the rules of this universe make absolutely no sense. And you just have to accept it. The amount of plot holes in the rules of this universe are astronomical. It's kind of like in the what was the movie where like the people were living underground and you had like the doubles of yourselves?
Oh yeah, that movie.
What was it? Them?
Yeah, that movie was ridiculous. Yeah,
What was the name of that movie?
I can't remember.
The
It's
Get
not
Out guy
important.
made it.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's kind of like that movie where the rules of the universe, Us was the name of the movie. The rules of the universe don't make any sense if you think about it for 2 seconds. The rules of the Barbie universe make no sense.
They make
Because
more sense than us.
No, they don't. They make no sense because the plot, the premise is that all these Barbies, even though they live in this other universe, each Barbie is supposed to be associated with a human who's played or plays with it, and that whatever that human does to that Barbie or thinks about that Barbie influences that Barbie's behavior in Barbie Land. And the reason it doesn't make any sense is because number one, there should literally be millions of Barbies if that's the case. Like way more Barbies. There should be way more duplicates of Barbies, right? And most of the Barbies should be destroyed. They should have their limbs cut off. They should be chopped in little pieces. They should all be in trash cans because I'd imagine that most Barbies in the world have all been thrown away at some point.
Those will all be in Barbie 2, where we visit the landfill of all the
Right.
discarded Barbies. But let's just do the plot summary first before
so-
we
Right.
give
I'm
our
just letting
take
you know
on-
that you have to like put the rules of this out of your mind. Okay. So the rules are each Barbie associated with a human, that human's interaction with the Barbie affects the Barbie in Barbie Land. So our main Barbie, who's literally called stereotypical Barbie, Margaret Robbie's character.
Right, but they have a lot of different. They obviously have like a black Barbie and a Latino Barbie and all that stuff.
And they're all
Because
called Barbie.
in the real world, we do have all those Barbies now. So this actually maps onto
Yes.
the Barbie
Yes.
real world correctly. Although
Though
my wife claims that she's never seen a fat Barbie in her life, and there is a fat Barbie in the movie.
There's a fat Barbie prominently in the movie in many,
Right.
many scenes that they want to put out there to say, listen, we're not, shaming fat women.
Well,
Though
the fact that they don't have a line of fat Barbies is telling. So all of the other Barbies, including the wheelchair Barbie, exists as a toy.
Yes.
Fat Barbie does not exist as a toy. So you take that however
Okay,
you
so
want.
so the fat Barbie doesn't actually exist. That was a lie.
Right.
Interesting. Well, here's this. I thought the other Barbies, like all like the black Barbies and the Hispanic Barbies, I don't think they're called Barbie. I thought they all had different names.
Well, I think they're called Barbie.
Okay. Well, anyway, everyone's Barbie, everyone's Ken in the universe, except there's one Alan.
Right.
There's a couple other known ones, but anyway, it's not important.
And the Allen thing is never explained, which kind of sucks. But continue.
It is never explained. Okay, so our main Barbie, she's kind of going through her dream day, and we find out that she's having random thoughts of death
Right.
that she's never had in her entire life. Then all of a sudden, as you see in the trailer, her feet become flat because normally she walks around in high heels, and her feet like maintain the high heel shape as if she was a doll. And then she starts getting cellulite, and so she goes to see Kristen Wiig, who's called Weird Barbie, because she's supposed to be the representation of the one Barbie that the kid played too hard with and broke its legs and cut its hair and put crazy makeup on its face and blah, 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 blah.
Not
And-
Kristen Wiig, but I can't remember the name.
I mean,
of the
not
actress.
Kristen Wiig.
Yeah,
yeah,
the other Kristen Wiig.
the other Kristen Wiig. Yeah, the lady from Ghostbusters.
Right.
2017.
That's okay.
2016.
I'll look it up. You continue.
No, it is Kristen Wiig. What are you talking about?
That is not Kristen Wiig, but Kristen Wiig is in Ghostbusters. But
Oh, then who am I thinking? Who's the lady in Barbie?
I will look it up. Continue with
Okay.
your...
Anyway, so, and this whole time this is going on, we learn that Ken exists, who is Ryan Gosling's character, and Ken is hopelessly in love with Barbie. And it seems like he's been created expressly to be in love with Barbie, and she does not feel the same way about him, even though she describes them as boyfriend and girlfriend at a point in the movie. She doesn't seem to have any feelings for him, really, except to like kind of pat him on the head, kind of like a little brother that you don't really want to hang around with.
Kate McKinnon is the actress.
Kate McKinnon, thank you.
Yes.
Who was also in Ghostbusters.
True. Yeah, that's why.
Okay. So anyway, so Barbie's having these like weird problems. Kate McKinnon's character tells her, because she's been broken, she somehow, the fact that she's like ugly and broken and weird has granted her some kind of knowledge of the outside world. And she says, okay, she explains to Barbie the rules, that this means that her owner is having a tough time, so that she has to go venture into the real world to go fix her owner's problems so that she can fix her own problems in Barbie land. So Barbie goes out into the real world. Ken tags along, as you see in the trailer. And they go on this journey to find the owner. Meanwhile, we find out that, oh, this is where it gets weird. So when they enter the real world, it's supposed to be the year 2023. But it's as if it's 1970. And what I mean by that is that the level of overt sexism is on the level of like 1960 Mad Men. It's actually It's actually more sexist than 1960s Mad Men. Everyone in the real world is so overtly sexist, it's baffling. Okay.
Yes.
Like they when they enter the real world, they're on Venice Beach. Okay. They're in California. They're in the wokest of woke places besides Portland, Oregon. And she is skating next to Ryan Gosling, her gigantic boyfriend, and all these people are like making these like sexually suggestive comments to her, which I don't think would ever happen in the real world.
Not in a million years. Not in Venice Beach. You'd be arrested.
And then someone has the audacity to run up and slap her butt. She's standing next to Ryan Gosling, who's like this mountain of a man in this movie. Okay. And it's like, I'm supposed to believe that even if someone is so sexist that they think they can just run up and smack her butt, they're going to do it next to who's obviously her boyfriend wearing this matching uniform, who's like gigantic. Okay. But it happens. And then she reactively punches him in the face. And then somehow she gets arrested for that.
Right.
And while she's being arrested, the police are making sexist comments to her about her outfit.
Okay? Yes.
So
we'll come back. By the way, this is a comedy, guys. So they're doing this for comedic reasons.
But
this isn't a drama.
It's straining, and we'll come back to those.
Look, this is like saying you're evaluating it like it's not a Step Brothers type movie. Like, look, you could evaluate Step Brothers as if it's a drama.
Is Step Brothers?
But it's not. Look,
okay, let me ask
as soon as you drift into the Catalina wine mixer,
right?
You're going, look, there's no way the Catalina wine mixer would happen in the real world. Yeah, of course it wouldn't. It's a comedy. Sitch.
Okay, so in a comedy movie like Step Brothers or Zoolander, or
yes, it's the tone of this movie is very much like Zoolander.
But here's the problem: Zoolander is a funny movie. Dodgeball is a funny movie. That when you have wacky characters doing wacky things, they're not trying to make statements about reality.
Barbie is a comedy.
Wait, but you understand that, like in the movie Dodgeball or Zoolander, yes, it's completely insane that there would realistically be a Derek Zoolander character who's that stupid, and all the models would be that stupid, right? Like it's a hyper.
Will Ferrell is in this movie.
Wait, stop. Let me finish. Okay. In the movie Zoolander, we have these comedy characters that are so stupid that it's a joke. right? All the male models are
Yes,
stupid.
that is the joke.
It's not making a statement. It's not making an actual statement about male models or reality or the universe or society.
It's
just
not
done
making
for
a
comedic
statement that male
purposes.
models are stupid. I believe it
No.
is.
I don't think Zoolander is trying to make a statement about the actual stupid levels of male models. The male
I
models
think
would
it
be so
is.
stupid they would have a gasoline fight and then light themselves on fire and blow up. Okay,
I think
don't
that
think
is
that's the message of Zoolander.
explicitly the statement that Zoolander is
No,
trying to make.
that's
That
the
male
joke.
models are
No,
idiots.
You're wrong. Zoolander is playing off of the stereotype as a joke that attractive people are extra stupid.
Right.
That's the joke. It's playing off of it. It's not saying it's true. It's just using it like
And
make
that's not what's going on. That's not what's going on in Barbie. That they're playing off the stereotype that cops are sexist pigs.
No, everyone in this universe, in the real universe, is like hyper sexist. And the problem with saying that it's a comedy is because that's the point of the movie, is this element of sexism. But anyway, we'll come back to this. Okay, let me just get through the plot analysis, or let me just explain the plot. Okay, so she's in the real world. Everyone's super sexist. Will Ferrell's the CEO of Mattel. He finds out about this. They're trying to bring Barbie back to the Barbie world because apparently there's some big problem. If Barbie exists in the real world, it's a big problem. It's never explained what will happen.
They do allude
the threat
to
is never explained.
They do allude to something else had happened in the future that turned out to be a big nightmare, but it is
in the past they say that there was another Barbie's sister came and she attempted to do something dangerous with her owner. Like that was the only thing. But he makes it seem like there's some kind of existential threat, like reality will be destroyed or something. But they never really explain what the threat is. Besides that, Barbie just doesn't know what to do in the real world, and because Barbie's from a fantasy land. Okay.
Well, they do allude to a threat, but it actually goes against the movie being woke because the threat that's taking place is that, you know, once Ken goes back and takes over Barbie world, all of a sudden it's causing there to be a lot more misogyny in the real world. Because, you know, they're selling a bunch more misogynist Ken dolls,
right? Okay,
which completely goes against the idea that the movie is woke. Because
it doesn't, but we'll get into that. Okay,
mm-hmm.
So Barbie's looking for her owner. Barbie's like using her psychic connection with the owner, and she has images of a daughter and a mother playing with a Barbie. She assumes that it's the daughter. She goes and finds the daughter, and the daughter is a horrible person. They are a horrible person that uses wokeness to bully Barbie for no reason. You've probably seen this clip of the scene where she calls Barbie a fascist and all these other horrible things and makes Barbie cry. Okay, so this little girl's just awful. Well, this is all going on.
This scene is okay. I read this scene as hilarious. So
okay, it's fine, but let me just get to the plot. Okay, while this is all going on, Ken goes off and he discovers the patriarchy. Okay, he's just wandering around. And it's actually very interesting. The thing that first gets him like interested in the world is that a woman comes up to him and asks him what time it is. And just that little thing, that she respects him enough to stop and say, excuse me, do you know what time it is? He's suddenly like, oh my God, I'm thought of as like a person. Someone literally asked me a question. They regard my opinion in some minor way. Like this is how pathetic his life is in the Barbie world. Someone literally asking what time it is like enough to give him like,
he's
an
oppressed.
Like, he's super oppressed. Is enough to like make him feel like he has worth. Just being asked the time. Okay. And so then he's like walking around. He notices that people are like, oh, excuse me. Or like people like hold the door open for him. And he's like, this is the most amazing thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. And then in this completely insanely ridiculous scene, he goes up and he like enters a random building downtown. First of all, it's hilarious that like downtown and the school are like somehow within walking distance of each other, but okay. He goes in this building downtown and he goes up an escalator. And for some reason, wherever building he's in, it's like all these TV monitors. And it's just a montage of like male presidents, horses, money with men's face on it. It's like this weird montage of just like men doing things. You're like, what the heck building is this? And seeing this montage like imparts in Ken like the wisdom of the patriarchy or something.
Well, no, he goes to the library.
Then he comes back. Yeah, then he comes back to the school, and then he goes into the library and he finds all the books on the patriarchy that he can, and he reads them. Right.
So he reads up on the patriarchy.
Yes.
And then he assumes, because he's reading all this feminist literature, that he can just, you know, live life on easy mode.
Yes.
And he goes to get a bunch of jobs, like
He tries to get a bunch
right.
of jobs. Yeah.
So he tries to be a doctor, I think.
Yes.
So there are all these different things that he tries, but he fails miserably. That's important.
Yes.
Go ahead. Continue.
There's an important scene where he goes. He tries to get 2 jobs. He goes to an office building and he tries to get a job there. And he's talking to a guy. And the guy says, "Well, do you have do you have a degree? Do you have some kind of degree?"
A lot
he
of
says,
PhDs
"No."
here. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a PhD or whatever? And Ken's like, "No, but I am a man." And the guy's like, "Well, I can't hire you for that." And he's like, "Yeah, but I thought this was a patriarchy." And this is a line in the movie. The guy says, "Well, it still is a patriarchy, but we're better at hiding it."
Well,
and Ken says,
well,
okay.
But the guy also says,
Yeah.
when he says, "I'm a man," he says, well, that's kind of a disadvantage at this point.
Yes, that's true. That's a good point. He does say
Yeah.
that, right?
So, I mean, that scene
it's
could play
conflicting.
either way. Yeah, exactly.
Right, but so that's why it's conflicting. It's very strange. Okay, so he says both. Then he tries to get a job as a doctor, and he talks to a female doctor, and she's like, "You need to just get out of here." And he's like trying to ignore her because he's like, "Where are all the men doctors?" And then
Right.
then he tries to get a job as a lifeguard. One
Yes.
of the that was funny. One of the funny recurring jokes in it is that Ken's job as a Barbie
Is beach.
He's beach, right? He's beach Ken. And you go, what does that mean? He's not a lifeguard. It's just he's beach Ken. He's just supposed to exist on a beach. That's his job in the Barbie world.
Yes.
He just exists in the vicinity of a beach, which I thought that was funny. There were some funny bits of the movie. So anyway, Barbie's devastated after having the conversation with the little girl. She ends up getting kidnapped by Mattel. She goes to the Mattel office. They try to put her literally back into a Barbie box to take her back to Barbie Land. What? She decides to run away.
Doesn't Ken go back first? Because I think that's important too. So Ken experiences this. He can't achieve anything in the world. Like, he experiences a meritocracy, even though he's read all these books on patriarchy. So he decides, I'm going to go back to the Barbie world. So he leaves.
Yeah, once Barbie gets kidnapped, he ditches her and leaves and goes back to the Barbie world alone.
Right. Yes. With his newfound knowledge of patriarchy.
Right.
Right.
And they actually say patriarchy. Like, we're not.
They do, yeah.
He says patriarchy like 1,000,000 times in this movie, okay?
Yeah, he says, I'm going to go back and establish a patriarchy.
Yeah, that is literally says that, okay? So while he's establishing his patriarchy, Barbie is running around in the Mattel offices trying to escape. And it kind of ruins part of it, because up until this point, the real world has been more like, quote, realistic, and Barbie world has been like fantasy. And for some reason, the Mattel office, like, everyone is like so goofy and silly that it's like doesn't make it, like, it's not the real world anymore. It's like this bizarre hyper fantasy realm.
This is why I brought up the Catalina wine mixer, because we're definitely in Catalina wine mixer territory here.
But that part of the movie is very bizarre, because up until this point, they had made this clear delineation between the Barbie world and the real world, and now it's like mixed together in the Mattel office for no reason, and a not funny way either.
Well, I mean, I would argue that the cop station was the same, but you're saying that's somehow drama.
Okay, so the cop station, the cops are just being very overtly sexist to Barbie. Okay, talking about how hot she is and what she's wearing.
Yes.
At the Mattel factory, there's literally a scene where she's running away from the CEO and all the people on the board. And they're running through cubicles, and all the CEOs are just running in random directions around each other. None of them are actually chasing Barbie. They're just running in random directions in a very silly, over-exaggerated manner as she's trying to weave in and around them. Like, they're all like robots and video game characters.
We don't have to make a big deal of this, but
I'm just saying it's weird, because like, that's so detached from the rest of the real world.
Look, I think that the tonality of the real world is the same as the Mattel factory. You're just
completely disagree with
I know you disagree, but we can move on.
Okay. So anyway, eventually Barbie meets the ghost in the Mattel place. She doesn't realize at the time she meets the ghost of the first person who created Barbie, named Ruth. She escapes the Mattel place, and she ends up meeting she finds out that the daughter wasn't the person that owned her. It was the daughter's mom was the owner of the Barbie.
Correct.
And conveniently, the mom is also the secretary of the CEO of the Barbie factory.
Very conveniently.
Very conveniently.
Which I hate, obviously,
right.
but
whatever. So the mom recognizes, the mom had overheard a conversation early in the movie about how Barbie escaped. So the mom realizes that this is a real Barbie, and kind of like says, "Oh, come with us," and they kind of drive away and they go on like this car chase. And while Barbie's in the car with them, she realizes that that's her Barbie that she has, and that the reason Barbie has had all these thoughts is because she's had all these thoughts. She's had thoughts about death. She's had thoughts about cellulite. She's had all these thoughts, and she's the one that's been influencing Barbie to feel all these kind of negative human emotions. So then they decide, the mother, the daughter, and Barbie decide to all go back to Barbie Land. And when they get there, they find out that Ken has got there first, and he's reestablished, or I guess he shouldn't reestablish, he has created his patriarchy dream, where all the men are now in charge. All the women walk around in maid outfits and serve them beers all the time. So like, even like, so before this, in the Barbie universe, it was the opposite. All the men were subservient, and no man had any position of power whatsoever. They were basically the Stepford husbands. And so like the president was a woman, everyone in the Supreme Court was a woman, every position of power was a woman. And now it's the reverse. It's all just men, all the women, including the president, including the doctors, including the Supreme Court justices, they've all been regulated to wearing sexy maid outfits and serving beer to their Kens. Okay.
It's so hilarious.
Yes. So then Barbie talks to Ken, and Ken, they have an argument, and essentially Barbie gives up. She says, "I can't fix this. I don't know how to fix this." And she lays down on the floor, face down in the grass, which is a funny scene because she's like, she's physically moving like a doll, and it's very funny. But she just gives up. And then the daughter and the mom decide to leave. And then the daughter decides, kind of for no reason, to start to bond with her mother, and then to come back, and that they should go back and save the Barbies.
Right.
And so they do go back, and they hook up with the non-Ken male who's named Alan, which is not super important, but they hook up with him, and he basically brings them to Weird Barbie. And when they're talking to Weird Barbie, there's like this really insipid scene where the mom character, the mom who's the mother, who's the Barbie is her Barbie, gives this long diatribe about the woes and perils of being a woman.
Right.
In a man's world.
In 2023, yes.
In
It's
2023.
it's the kind of speech you'd hear out of AOC and think,
Yes.
"Oh, that's not real."
Right. The whole like, "Oh my God, we're expected to be strong, but not too strong. Because if we're too strong, we'll be called like bitchy. And we're expected to, to like turn men down, but we can't turn them down too hard because we don't want to hurt their feelings." Like, we've heard all this.
It is laying it on
times.
thick. Yes.
It's the most thick lay on, feminist crap we've all heard.
Yeah,
Which, by the
garbage.
way, people have, I don't fault a woman for saying that she experiences that. My problem is the way the movie frames it. It's like, women are the only people that experience these conflicts, while men don't experience any conflicts in society. And that's kind of the problem with this. But anyway, so she gives this like long, it's like literally like a 3-minute long speech about the woes of being a woman in 2023. And this speech is so powerful that it wakes up the brainwashed Barbies.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that I forgot to point out. When Ken takes over this universe and he subjugates all the Barbies, for some reason, all the Barbies just accept their new roles as being subservient to the male Kens, and they're all very happy about it. They're totally happy about it. And the explanation the movie gives is, well, it's like when smallpox infected the Native Americans, they didn't have any immunity to the patriarchy because they've never experienced it. So all the women just happily go along with being, second-class citizens, essentially, until they hear the mother's speech about how much it sucks to be a woman.
And then they're pissed.
And then they wake up from the brainwashing, which, by the way, makes no sense because none of the Barbies have experienced any of these things that the mom is talking about because they've lived in Barbie land their whole lives.
Yeah, that's
never
a
had to deal with
total
any of this.
contradiction.
Right. But the symbolism is supposed to be like, when you talk about, the symbolism is supposed to be speaking truth to power, like simply her speaking her experience from a standpoint, epistemological perspective is so powerful. It wakes people up from the conditioning of the patriarchy. Like that's the symbolism here. So they concoct this plan where they're going to go around and one by one take all the Barbies by force, kidnap them, and have the mom give their feminist speech to them, and that's going to wake them up from the brainwashing.
Which works, surprisingly.
And this works.
Yes.
Right. But here's an important thing. None of this, Barbie isn't doing really any of this. She's just tagged along essentially for this whole thing.
Yeah, this is a big problem. They switch protagonists midstream here. All of a sudden, America Ferrera is the protagonist.
Yeah, the mother is the one that's enacting the change and doing all the work here.
Right.
And so there's this stupid plot point where essentially the men have to, they haven't just taken over by force. They've like tricked all the women into being subservient, and they're going to have a vote where they're going to vote in the Barbie Constitution to make it so that men are in charge and women are second-class citizens. And in order to stop men from participating in the vote, the Barbies have concocted a plan to make it so that all the men will be too busy fighting each other than actually going to vote that day. So that the Barbies alone can vote and they could keep subjugating the males.
Right.
And the way that
election
they do this,
interference.
Right. And the way that they do this is pretty gross.
It is terrible.
So the big plan is that all the Barbies are going to go to all their Kens who are like built to love them, and they're going to pretend that they're in love with their Ken for like the first time, actually make their Ken feel happy. Okay. And then when they're on a date with their Ken, in the middle of the date, they're going to pretend like they've lost interest in their Ken, and they're going to start hanging out with a different Ken to make them jealous.
Right. They're
Okay.
going to pull the same thing that Jonah Hill's girlfriend pulled on him.
Yes. Intentionally.
Literally.
They're going to intentionally break the Kens' hearts. This way that the Kens will fight each other. All right.
Yes. They're going to turn the Kens into jealous monsters who hate one another.
Right. Though, of course, when this scene, the logic of the scene doesn't even make sense, because the way it's shot is like Ken is on a date with Barbie, Ryan Gosling's on a date with Barbie, and he's singing to her. They're all singing the song "I Want to Push You Around," which we'll talk about. There's a lot of symbolic implications there. And he's singing the song to Barbie on guitar, and you see this like 20 other Kens singing the exact same song to Barbie on the guitar, all at the beach in a circle. And the thing that doesn't make any sense is that the Barbies all get up and they all switch Kens. But there's 20 of them, so they should all just be switching. So they should all end up still with another Barbie. There shouldn't be any Kens left out. And yet at the end of it, somehow half the Kens have no Barbies with no explanation.
Right.
How does that work?
Plot hole.
Okay. Big plot hole. But anyway, so this works. The Kens get all jealous with each other, and they engage in some sort of war, which is really
a dance off at the beach.
The dance off. The "I'm Just Ken," which is the best song in the movie.
It is hilarious. It is so funny. It is so funny.
That's the "I'm Just Ken" part. Yeah. And then while they're busy fighting, the Barbies go and they vote themselves back into power. And then they basically say at the end of it, "Listen, Ken, we'll give you..." Oh, okay. So there's a scene where the Kens say, "Oh, well, we realized that we were wrong to try to subjugate you. But can we have a little bit of power? Can we have some Kens on the Supreme Court?" And the female president Barbie literally says, "No, maybe we'll give you some lesser circuit courts, but we're not going to give you equal representation. You're going to have to work for that for like 60, 70 years."
Right.
Okay. Which is supposed to be mirroring how like
the real world is.
In the real world, we didn't snap our fingers and create equal representation. But of course it comes off really gross in this movie, because it's literally like, we're subjugating you, you subjugated us. Maybe they should be equal at the end of it. No, we're just going back to subjugating you, and we'll give you a tiny, tiny sliver of the pie now. Which is a really gross like message of the movie that you're trying to teach children this. So that's how that resolves for all the Kens. For the main Ken, it resolves where basically Barbie says, "I don't love you. I'll never love you. You need to go find who you are on your own." And he finally just says, "Okay, I'll find myself on my own." And then, for no reason, Barbie, well, we don't really understand her motivation at this point, decides to leave the Barbie world and go back to the real world with the mother and the daughter. And she does. And then that's the end of the movie.
Well, I mean, she goes back to the real world, but she becomes a real woman.
She becomes a real human. Yes.
And they show this at the end by her going to a gynecology appointment.
Yes.
They make several jokes throughout the movie about how no one has any genitals.
Yeah.
So in the very end, she's walking into an office. You assume this is like her interview for the high-powered woman job. And no, it's just an appointment, her first appointment with a gynecologist,
Yes.
which I do think could easily be read as a thumb in the eye of trans people. But
It could. No, it could be. I don't think that was intentional.
right, okay.
Okay. So that's kind of your gist of the movie. Okay. So let's talk about. Let's actually try to analyze this piece of crap. Okay. So
Well,
you think?
be clear on why you're calling it a piece of crap, because
Okay.
I have tons of problems with the movie in that,
Right.
you know, we're playing protagonist bingo here. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't feel like there's a real protagonist. I don't feel like the ending is very satisfying because you don't have a main protagonist motivated to achieve something that is ultimately achieved or not achieved in the end, and you know, it's a bitter ending where they miss their goal or they achieve their goal, and it's an uplifting ending. Her goal is never really to become a real woman, so at the end of the movie,
Right.
when she becomes a real woman, I'm like, well,
Why?
who cares? Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So,
Well, let's
but
break into
this is all politics aside. This is like you know, movie stuff. Like
Right.
what makes a satisfying movie?
Well, let's break into two things. There's a political angle, and then there's just the strict film angle. Okay.
Sure.
So why don't we just talk about the strict film angle first before we get into the politics of it?
Okay.
So from the strict film perspective, the movie is very shallow in terms of this is what I tweeted. The movie is very shallow. It's too long in places it doesn't need to be, and way too short in other places. So the setup for the movie is really good. Okay. Barbie lives in this like weird fantasy world. There's a problem that besets her ordered world that sets it into chaos, and she, the hero, has to go off and bring order back to her home, right? Classic story opening. Okay. The problem is, as soon as she goes off into the real world, that's like completely lost sight of. Because as you said, like her motivation in the beginning of the movie is just to fix her place in her world.
Yeah, fix utopia.
Right. Which, number one, she doesn't do, because she goes into the real world, she gets sad, she then gets rescued by her owner, and then she gets brought back to the Barbie world. So first of all, she's not really controlling her actions at this point.
No.
She doesn't go and
Weak
find her owner.
protagonist.
Right. The mom is saving her. The mom is the one that's kind of like leading the actions. And then when they get back to the Barbie world and everything's like worse, so more chaos has come to her home world, Barbie, our hero, doesn't fix anything. She gives up.
Right.
She gives up, and then she's not even the one that like concocts the plan to save the other Barbies. It's the mother
Yep.
that has the speech that will save all the other Barbies.
So we've switched protagonists midstream here, and you're going, look, I have no emotional investment in this mom character that just popped into the movie halfway through. So
Yes.
from a filmmaking standpoint, it's really just lame.
Yes.
I mean, and they could have done something interesting. You know, Barbie, obviously coming into the real world, you have an opportunity to do the Legally Blonde type thing where she has to really struggle to be able to find the person that's doing this. And we find out, you know, maybe she is smarter than she's made out to be, and we kind of fall in love with the character along the way. But no, she just sits down on a park bench and imagines it, and it comes to her without any effort at all. You're like, oh, okay, well, fuck me, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
She
so
doesn't
structurally as a
work.
movie, it's just terrible.
Yeah, she as a protagonist, Barbie is incredibly shallow, hollow. She's literally the Hollow Knight from Hollow Knight. She's an empty vessel. Now, here's what's kind of interesting, because I think this was intentional. I realized this when I was watching the scene where the mother is like going on her tirade about how hard it is to be a woman.
Oh, that scene is so bad, and it's so long. I imagined America Ferrera practicing the scene in her trailer before it actually happened.
Right. It's funny because Barbie's like laying on the floor when she gives the speech, and I'm trying to remember in my mind. I think there's literally a shot where it's like the camera's like on the floor looking up at her, and so she's kind of like talking down to you as she's giving this speech. Like she's literally talking down to you as she's giving the speech.
Yes. Yeah.
No, so This is what I think is kind of interesting. I think the thought process here was that Barbie as a character is supposed to be like the Barbie doll in the real world, in that it is a blank slate for whatever girl is watching the movie to project her thoughts and feelings onto this character. She's a vessel for you to project whatever you want onto her.
Right.
And I think they tried to do that with her character in the movie, which is stupid because a movie doesn't work that way.
Right.
And so you basically have a completely feckless protagonist who goes on a journey, doesn't figure out anything on the journey, gets back home, doesn't solve the problem that has now beset her home. So then at the end of the movie, she didn't do anything. When the end of the movie, when everyone's like standing around like, you saved us, Barbie, I'm like, she didn't do anything. She did nothing to save anyone. It was all other Barbies. It was all the mom that saved everyone. So then at the end of the movie, when she's like, I want to go be a real person, you're like, why?
Yeah, we didn't learn anything to figure out the motivation there, which is part of the reason why you're calling it shallow, and I completely agree with you.
Yes. And then when you even look at the mom character, so you have this mother-daughter character, which is kind of like the central emotional point of the movie, which is very interesting when we get into the politics of this. Like the main conflict between the mother and the daughter is that the daughter is a typical teenager who's an asshole to their mother, right?
Right.
The daughter is woke and is using wokeness as a weapon to bully people, and for no reason really, the daughter starts to not be such a bitch to her mom, and they connect.
Yeah, but we don't understand the motivation there. There's no inciting incident for that.
Yes.
It's just kind of random. Yeah.
It's just completely random. And it's weird because they could have done it very easily, where when the mom is in the Barbie world and she's giving her feminist speech and fixing all the other Barbies, her daughter could have seen that and been like, oh, my mom's cool. Look at this. She's like saving all these other Barbies.
You cannot look at that speech and think your mom is cool.
Well, the daughter would, because the daughter was hyper woke.
Right, but they kind of took that away from her. I thought, man, the daughter's character was super interesting in the beginning when she basically calls Barbie a fascist and says, she's supporting the capitalist patriarchy, which is an interesting choice because, seeing a more conservative mom who grew up playing with Barbies and, obviously has some sort of affection for Barbie in that sense, conflicting with a daughter who is just completely, anti-capitalist, anti-establishment would be an interesting conflict to explore, but they just immediately drop it. They don't explore it at all. It's completely, all of a sudden they're on the same team. If she would have went back to Barbie world and maintained that attitude, that would have added 10 times more conflict in Barbie world and could have been so much more interesting. Yeah.
Well, and maybe they could have done a thing where like, because the daughter is wrong. Well, maybe you could call the Barbie world fascist, but she was wrong because when in Barbie's land before Ken takes over, it's not a patriarchy, it's the hyper matriarchy.
Yeah, but imagine if she discovered that the matriarchy was also fascist, but in the same way, and then had a realization.
Yes.
That would have been interesting.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
She would have been like, oh my God, they're oppressing men here the same way we oppress women in my world.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have Barbie's character doesn't really go anywhere, makes sense. You have the mother-daughter dynamic that is just shallow and flips for no reason without really exploring anything interesting about it. And then we have Ken, who's the other main character.
Who has the most tangible goal in the whole thing.
Yes.
How much do you love a character that has a tangible goal, Sitch?
Well, that's what, it's funny. I'm watching this movie and I'm like, Adam's going to love Ken. The same reason he loved Bowser.
Of course.
You have the male character who has a very clear goal. He wants Barbie to love him.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Very clear. And she doesn't, right? So it's like, okay. And it's so funny because we were talking about this on Sunday. You have the unrequited love character, right? That, most people can empathize with and understand very instantaneously and, feel bad for.
We have all felt that. It's very easy to empathize with.
Yes. And everything he does, including taking over Barbie land, it's all motivated by the fact that Barbie doesn't love him.
Yes.
Everything he does is motivated by this and him trying to essentially win her affection over and failing to do so.
Now he literally establishes a patriarchy to win a woman. What does that tell you?
Yes. What does it tell you? Yeah.
Yes, there's some
Yes,
much deeper
there
themes
is.
going on here.
There
Yeah.
is. But then at the end of it, when the Barbies take everything back, so the resolution of this is Ken runs up to the bed and cries, and she like taps his head and says, there, little baby, everything will be fine. And he literally says, you know, ruling things was hard anyway. I don't really want to do it anymore. Which is funny because it's literally like the stereotype of the woman, right?
Of
Oh,
course.
ruling is hard. Don't worry your pretty little head. You don't want to, it's just too much work. Right. So they give this to Ken. This is the end of the movie, by the way. They give Ken this like stereotypical female, like, negative stereotype of a female. Ruling is too hard. And it just is like Barbie just says, you need to go be your own person. And he just accepts it for no reason, even though the implication is that Ken as an entity has been literally designed by the god of this universe to be her love interest. And he's just supposed to just go off and accept being himself. And he does for no reason.
Yeah, Ken gets totally screwed in this movie.
Well, no, he accepts it. He just says, okay. He's like, okay, you're right. I'm going to be my own man. But it's like, why? What made him change? What made him realize that change? Nothing. She just gives a speech, like a 2-minute speech, and he changes his mind. Okay, so none of the characters' arcs make any sense. The rules of the universe don't make any sense. And I already talked about the rules of how the Barbies work doesn't make really any sense whatsoever. The rules of applying to the Kens don't make any sense either, because the implication is Ken was created to be in love with Barbie. Why are the Barbies not in love with their Kens?
Because obviously I can think of a reason that is not in the movie, which is obviously bad story writing. So
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like the rules, like why in the rules of the universe, why do the Barbies
I can
not like
headcanon it for you if you want me to.
No, but I'm saying, but then it gets makes even less sense because there's a central plot point where Ryan Gosling Ken is jealous of this other guy who I don't know who's the actor's name is an Asian Ken, and they're both fighting for Margot Robbie's affections.
Yes.
Which doesn't make any sense because I thought this beach Ken was made for her, number one. Number two, there should be like 4 to 5 times as many Barbies than there are Kens. There's way more Barbie dolls than there are Ken dolls. So the Ken should be swimming in Barbies. There should be no conflict for women in this movie at all. Right. Like the disparity between the men and the women should be way in the woman's favor. So why are there multiple Kens fighting over the same Barbie? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, they never really go into the logic of the world like that.
No, they don't. But these are like central plot points to the movie.
Well, I'm willing to give it a pass just on the fact that it's a wacky comedy. I think one of the reasons why they went so crazy in the Mattel scene is because they had established a tone that this is just a wacky comedy movie, and they were going for that, kind of your highness type vibe. Yeah, but so that's why I think it's a little what you're doing, kind of separating the real world, wanting like a more realistic vibe in the real world. I think it's just the tone of the movie isn't that kind of tone.
Here's the thing. I didn't do that. They did that. Okay. That's like they're trying to create this. The movie very clearly is trying to create Barbie Land is like wacky and goofy, and then the real world is dark and cynical and the patriarchy.
Look, I think they could have done it.
That's what they did. That's what they did in the movie.
Well, no, we disagree on the scenes at the beach and the cops and all that. I think all of those scenes are establishing a kind of wacky tone to say, okay, we're not going to go super serious in the real world either.
Well, but the problem is that it's not like except for if we remove the Mattel part, all the non-serious parts of the real world are just people being sexist. That's it.
Yeah, but they're being sexist in like over the top ways.
Yeah, but that's it. But if I'm watching a movie and it's supposed to, and like everything is realistic except for the sexism, that doesn't to me signal that they're aware, like, oh, it's supposed to be like silly. No, I'm like, oh no, they think that people are just this sexist.
You didn't think the car chase was wacky?
Not that wacky.
Okay.
What was so wacky about the car chase?
Just seemed wacky.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just to me, they were trying to do this clear delineation between the Barbie land and the real world. And I think they have to make the delineation because part of the point of the movie was like the real world was encroaching into the Barbie world, right? The mom's thoughts of death. There was like a constant theme of like the real world has death and change and all these dark things in it, and the Barbie land has none of these things. And these things are encroaching into the Barbie land. So they're definitely creating this dual realm.
Okay,
Now
well,
you could say,
look, I disagree, but we can
okay.
move.
Well, I'll say one thing. You could say, this would be the argument that I think you could make to me, would be like, well, since Mattel is supposed to be like the bridge between Barbie and the real world, and that's why it's wacky, because it's like supposed to be like 1 foot in Barbie land and 1 foot in the real world, maybe. But
Yeah. I don't think
it
they
works.
really set it up that way, but
Though there is a funny thing that now I have a lot of questions about this movie about how much of the movie is structured the way it is because Mattel demanded it be structured the way it is. And there's a funny line in the movie where once Ken takes over Barbie Land, Mattel is worried because once Ken takes over Barbie Land, apparently the way the rules work is that whatever's happening in Barbie Land like makes toys in the real world.
right.
Okay. And so when Ken takes over Barbie Land, he's making everything misogynistic and patriarchy. It makes the Ken patriarchy toys manifest in the real world just automatically.
Well,
And
it's unclear because it seems as though it makes a demand for them, and they manufacture them to meet that demand.
I took it that the toys began to materialize, and then people liked those toys because there's a line where it's like, oh my God, all the people love the new Ken patriarchy toys. These things are selling like hotcakes.
Right, exactly.
Right. And so
But
to
you
me,
can
I
interpret that either way.
you could. I interpret it as this is yet another thing of saying how sexist our society is. Because of course, since our society is so sexist, the sexist toys sell very well.
Right.
But then here's where Mattel puts their finger on the script because Will Ferrell's character says, so someone asked Will Ferrell, they say, we're making so much money. Why do we care? And Will Ferrell says, you think I'm just doing this for the money? No, as CEO of Mattel, I'm doing this so that little girls can dream.
Yeah, but that's so sarcastic.
But he was being 100% serious because if it was just about the money, they would have stopped. They wouldn't have tried to change anything back.
Right.
So
Okay.
he was being serious. And that
The-
was,
one
to
of the-
me, that was Mattel putting their finger on the script saying, no, no, no.
One of the things that I do think is super interesting about this movie is that it's kind of a Rorschach inkblot test because you can see this movie as making fun of wokeness very easily, or you can see this movie as super woke very easily. So really, and I do think this is kind of the way you have to write movies in this atmosphere. So people can, so you can basically play both of those markets at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And Sitch, obviously, we talked a little bit before this, and Sitch seems to think that that was accidental. And if it was, that's fine. I don't really know. But
well, do you want to talk about the movie structure, or are we gonna move on to the politics of it?
well, okay.
I mean, it seemed like you agree with the movie structure having all these problems.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I laid out the problems.
Right.
I feel like I said everything I need to
Gotcha.
say about the problems. So we
And there
we
were some
disagree on the
funny
tone.
bits. There were some funny bits, but a lot of the funny bits were not funny either. So
So what were the funniest bits for you? I mean, obviously
thought-
the dance scene at the end was just fucking hilarious. But
I liked almost most of the jokes with Ryan Gosling were funny.
Ryan Gosling completely stole the show. It's pretty funny that people are already talking about him being nominated for an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor.
That won't
And
happen,
a lot of people are complaining because obviously it's supposed to be a raw feminist movie, and
Yes.
the male, like
It's the best part of the movie.
the male, yeah, because he
Right.
has a clear goal. He has a clear established goal
A clear
from the
goal
very
and a
beginning
clear
of the,
conflict.
from the very beginning, like the first time we meet Ryan Gosling,
Yeah.
he super wants to get the attention of Barbie, like that's his ultimate focus, and all the way through the movie he pursues that goal in every scene. So that makes him a likable character. Someone who wants something and goes for it is who we like. The kinds of characters that we don't like are people who don't want to accomplish, therapy Jeff. who don't want to accomplish anything and don't want to do anything in the world. Those
Right.
cold fishes are bad characters.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about the politics of the situation. Okay. Tell me why you think the movie is intentionally made to be interpreted in either direction.
Well, I don't. I'm sympathetic to your analysis that it's accidental, that they didn't know what they were doing, that they made a movie intentionally trying to be a feminist mantra, and inadvertently placed all of these themes that are very conservative in nature. The fact that they're using traditional beauty standards. The guys literally establish a patriarchy for the women, like all of these various things that the feminist agenda would probably object to are inadvertently in the movie, and they're not, they're so out of it that they're not really even aware that they're doing it. I think that could be the case. So I don't. You said that you had some external information, like you did some research on the writers or something.
Well,
so
no,
maybe
so-
you have a more clear picture of this.
Well, okay. To me, you definitely can't. And as I tweeted, I said this movie is like the best unintentional, accidental, like takedown of modern feminism.
Right, and I responded, "Is it accidental?" I do know, like a lot of
Right.
people are really sick of this woke shit.
Right. No, I think 100%. Because here's a perfect example of why I think it's accidental. So when they were filming the scene of Barbie and Ken on the Venice beach, which they actually filmed on Venice Beach,
Right, I remember.
they talked about how, in an interview, the director talked about how all these people, all these men, would come up to Ryan Gosling in that outfit, and they'd high five him and say, "Oh, he looks great," and talk about how awesome he is, right?
Right.
And no one would come up to Margot Robbie.
Yeah,
and talk to
because
her.
because
Wait! Before you say because, don't even say because.
don't give it away. Okay,
Don't
go
give it
ahead.
away. Okay.
I know why. You know why.
Yeah. Okay. I know why, but here's why this is interesting. No one would come up to Margot Robbie's character and talk to her or tell her that she looks good or anything to that nature. They just look at her. They wouldn't come and talk to her, and this made her feel really uncomfortable that people were just looking at her and not saying anything to her. And the thing that's fascinating is that the director and Margot Robbie seem to interpret this as evidence of sexism. They interpreted this
sad.
as like, see, all these men are coming up to the man and they're talking about how good and awesome they are, and no one is coming up to Margot Robbie to tell her how good and awesome and beautiful she is.
Right.
That's how the director interpreted that interaction.
Well, that's definitely a point in your favor.
Right. So yes. So that tells you that the mindset of the world that they think they live in. Because as I'll ask you, why do you really think it is that no one went up to Margot Robbie and talked to her when she was wearing that outfit?
Well, they didn't want to be accused of sexism, obviously. The direct opposite of what they believe.
Exactly.
They didn't want to. They didn't want to say, "Oh,
they didn't want to
look."
get me too'd.
Yeah, they didn't want to get Me
Yes.
Too'd. They didn't want to get accused of using the male gaze. So they couldn't say, "Oh, I like the way that you look." Look, you can't walk up to a girl in this day and age and say, "Oh, you have a pretty smile." What's your fucking?
Yes.
Yeah,
This is what's so this.
it's
that's why
directly
they-
opposite. Yeah.
Yes, that's why when I was reading this article about this, my mind like blew up because so Margaret Robbie's wearing this outfit which looks like it's straight out of the 80s. She's wearing like this like unitard thong.
She
but
looks
she's got,
great. I mean,
It looks great, yeah. She's wearing this like neon unitard thong, but she's wearing super tight like
Yeah.
shorts underneath the thong, right?
right.
So but it's definitely like a very like sexually outfit.
Yes.
In 2023, no guy is going to feel comfortable enough walking over to superstar Margot Robbie wearing this very sexual outfit and like complimenting the outfit because they think they're going to get accused of sexism
Yep.
or Me Too'd or something horrible. But then on the flip side, women aren't going to go over and compliment the outfit because they're going to look at this outfit as this is not an outfit that's empowering to women. This is a highly sexual outfit. This outfit is perfectly exemplifying the male gaze of objectifying women.
Another point of evidence that feminism has won.
Yes. And so the only people when they have this interaction of Ryan Gosling and Margot Robbie wearing these outfits sitting next to each other, so because of this weird literally because of feminism in 2023, no one feels comfortable going up to Margot Robbie because they don't know what to say to her. But everyone feels totally comfortable going up to the man because you can objectify the man as much as you fucking want. No one cares.
You can say anything.
Yes. You go up to Ryan Gosling, like, oh man, you look shredded. You look great. You look so awesome. Oh, that's a great outfit. Like you can say whatever you want to Ryan Gosling. Yep. And it's totally fine because you won't get accused of anything bad. But everyone's too terrified to come up and talk to Margot Robbie.
Right.
And to me, and then the director doesn't understand that that's why this is happening. She thinks that this has something to do with her message for feminism because she's so detached from what the actual's going on in the situation, the social situation.
That is a great point. Yeah.
Thank you.
So it is accidental then. Well, there's one point in the movie that I think is hilarious when Ryan Gosling goes to the jobs and he's like, I'm a man, right? Just give me a job. So he's read all this feminist study, patriarchy bullshit.
Right.
And he thinks I can just get a job because I'm a man.
Right.
But then discovers that the real world is still a meritocracy. And then his immediate response is, well, I'm going to go back to the imaginary world where I can just make it happen.
Yes.
How is that not? I mean, that is just too perfect in making fun of wokeness. That how is that accidentally in the movie?
Well, I don't know. This is why I say when I tweet about this, I said the movie is incredibly confused thematically about what it's trying to say, because that one scene, it's like one scene with that one guy is very telling, because Ken goes up to him.
He says both, which makes me think they are aware, or someone on the writing staff is aware.
I don't know what it means because the guy, he says, "Give me a job." The guy says no. He says, but I thought being a man helps. The guy says, actually, right now it's the opposite.
Right. So he knows feminism is a thing and that they're more likely to hire him for being a woman. He says so.
But then he's like, I thought we live in a patriarchy. And he said, well, we still do, but we hide it better, which then contradicts what he just said.
Correct. Yes.
So
but it is somewhat self-aware.
Doesn't make any sense. I guess. Is it self-aware, or is it just that character is supposed to be a sexist? So from his perspective, he's like, oh, he's like the jaded male who's like, actually, because of affirmative action, it's actually better.
Oh, yeah, that could be. That could be. Yeah. That could be why it's accidentally in there and hilarious.
Yeah, I guess. But so the thing that's kind of fascinating to me, part of why, this is what I realized before we were streaming. This movie is the perfect accident of a mother, of a 40 or 50-year-old woman, imparting her anxieties and fears onto her daughter as a receptacle. Right. That's what this movie is literally and metaphorically is. Metaphorically, it's a 40 to 50-year-old woman taking her fears and anxiety and pushing them into Barbie. That's literally what is the inciting incident of the movie, right?
Yep. That's a universe that they establish.
That's the universe. But the thing is that's the perfect metaphor for woke feminism.
It is.
And the movie perfectly shows this, because when I first saw this movie, I thought, if they really wanted to do the scenes where Barbie comes to the real world and everyone's super sexist, it should have just been taking place in like 1960, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because then those scenes might have made sense, right? The guy slaps her in the ass, the police officers are super sexist towards her, all this other stuff. In the 1960s, you could say, okay, I could see that happening, or at least I could see it happening more than in 2023 of all places. But once I realized that framing, I said, wait a minute. The reason that it takes place in 2023 and the person sees and thinks this is the real world, this amount of sexism exists, is because it's like a 50-year-old woman taking her experiences with sexism from the 1960s and imparting it to her children now and thinking the world still operates this way.
Yeah.
And that's what she's doing to Barbie. She's shoving in her fears and anxieties about sexism into Barbie, even though from Barbie's perspective, she's never experienced any of this in the Barbie land. And the same thing from her daughter. Her daughter's sitting there giving her these, woke speeches about patriarchy and capitalism and fascism. The daughter is a privileged brat who's never experienced any of this in her entire life.
Yeah.
Wait,
go ahead.
And yet she feels like she has the ability to speak about all this stuff. And to me, this movie is the perfect example of what's wrong with woke feminism. It's the smothering 50-year-old mother taking her experiences of sexism from 50 years ago and shoving them into her daughter and saying, this is the world you still live in. And then a bunch of kids thinking it's still the world they live in when it's not.
Right. And the conflict created by believing the world is like that when it actually isn't. Which my thing is, that's like the biggest missed opportunity in this movie is the daughter character. Because I would like, rather than setting it in 1960 where the sexism could be overt, that you would have to find a way to deal with your criticism. For me, it's enough that it deals with it in just, this is the wacky world that we live. This is the wacky tone of the movie. So therefore they can make all of these sexist jokes and we just kind of go with it. That's enough for me. I understand that you're having problems with that. But the missed opportunity for me is that super, super woke character having some sort of realization that wokeness is
wrong.
Well, and that they've been fed this line from their mom that just is a world that doesn't exist anymore.
Yes.
And coming to that realization could be completely meaningful as a B story. That just never, the relationship between, none of this was expressed openly in the relationship between the mom and the daughter. And it's just such a giant, missed opportunity, as I said before. So
it's weird. I don't know if you ever saw it. There's a cartoon called Gumball.
Yeah, I've seen some Gumball.
Yeah, have you seen? There's like a very famous clip a few years ago where Gumball is using social justice. He literally says, "I am a social justice warrior." He's using wokeness to defeat people and to exert power over them.
That's hilarious.
Like very overt, like completely overt. It's all very overt. And there's a scene where he's like whenever someone like transgresses him in any way, he's like, "Have you thought about checking your privilege?" Like he's using like all the language to like make people do what he wants them to do. It's so brilliant.
Well, they set up that character that way where they had the character even come out and say, "No, you don't want to talk to her." But then they just kind of dropped it.
Yes. So it was so weird so wild because there's like literally that scene that happened in Gumball where in Gumball, it's like very clear that Gumball is wrong and he ends up like getting punished for it, where he's using wokeness as a weapon. The daughter character in the movie does the exact same thing. He uses wokeness as a weapon, and she's never punished for it. She's never called out for it. And even at the end of the movie, her last line in the movie is her telling her father to stop culturally appropriating Spanish.
Right. So she never comes to any sort of realization on wokeness, which is a giant, it's just such a missed opportunity. It hurts so bad.
But see, to me, that's, again, like another very clear indication that any sort of critique of feminism here was an accident.
See, that the scene where we first meet the daughter and the daughter is obviously using social justice and completely just eviscerates Barbie, calls her a fascist. That scene for me was hilarious because it's just so accurate. But it is painful if they think, if that's like the drama movie for the drama scene for the feminist who wrote this movie. Like she's thinking, oh, this will be very serious. People will take this scene serious. And I'm taking it like comedy. That's a complete miscommunication of the movie. Yeah.
It would have been funny if it was clear that she was in the wrong for doing this.
Yeah, but we don't know by the end of the movie. Yeah.
Right. Okay, but here's another way in which the themes of the movie made absolutely no sense. The opening scene of the movie is an homage to 2001, which, first of all, it's very interesting. People were saying, why are, like, Ben Shapiro in his review was like, why are all these reviews, why are all these references in this movie that like children won't get? This movie is not for children.
It's for adults, obviously. It's PG-13. What the fuck?
This movie is not for children. This movie is for 40 and 50-year-old mothers to go to take their daughter to. Their daughter not understand half the movie, and then after the movie, the mom's going to hug their daughter and cry and think that she had some emotional, powerful moment in this movie. That's the point of the movie. This movie was made for 40 or 50-year-old women.
We went to an 11 p.m. show last night, and between the previews, you could hear all of the moms and daughters talking in the theater. So you are 100% correct. When we left the movie, all I saw was moms and daughters. And I was thinking,
Like tearfully hugging each other. Oh my
that's
god.
exactly what was happening. So many
Yep.
moms took all of their daughters to
Yep.
see this movie together.
Yep. And I don't even, and but it's made for the mothers primarily. It's not made for the daughters, which is again goes into the theme I said of this movie is about mothers shoving their insecurities onto their children in kind of a very gross way that I think is completely inappropriate. So the beginning of the movie is a bunch of girls playing with dolls that are baby dolls. And it's like the narrator is like, in the beginning, girls could only pretend to be mothers. But then Barbie came along and they could be anything they want to be. And you see like the girls literally destroying the baby dolls like the monkeys in 2001.
The 2001 homage is very good. I like that.
Well, this is a little confused. This is supposed to be a homage because I think in reality, like before Barbie became popular, I think the only dolls that existed were paper dolls and like maybe cloth dolls. They didn't have these like plastic dolls at all. And that's kind of why Barbie took off. But anyway, this theme is important. So the beginning of the movie establishes all girls could do was play at mothering.
Yeah, pretend to be moms.
And now, because Barbie exists, they can do anything they want to do.
Right.
Okay?
They can be career woman.
Yeah, it could be a career woman. That's the opening scene of the movie. Okay, that's setting the stage.
Right.
Here's the problem. Everything in the movie, every single thing in the movie that has to do with a female character discovering some important emotional part about herself, it's all about them being a mother.
Yes.
That's it. The entire conflict that the mother has with the daughter is because she's a mother and a daughter. It has nothing to do with her career or anything, nothing to do with her husband. It's literally all about her relationship with her daughter is a problem.
Yep.
When Barbie becomes a human and she gets imparted the magic to become human by the creator of Barbies in the bright dimension, what happens is when she touches her, she gets all these memories of a mother-daughter, playing together, and mother-daughter experience.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the movie, when she's finally human, what does she do? She goes to the gynecologist to get her vajayjay checked out. Right?
Which implies she's gonna be a mother.
Right, or that being a woman has to do with your vagina, which is about having your ability to procreate and have children.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is why I'm saying the people that made this movie are stupid. The beginning of the movie is you don't need to be a mother to be a woman or to be a girl, but then every other part of the movie is the opposite.
Yeah.
That's all the conflict for the women characters derives from their motherhood.
Yes. Yep.
What's happening?
Muddled writing.
Yes, it doesn't make any sense. It's the complete mess. I'm like, what is happening here?
Muddled writing. Yeah. So do you want to give some final thoughts and then we'll wrap it up?
Well, I just have so much to say about this. Let me look at my notes.
Okay. Look, I don't want to look if you have more to say, definitely. Say it.
There was an interesting thing. Oh, here it is. Here are my notes. There's an interesting thing I noticed. That scene where the mother character is going on the rant about all the problems being women. Like I a million ideas came to my head. That scene was so powerful by accident. Because I realized some very key important thing about modern feminism and modern self-help psychology. And so in the old days, or in the older days of things, we had our fictional characters be aspirational characters.
Right.
Right.
Something we want to achieve.
Right. And so since our characters were aspirational, they would be very attractive. They'd be very handsome or beautiful. They'd be very buff or fit. They'd be hyper competent in some realm. Morally superior, righteous, or they would start off in a lesser place, and then by the end of the movie, they would become greater, right?
Yes, totally.
The whole point of these characters were to be aspirational, as a goal to attain. Even if you can never really truly attain it, it's just always out there for you to keep reaching for, right?
Yeah, of course.
But here's the problem with sort of modern feminism and the modern self-help movement. Everyone hates the idea of aspirations. It's all about accepting who you are as you are.
Yes. Yeah.
Currently. This is what we saw with Therapy Jeff. You should just, nothing matters. be nihilistic and accept who you are in this moment. And to me, this is when the light bulb went off with Barbie, because if you have an aspirational attitude, you can look at Barbie and say, okay, maybe I'll never, because the number one concern that was levied at Barbie in the 60s and by feminists was that Barbie had an unrealistic proportions, right? Unrealistic body beauty standard that no little girl could ever match, and thus she'll feel bad about herself because she could never match this unrealistic standard of beauty, right?
Yeah, supposedly.
But the thing that's weird is that that was never applied to men. Like for all of history, male heroes have been super buff, super good looking, super competent people, generally. Obviously, there's exceptions, but generally. And yet we never had this like, well, men are not, men are feeling bad because they can't aspire to be these heroes, right? And I think it's because there was this shift that occurred that was from no longer viewing these characters as aspirational. Because if you view Barbie as aspirational, it doesn't matter if she has an unrealistic standard of beauty. It's just an aspirational thing. It's not real. It's something to aspire to. But if you switch it from you shouldn't really aspire to anything, you should just be completely happy with who you are as you are, suddenly Barbie's a massive slap in the face, because it's like it reminds you, instead of it being something to aspire to, it reminds you what you aren't.
Right.
And I think that's one of the key psychological problems with modern feminism and with the modern self-help movement and with the modern acceptance movement. Because yeah, obviously you want to have some level of it's not like a zero-sum game. You want to have some level of self-acceptance. Was the AA thing, God, allow me to accept the things I can't change and change the things I can, right?
Right.
You need to have this balance in your life. And it seems like in the past, you could say maybe the balance was too far in the direction of no accepting yourself, just aspire. But now we've gone way too much in the other direction, where it's just accept yourself. You don't need to actually change. You're perfect the way you are, which is BS, which is total hooey.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the modern self-esteem movement right there.
Yeah. And that's what leads, and in that scene with the moms going off on all the proms, to me, that's what leads, the lack of viewing Barbie as aspirational is what leads to this jealousy and anger that, women and feminists would have towards the Barbie character.
Right. The daughter basically says this in the scene, that she's creating unrealistic beauty standards that she'll never be able to live up to.
Right.
That's literally like a line from the movie.
Yeah.
So, but they never dive deeply into any of these psychological aspects, which is just so sad because they have such fertile ground to really, I mean, this could have been as good as The Matrix if they really wanted to dive into these ideas.
Yes. The setup for this movie is great.
Yeah.
I love the setup of this movie. And then as soon as she goes to the real world, it just all falls to pieces.
It does, yeah.
Because, there's two ways you could do this. There's there's the way I expected it to be, which is this would be like the movie Enchanted, where it's just not political. You have a Disney princess character enters the real world. She brings magic to the real world while also learning some important things from the real world that she can bring back to her Disney princess land, right?
Yes, yeah.
I thought that was going to be Barbie's going to go to the real world. It's going to be just fish out of water comedy. And she's going to bring whimsy to some people in the real world. And then when she goes back, she'll bring some useful information about the real world back to the Barbie world or something. But no, instead they did this super heavy-handed, super woke, slapping you on the face with all this political gobbledygook. And they did it in the most dumb, convoluted, simplistic, muddled, confused way possible.
They want to sell toys to social justice warriors.
Well, see, that's what I wonder. I wonder how much of the muddledness of the themes is because maybe the director and Mattel have competing interests.
They do.
As to what exactly they want.
They do, obviously. Somewhat aligned, because I do think the Mattel has to cater to social justice in the same way that every other corporation is forced to do that. So, yeah, the idea that Mattel has a board that is 100% men is that seems laughable to me. That can't be the case.
So Mattel has a board of 11 people, 5 are women and 6 are men.
Yes, that seems much more realistic. Yeah.
And the woman who created Barbie ran the company for like 30, 40 years or something.
Right.
So the whole like there's all these jokes about like when Barbie goes to see Mattel and all the people that run it are men. Like that's just fake. That's just literally a lie.
Totally. Yeah. Yes.
And I'm kind of surprised Mattel allowed that to occur in the because it makes them look kind of bad.
So anything else? Go to your notes. Let's finish up.
That was it.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to argue with anyone about this movie?
Well, I do, but I want to wrap up our review
We can
here
wrap
so
up
we
our
can
review, yeah.
clip it out. And then I think all in all, I found the movie entertaining. I think it was a lot more entertaining for me than Sitch because I had running commentary in the theater for my wife who has played with Barbies and experienced every Barbie product there could possibly be.
Really?
So she was filling me in on a lot of the jokes
Right.
with a lot of the different things. You know, oh, I wanted that. Oh, I could never get that. Like when they do one thing that is super interesting where Ken throws Barbie's clothes out and the clothes are basically put into a product shot as they fly through the air
They
because
freeze in the air and it says the name of the outfit. Yeah.
which are obviously product shots to sell the toys, which I
Yes,
thought,
yeah.
okay,
That was
that's
funny, yeah.
beautiful. Yeah.
That was funny. Yeah.
Which, I mean, if they would have stayed with the girl being more consistent, if they would have made the daughter more like the Spider-Verse the punk Spider-Man character, she would have obviously rolled her eyes at all of those capitalist clothes freezing in the air, right? Going,
Right,
oh
right.
my God, they're trying to
Yeah.
sell everything in this movie, which
Right.
could have been a lot more fun, a lot more
That could have been
interesting. So
funny, yeah.
I just, my big thing was I did think stylistically, I thought a lot of the jokes worked. I thought Ryan Gosling's performance was just out of this world. I mean, I might even recommend the movie just for Ryan Gosling's performance. Obviously, I saw it because everyone's talking about it and trying to spin the movie in one way or another. So I obviously felt like I had to see it myself. But just, you know, a big giant missed opportunity, probably for a lot of the reasons that Sitch is saying, that it was written by a couple of woke feminists who just really aren't able to understand the cultural atmosphere that we're in right now clearly enough to make some of these jokes, and they're just incidentally in the movie out of accident. So
Yeah. So I found the movie for the most part incredibly boring.
mhm.
It's way too long. The movie's like 2 hours for no reason. I mean, I found it interesting because I was gonna review it, and I found all these like inconsistencies about what I thought the movie wanted to say and what it was actually saying. To me, it was interesting while I'm watching the movie. I don't know. I don't think most people would have that experience when they're watching the movie. I think most people will find it boring. I think if you're a young man and you know, I think if you're a youngish man and you're
Mhm.
kind of like don't know where your place in society is, you would actually be incredibly insulted by this movie because the movie basically spits in your face. If you have any sort of, you know, if you're male and you don't really know where you belong in society, and it makes fun of you essentially for not knowing where you are in society. They did have funny jokes. I wish that all the political stuff wasn't there or wasn't so overt because yeah, it could have been a decent movie. But I would not recommend watching it. Though I do think you know Ryan Gosling was very good as Ken, and as I said in Twitter, and this is the irony of the thing, in a few years, no one will remember any of the Barbies, any of the Barbie characters. All the Barbie characters in this movie are so utterly forgettable and boring, and no one will care about them. And all anyone will remember from this movie is Ryan Gosling as Ken. That's all that will
Yes.
survive
Yeah.
from this movie. And the memes of him playing as Ken is all that will survive from this movie in the coming years.
Yeah.
So
He is hilarious. He completely hits it out of the park.
yes.
I don't think I didn't really get any big laughs from the Barbie character at all. I got tons of fun laughs from Ken and the daughter when she was the angsty daughter. But as soon
Right.
as she became, you know, as soon as her character completely contradicted itself, it was like stupid. So,
Right.
but anyway, so we'll go ahead. We'll wrap this up. CT, you can go ahead and clip it here. I will. I think I'm gonna change this from movie review. I have like Barbie movie review here to potentially movie debate, and maybe we'll invite if there's anyone in the chat that's like reeing or on the verge of having a stroke, or someone who hates
Who could it be? Who
or
is
someone
like
anyone
really...
who hates Dave Chappelle, or thinks Dave Chappelle is a transphobe, or thinks that Django Unchained is a terrible movie.
There's someone out. I don't know who.
Maybe we could invite them on and have them yell at us for a bit. What do you think?
Okay.
Sitch, only if you're down, Sitch. I mean, we can wrap it up.
I am down. I'm curious to hear.
We can wrap it up right here if you want.
I'm curious to hear some angry Barbie simp, try to defend this terrible movie. Yes.
Well, you can send Doomer a link. I'll change the heading.
I sent Doomer a link. Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm curious. Doomer is very upset. I think Doomer really liked this movie. He's been very angry supposedly. So.
All right. Well, I have the movie debate tag up. If you want to read any super chats, but
I'll read some super chats. Doomer for $2 says Barbie good, Sitch bad.
Hilarious. Well, guys, we're also supposed to be on Kyle Kalinski's show on Thursday. I don't know if he's recording his show and posting it to his channel, but I think let's rig it up so I can just record it on our end, Sitch, and we'll just post it on our channel too. What do you think?
Okay. I mean, if he says, yeah, sure.
I'm sure
sometimes people don't like to do that.
Oh, I guess you're right. I should ask.
Yeah, you gotta ask.
I should be good.
Right.
Don't pull a Destiny, right?
No.
Destiny does that all the time.
Well, he's usually streaming like when he's being invited on, because he just streams all day, so it's a little different.
I guess you're right.
Right. Doomer, your real name is in the thing. I don't know if you're aware, if that's fine with you, but I mean, no one's seeing it right now. But hello, Doomer. Doomer. Oh,
Doomer. Sorry, I had to leave my mic off because I'm so mad. I'm just trying to calm down and catch my breath before I absolutely fucking lose it.
Yes. Tell us why you're
Sitch,
such a Barbie
I don't understand.
Doomer,
like,
go on.
You would think that just randomly Sitch would be right about one movie, just one time. One time he would have a good take. You would see a piece of media and comprehend the most basic facts about what's going on and just understand the simplest mechanics. Oh my God. Well, I can't believe you subjected me to that. Like, how do you mess up the mechanics of fucking, not the mechanics, the fucking metaphysics of Barbie Land? Like, every single thing. I have an entire fucking page of notes.
Doomer, you're not going to go on camera. We want to get this rage soy fest for everyone to see.
We're not. No, I'm not going on camera.
Why?
The last time I did,
Time
I fucking control F my name in your fucking comment section, and it's just people calling me fat. Okay, so no, I'm not gonna fucking go on camera and fucking turn on my lights. Okay, and fucking figure out how to make my hair not look terrible.
Chat, you have to promise us you're not gonna fat shame Doomer. Okay,
look,
come on, chat.
But that's.
Look, I want ones in the chat. I want a commitment from chat that you're not going to fat shame Doomer.
Me and chat have a ceasefire right now because chat actually, for once in their lives, chat has the good sense to see through the nonsense that Sitch is spouting.
Okay, tell me.
Chat understands.
One equals no fat shaming. Come on.
Stop. Okay, stop. He's not showing up on camera.
Okay, so but to explain that, I have to say something else really quickly. And Adam basically said this. Of course, obviously, Adam is the base correct person in the conversation. Didn't quite go far enough, but pretty much Adam was pretty close to this, okay? So, Sitch, you're taking the movie way too fucking seriously. You sound like someone watching Monty Python and the Holy Grail being like, I don't think sparrows can carry those coconuts. Why do they have coconuts? How could the fucking horse move around so quickly? That's literally what you sound like. Like, why are you taking everything so seriously?
That's a retarded thing to say. That's a really retarded
It is basically a Monty Python movie.
No, it's not.
It's the level of Zoolander. Yes, it is.
No, it's
Every single element of the film is so silly and over the top and absurd.
Oh my God.
It absolutely
is. So stupid.
It's clearly clear every single
No.
fucking point of the movie. Everything about it is so silly and absurd. Why does it open on a 2001 thing? Why, when they leave Barbie Land, is there just a fucking bunch of people building a wall straight up for no fucking reason? Why are there fucking product shots when they throw stuff out of the window? The answer to every single thing about why the movie is so weird is because it is a silly comedy.
Let me ask you a
It's basically
question.
like a Monty Python skit.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, so in Monty Python, have you seen Thor: Love and Thunder?
No,
Okay,
I don't watch Cape shit.
that's fine. In Monty Python, do you think it'd been really weird if in the middle of the movie there was a non-comedic scene where someone's child dies and it's played like completely straight? You're like, what the fuck? And then it just goes back to being a wacky comedy, right?
Okay, but so hold on.
You understand?
We're
Okay, so
getting a little bit ahead of ourselves.
Do you think that would be weird?
We're
to
getting a
happen?
little bit. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Okay, let's
We're not.
back up.
We're not.
We,
Do you
no,
think
no,
that
we are.
would be
I'll get
weird
there.
to happen?
Give me. Yes, it would be weird to happen. Give me
Okay.
about 3 seconds. Okay, a lot of this stuff, like again. The fact that you think that there's like a discrete metaphysics that the movie is violated indicates to me that you're just taking this like way too seriously. It does not establish clear rules of Barbie Land. There isn't a one-to-one correspondence. That's not what the weird Barbie said. And the movie obviously breaks its own rules constantly, just like you were talking. Like all these things that you take as signs of the movie, like being incompetent and accidentally like against itself, those are clues that the movie is just a silly satire that is not taking itself seriously. There's so many times throughout the movie that it's contradicting itself. It's contradicting its own like rules of world building. It's contradicting its own themes because it's a silly comedy. It's not taking itself seriously.
Everything is
hold on.
All the flaws are
hold on.
intentional. It's all
Sitch,
intentional. Okay.
Sitch, men are speaking. Okay. Now,
Well, actually,
one
no, the
part-
Barbie, the Allens are speaking right now.
okay, the one part of the movie that actually is serious. There are a couple points that actually are
Oh,
serious
okay.
and aren't silly, where they actually sit down to talk about stuff.
Uh-huh.
They're not talking about fucking patriarchy. They're talking about women's issues like insecurity and how hard it is to be a woman. And it is. Like the sincere moments are not talking about the fucking
You
patriarchy
think when the
shit.
mother went off on her whole speech about this is why it's so hard to be a woman in a man's world. You
Well,
said that's supposed to be serious, right? We're supposed to take that fucking dumb speech seriously.
That's not
America,
that's not
what's
her name?
satire.
America Ferrera.
Yeah, America Ferrera.
Yeah,
Doomer
so like
loved
that-
that speech. Doomer thought it was
That
an
speech
ode to modern
It's supposed to be
feminism.
taken seriously.
That speech was overbearing and it was supposed to be taken seriously.
Yeah,
It was.
okay. Well, that's the problem. This is the problem. Is that you're like, well, it's a joke. It's like, wait a minute. Like her
No, most of the-
overbearing woke speech was literally the key tool to defeat the Kens in the movie. So you can't have it
Okay,
both ways.
Again, Sitch, okay, I don't understand how you can say that Ken goes to the real world, discovers the patriarchy because he falls in love with horses, gets books on the patriarchy from a high school, fails to get a job, goes back to fucking Barbie Land and establishes the patriarchy and implants false consciousness in the Barbies. How do you say that and not just laugh your ass off? It's
He
so
literally
blatant.
did that!
It's so blatant. Yes, because it's a satire. It's supposed to be silly.
This is like retarded. Just because a
It's not-
movie does something. Wait, you've seen the movie Brazil, right?
I actually have not seen
Doomer, this
Brazil.
would be a lot
I'm
better
aware
with
of it.
you waving your arms
Okay.
around.
The
I'm-
movie.
I have to
okay,
apologize.
The
Adam.
movie Brazil.
You can farm me a little bit, okay? You can't fully farm me for content.
The movie Brazil is about people living in a dystopian society where the government controls everything to the point that bureaucracy is so overbearing that when a person needs their air conditioning fixed, like they have to go through some insanely bureaucratic process to get their air conditioning fixed. It will take so long that Robert De Niro shows up and he is literally a rogue air conditioning repair guy who swings on a grappling hook down from like the fucking sky. He's like, I'm a rogue air conditioning repair guy. You don't have to wait in time for lines. And he fixes the main character's AC. And by doing this action, it creates like the police are now after him because he's like a secret Robin Hood air conditioning repair guy. Okay. It's a silly scene, but it's supposed to be saying something about society. It has a grander theme about the world that the character's living in. You can't just say, well, because Robert De Niro trying to be a rogue AC repair guy is silly, the whole thing is silly, and we can't read any message into what's happening.
That's a great point, Sitch.
The reason that we're not going to read the message that you're reading into it. Well, first of all, because we're not Nazis, but beyond that, because the movie says so many things that are very blatantly against the message that you're putting forward.
Like what?
Okay, the scene in the movie that is the most woke is literally put in the fucking mouth of a high school bully. It is so blatantly not meant to be taken seriously. The fucking scene where Barbie walks up and the fucking little girl
Yeah,
is like
she's
laying into
right,
her and being a
right.
fucking bitch
Yes.
and fucking calls her a fascist.
What point
Like,
in the movie
you-
was she shown to be wrong? That little girl.
Wait, what do you mean? You think the movie takes the wait? You think the movie takes the position that that's accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
It does.
What? How?
What point in the movie?
In the very
does
end
the
of the
movie
movie.
show the girl either changed and realized she was wrong, or that the girl is fucking an idiot and wrong?
Her
What point
last
in the
line of
movie
the
does that
movie is
happen?
about cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
Wait, whose? Barbie's?
No, the daughter.
The daughter.
What was her last line?
Her last line in the movie is when Barbie's in the car going to the gynecologist, the father, who we've only seen briefly, who's like studying Spanish or something, he says something to her in Spanish, to Barbie, like about like good luck. And the daughter says, "Dad, that's cultural appropriation."
And
That's
she's
like
not
literally
kidding.
her last line in the fucking movie.
That seems like such a joke to me. I'm sorry. I can't take that seriously. You think that's supposed to be serious?
No,
Yes.
it's a joke. Here's why I'm confused. You can have something be a joke, but it still means something, right? You understand that?
Okay, there's
Well,
like,
it's
there's-
important. It's important what it means to the character, obviously, Sitch.
If you-
so.
So
Okay,
when
if you-
Dave Chappelle tells his jokes about trans people, right? You don't get to just throw your hands up there and say, he's just joking. It doesn't mean anything. No, it means something. The jokes mean something.
No, but meaning is taken in the totality of context.
Yes.
The problem with the idea that, again, the problem with the idea that the movie is taking this as a position is that there's so much in the movie that goes against that. And there's so
Like
much in
what?
the movie that wait, what do you mean like what? Like you're just talking about the Ken patriarchy thing. Simultaneously, we live in a patriarchy, but Ken can't get a fucking job. Like it contradicts itself within the same scene.
Yeah, but
Which
why
is like
would you have
that's
the
what
character?
happens in silly comedies.
Yeah, but okay, but here's the thing. This is where, like, if the movie was structured so that Ken thinks we live in a patriarchy, he reads a bunch of patriarchy books, he tries to get a job, and he has a conversation with the guy, and the guy's like, I can't give you a job. You don't have any degrees. And then Ken's like, fuck, I thought we live in a patriarchy. And the guy's like, what are you talking about? And then Ken walks away. Dan would be like, oh. And then he tries to go get a job with the doctor, and the doctor's a woman, and she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he walks away. But the fact that the guy literally says,
he couldn't even
we
get a job.
do
as
live in a
Beach.
patriarchy, we're just better at hiding at it, completely confuses the issue.
It does.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's confused. It's not remotely clear. If the movie was trying to put forward a serious political position, it would be so much more clear than it actually is. There's so many things in the movie that just either seem to be satirizing the position that you think it's putting forward or seem to be going directly against it. And again, the broader context of the film seems to be going as far as it possibly could out of its way to be unserious.
I think if you had the movie kind of structured the same way, where Ken brings the patriarchy back to Barbie Land, but then the resolution to it is not America Ferrera giving her "it's hard to be a woman" speech, which is literally speaking truth to power, is defeating the patriarchal conditioning. Like, it's done in a funny way, but that's literally what we're witnessing on screen. If instead of that, it was the mother giving a speech or something about how this isn't like real, and like in order for society to function, men and women need to be able to get along and get together, and forget all this bullshit about the patriarchy and all this stuff. And it ended with the Barbies and Kens reaching some sort of equal joint conclusion. I could possibly agree with what you're saying, but that didn't happen.
Well, okay, again, you're proposing a movie that's taking these political themes way more seriously than I think the movie is taking them.
I don't think you could shove overt political themes in a movie to this extent. And maybe you could give me an example of it.
Okay,
I'm hard-pressed to think of another movie.
They reestablish a matriarchy by tricking the Kens into having a dance contest.
Yes. It's a comedy.
And you're taking this seriously.
The themes of a comedy can
do you
be
think
serious.
Do you think the filmmakers think that a matriarchy is a good thing?
I don't know what they think.
Really?
Really? I don't know what they think, judging from
if
this
you had
movie.
to guess,
Okay.
what's most likely?
I don't know. I would say that they probably... Well, here's the thing. I don't know if the filmmakers believe in feminist conflict theory, or they're just idiot liberal feminists that don't understand what they're advocating for. I don't know what the answer to that question is. But you acknowledge that a comedy can have a theme and a message in it, right?
Sitch, you are a streamer, and Greta Gerwig just opened 150 million. Okay, show the woman some respect. First of all, movie's fantastic. Sorry, what were you saying?
You acknowledge that a comedy movie can have themes and important messages about life in the comedy and done in a comedy context, right?
Yes, but like one of the foundational,
Okay.
like the way that you look at things like this, like if there's a character that's giving off a particular message and there's nothing there to counteract it, then usually it will either be taken that the movie is trying to portray that message or that the movie was clumsy in its messaging. One of the
Yes.
two. But if you have two diametrically opposed characters and neither of them are straightforwardly presented as being correct, it is never assumed that the movie is taking the position that one of the two is correct. Like if you have a sexist character and a character who is against sexism, it's, you know, that there's no inherent idea that like one of those characters necessarily has to be correct unless the movie is taking a side. And that thing is, I don't think the movie is taking a side nearly as much as other people do, at least on the patriarchy stuff.
It is, and I'll tell you why it is taking them seriously. If they want to do what you're suggesting, there wouldn't be this overt sexism in the real world. That wouldn't happen. What would happen would be Ken would be treated like a normal person. He would perceive it as completely bizarre because he's so used to being a second-class citizen. He would then interpret it as the patriarchy. Then he would bring the patriarchy back. The fact that they clearly established the real world as being stemmed in sexism shows you that that's what they believe is true.
The real world being so absurdly over the top that it's even more extreme than things were in the 70s is a clue that the real world is not meant to portray the real world exactly as it is.
But it's only in this one aspect.
No, it's keeping the same. No, it's in every aspect, every single element. Like one of the comments I wrote down 5 minutes into the movie is, how long can this be sustained? And the answer is the whole movie. It is that silly, that ridiculous, that over the top the whole time, including the tone, the silly tone of the film, just how absurd and over the top and satirical it is.
You acknowledge
it's like that. This is what Adam said too. All the like, you're assuming that the real world segments are supposed to be like we're stepping into a Martin Scorsese film or something. That's not true. It's supposed to be just as over the top. That's why every single person on the board is a man. It's not because that's a serious statement. No, because like you said,
you don't think that the movie,
it's founded by a woman. That like their board is half women.
You don't think that the movie is trying to create a clear delineation between the Barbie world and the real world? You think that they're both supposed to be equally goofy?
No, I think that the real world is supposed to be goofy. The film is overall goofy.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
Wait, okay. What exactly did you say?
I said, do you not acknowledge that the Barbie world is supposed to be significantly more goofy and fantastical than the real world? Or do you think it's equal? They're supposed to be equal levels of goofiness.
There's a difference, but the real world is still far goofier than the real world actually is. And again, there's a thematic reason for this that we can talk about the ending really quick if you want. But you seem to have missed a huge chunk of the most obvious like messaging.
Well, before we get into that, but this is important, okay? And this is what I think you're missing. In the real world, if we remove the Mattel shit from it at the Mattel building, which I think is its own thing, which we talked about, the only element in the real world that's portrayed as like goofy is the sexism. Nothing else is goofy in the real world. Everything else is just completely normal.
They walk in. Ken, what do you mean? Ken gets obsessed with the patriarchy. Everything is like all the sexism shit's over the top. They walk into a high school and the fucking high school girl is going fucking crazy. Like Adam said, the car chase.
That's normal.
Is like
what do you mean? You don't think a high school
top.
girl is going to be a total bitch to someone? That's a completely normal thing.
No, this is what a movie would look like if it's trying to be silly and satirical and over the top. There isn't a single scene in this film that is like even close within like a fucking galaxy of being a traditional drama. Not even in the same universe.
I've never said it was a traditional drama.
It's not supposed to be realistic at all. It is very blatantly over the top.
Oh, so okay. So when the mother is sitting there and she's sketching thoughts of thinking about death, Barbie, is that supposed to be satirical?
Yes.
Okay, I don't even know what conversation we're having. You think that that's supposed to be funny that the mother's having an existential crisis and that she can't get along with her daughter? Is that part of the comedy? And then the fact that her daughter acknowledges that she has these depressing thoughts is supposed to be what binds them together now?
The concept of drawing thoughts of death Barbie is obviously a joke and everyone laughed. No. I'm confused that you're asking the question.
You're not understanding what I'm asking. Yes, the concept that like she would literally make a thoughts of death Barbie, like the drawing is funny, but then it's not played for laughs. Like it's played like, because then it's like, this is like how she thinks. she's basically taking her own existential crisis and putting it into the drawings. The
That's
whole thing
what
is played
fucking
very
comedy
seriously.
is. Every single time you watch a comedy show, they get up
Okay.
there and the first thing they talk about is Hitler or death. Like comedy is trying
You
to
think it,
find
like,
levity in the fucking problems of the real world.
When Margot
Obviously, there's gonna
Robbie
be
is like
evidence-
and sitting on the park bench and she's like looking at everyone and she starts crying because she's like, you know, experiencing life. Is that supposed to be funny? Is that supposed to be a wacky part of the real world?
I mean, yeah, it is. Yeah, if you're talking about right after she
I
got
don't know
called
what
a
the fuck
fascist,
you're what
yes,
you're
it
moving.
absolutely is supposed to be funny.
You think it's funny when Margot Robbie's sitting?
The Barbie goes to the
Oh my
real world, gets called a fascist, and is walking over and crying on a park bench because
No,
she got screamed at by a high
I
school
didn't say
girl?
that. I didn't say that. When Margot Robbie's sitting on the park bench and she's like watching like people play with their children, and she's watching like a guy who's depressed, and she's just seeing like all these different aspects of like the real world and how people have different emotions and not everything's so shallow like in her world. And then she looks over and she sees an old lady who she's probably never even fucking seen before in her entire life because everyone is young in the Barbie world. And she's like, "You're beautiful." None of that is for fucking laughs. That's all serious.
No. Okay, that scene is serious, but again, it relates to a theme that I don't. You seem to have largely missed. I mean, that. No, that's not a comedic scene. But there's nothing wrong. That scene's not woke.
I know it's not woke, but I'm not talking about whether it's woke. I'm talking about that the movie's making a clear delineation between the Barbie world being fantastical and the real world is supposed to be a realistic representation of the real world.
I completely.
That's why they
disagree with
literally
that.
call it the
find
real
scenes-
world.
You can find scenes like where it's not as playing it up as much, but no, the real world is not supposed to represent the real world. Absolutely not.
They just call it the real world and they just put it in contrast to the Barbie world, but it's not supposed to represent the real world.
Sitch, I hate to break it to you, but sometimes in comedy movies they say things and they're not meant to be taken literally.
Okay, so what is the point? This is like, what you're suggesting is retarded as to why they would structure the movie this way.
What? No, it's not, because you keep operating under the assumption this is supposed to be like some postmodern feminist fucking like dissertation about the fucking patriarchy.
What is
and
the
it's not.
point of
It's
putting
a
all
silly,
of that-
entertaining
wait,
movie
Okay,
to sell tickets and
If
make
you're
people laugh.
If I'm sitting here as a fucking writer and I'm like, I need to make a silly, entertaining movie about Barbie for children, why the fuck would you ever be like, let me put in this very convoluted, complicated, third wave, intersectional, feminist, overt political message in it? Oh, but am I actually serious? I don't know. Shrug, shrug. Like, why would anyone do this?
Because it was funny.
You can make a funny movie without making overt political statements about feminism and the patriarchy.
Yeah, you could have, but she chose this and she chose wisely because the movie fucking rules.
I think you're way off here. I think you're so
Okay.
far off.
I think it's funny, by the way, that Adam is like, Doomer just likes this movie to be a contrarian, as though like everyone doesn't love this movie, including most of chat. Like,
No,
it's
I think
fucking awesome.
I think you have engaged in some kind of hypercope here. Okay.
Yeah,
that
hypercope.
Hypercope. That's several
hypercope.
levels beyond a cope spiral,
Where
Sitch.
you're looking at
I
like
didn't think that
this-
was possible.
You're looking
He's
at like
trying to avoid paying royalties to me for using the term cope spiral.
there you go. You're looking at the hypercope spiral. You're looking at all the super like
hey.
insanely overt woke shit that was in this movie. You're looking at it and you're saying, "Oh, they didn't mean for you to take it seriously," despite the fact that XYZ, despite the fact that literally the wokest speech in the movie is the thing that solves the conflict in the movie. And yet I'm not supposed to take any of the woke stuff seriously. To me is fucking insane and detached from reality and understanding film whatsoever and storytelling.
Okay.
Do you think that the thing that even you yourself acknowledge is the
I don't know,
wokest
Sid.
part of the
I don't
movie
think-
is the thing that solves the conflict in the movie, and yet we're not supposed to take the woke elements seriously?
I don't know, Sitch. I think we need to dock Zoolander some points because male models, they aren't that stupid.
Explain that to me. Explain how that works. Exactly.
Explain what? It's like, again, okay.
You acknowledge that the feminist speech about it's a hard for a woman to live in a man's world is the wokest, most overt woke part of the movie. That speech, the literal speaking truth to power speech, is the tool that solves the conflict of the movie. What does that tell us about the message of the movie?
Well, it doesn't completely solve the conflict of the movie, to be fair. Not to split hairs, but that allows them to trick the Kens into a dancing contest, which solves the conflict of the movie.
No, it solves the Barbies waking up from the patriarchy. Okay.
It cures them of their false consciousness.
Yes, exactly. Yes, but this is why. That's why I don't understand why you're like, this isn't real. They
literally so funny.
They literally have the Barbies get into the false consciousness of the patriarchy, and then they give a speech
how
that
are you
you are.
saying
Wait.
I don't understand. Stop. How do you recount this? How do you say this and not laugh?
Stop. They give the Barbies are in the world of false consciousness. Okay, they didn't give some like fake funny speech to wake the Barbies up, right? So it's a parody of feminism. They gave a real speech that you, the audience, are supposed to agree with. That completely contradicts this theory that it's all just a joke.
Okay, I'm not saying that the movie is supposed to be explicitly like pro or anti woke. I'm saying that the idea of patriarchy in the film is an idea that they're playing with. It's not something that like it's not being taken seriously. Like it's something that the movie is playing with to make jokes, and it's doing that very well.
I don't even agree at all. There's never a part. The others, as you said, where's the conflicting thing? Where's the pro patriarchy, the explicitly pro patriarchy, or this explicitly there is no patriarchy stance is never given in this movie.
Well, what do you mean? Like we even in that one scene, the scene with the most explicit pro patriarchy message, also has an anti-pat. Fucking Ken can't even get a job as a lifeguard.
Yeah.
I mean, like if men are supposed to run the world,
because it's the real world.
It's
supposed to be the real world.
Oh my God. Okay, anyway, what you seem to have not like picked up on with the ending is that the whole thing, like Barbie is basically a surrogate for children. The movie is like a coming of age thing, very explicitly. No, okay, just sit down and listen. Okay, learn something. Okay, in the beginning of the film, Barbie is in the state of being a child. She's ignorant. She doesn't know anything about the real world. She just lives in this idyllic world, basically in her head, and there's no conflict and everything is fine until this is shattered by existential dread, thoughts of death, and cellulite.
Right.
The only way this could be more on the nose is if she had her period. These are like the troubles that people have when they're entering adulthood. Okay, and then the end of the film has a mother talking to a child surrogate, explaining the pains of being a human, both the joys and the sadness that Barbie has been struggling with the whole movie. She got all fucked up. That's why this happened, is because she's able to restore the matriarchy, but that doesn't make her feel any better. She still has these problems. She still has this existential, fears and fear of death and stuff, and she still feels all fucked up. So a mother figure, literally the mother of Barbie, comes and talks to her and explains the fucking beauty of being a human along with the cost. And then she has to make a Pinocchio-like choice to accept humanity. How is that not the most obvious shit in the fucking world?
That is obvious.
It's about growing up.
I never said that wasn't part of the movie.
The beauty of the world and choosing to be a part of it, even though it has fucking problems.
I never said that wasn't part of the movie. I just didn't bring it up because it wasn't relevant to what I was talking about. God. Obviously, that's a central part of the movie. What I brought up was the fact that I don't like that essentially the feminist aspect is, as I said, 50-year-old women shoving their fears into their daughters as their daughters are growing up.
The movie is not fear-mongering. Like you sound like Ben Shapiro sitting in the audience shaking his head so everyone knows he disagrees. Like I just don't understand. How do you watch a movie this silly?
Your only defense. Wait, you can't say that. You cannot say that to me. Your only defense to me. You've made zero logical defense. You just said
zero logical defense.
You have. You just said, Sitch, it's a comedy. Shrug, shrug. You're not supposed to take it seriously. And I say, wait a minute. How am I not supposed to take it seriously when boom, 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 boom? And you just say.
And I gave you a bunch of reasons that are counter within the
No, you didn't. You said
film.
Ken isn't able to get a job. And I said, well, it's supposed to be the real world. No, the real world's supposed to be as goofy as the fantasy world. If the real world's supposed to be as goofy as the fantasy world, why is the real world only goofy in one hyper-specific way about sexism? And it's completely realistic in all other aspects.
It's not.
He's got a point there.
It's not completely realistic in all other aspects. It's realistic in like a couple scenes.
Where is it not realistic in the real world?
Over the top.
Okay, if you remove the sexism,
within Mattel headquarters.
As I said, the Mattel shit was like its own fucking bizarre thing. Okay. That made no sense with the rest of the context of the real. There's no like when they're in jail.
It's weird.
Here's how I would agree with you.
Bizarre thing that doesn't make sense in the
Here's
real
how
world.
I would agree with you.
That's weird.
Wait, if they're in like the police station And that if that weird scene, like with Mattel was in the police station, they escaped from the police station. I'm like, okay, this is just completely fucking goofy, right? But when the movie contrasts the real world and it talks about all the things that you just talked about, like it doesn't, what you just fucking said about the theme of the movie doesn't even fucking make sense if the real world is not supposed to be portrayed as realistic. If it's supposed to be going from one fantasy world to one fantasy world, then it's not about a child growing up and learning about death and all these other things. Then it's just, what the fuck are we talking about? That entire theme about getting older, growing up, and realizing mortality and all this shit and growing older only makes sense if you're transitioning from a fucking fantasy world to a real world, motherfucker! Get stuff!
It's your take on this movie is
Get
so bad.
dunked! No! Explain
Yeah,
that, bitch! Get
Explain
wrecked!
what? I've explained it to you over and over
You
again.
didn't.
I don't understand what you're not getting.
Wait a minute.
You're saying,
I
oh,
made
it's
a
supposed to
very
be- it's supposed to
specific
be a
point.
one-to-one to the real world. Lay down.
I just
fucking
annihilated your argument from orbit.
Lay down
Orbital laser
75%
just
of
went
the fucking scenes in the
bam.
real world that are obviously not realistic. Oh, what about this one scene when they're in the park? Okay, she's sitting in the park and she looks over at the woman. Okay, and she's like, "Oh, you're so beautiful." See, it's supposed to be the real world. No, it's not. What about the other 75% of the fucking scenes? What about everything that happens in the real world? The fucking Mattel headquarters with everything, with the fucking school, with fucking Ryan Gosling, with literally any other scene. You're focused on this one fucking scene and ignoring every other goddamn thing in the fucking movie. It's crazy.
Explain to me. Oh, so okay, unless you're going to say that it's just bad filmmaking, which maybe you could say that. If you're going to try to make a theme about a child going from the fantasy of a child to like the realities of adult, shouldn't that be shown in contrast with the fantasy Barbie world going to the realistic real world? Wouldn't that match that metaphor you're trying to go for?
I don't even understand what, like, there is a contrast.
You know what I mean.
Wait. The fact that there is a contrast, first of all, there's obviously a contrast. They're obviously not the same thing.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the real world is literally the real world to be taken seriously.
Okay.
It is so obviously not to be taken seriously.
So
And I will cite
Doomer,
basically every other scene.
Doomer, let's get your position clear here. You're saying, and I kind of made this argument as well, that the over-the-top sexism in the real world is just a joke, and that we're not supposed to take that seriously. We're supposed to perceive that the real world is like the actual real world, and this sexism doesn't really exist. Or Sitch's position seems to be saying that while they are jokes about sexism, the writers of the movie and the movie itself is supposed to be saying that this kind of sexism does exist in the real world, even though we're laughing about it.
Okay, the movie is probably taking the position that there is some level of patriarchy and some level of problems, but it's exaggerating it over the top to a factor of 100.
Yeah, but that's not the
purposefully
question.
to use it as a fodder for humor.
That's not the question.
The problem is if it's only over exaggerated in one very specific avenue. To me, that shows something. They're trying to say something about
everything
society.
in the movie is exaggerated. Almost
in the real
everything.
world, the sexism is the thing that they chose to over exaggerate.
I mean,
Yes.
like
What would
everything,
be if
every topic, every
if they
topic is a potential.
exaggerated misandry in any way in the real world? That would be evidence of kind of what you're saying.
Well, they
that the
did
movie is
exaggerate
self-aware.
misandry.
Well, I mean, they have the doctor, but it's not. The doctor
No,
is
they
very much a
exaggerate
very
misandry in Barbie
straight.
Land.
Yeah, but not in the real world. We're talking about the real world.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's present in the film.
And not only that, I'm not really sure that the jokes in, like, we perceive the jokes in Barbie Land as misandry. I don't think the target audience or the writers perceive what's going on in Barbie Land as misandry. Like the final scene,
ain't no way.
the final scene where they let the Kens have some, leftover hand-me-down jobs and think that that's fair. I think, obviously, Sitch and I perceive that as misandry. I don't think the writers or the general public that this audience is targeted at perceives it that way.
There's no one in the audience stupid enough to not see that it's misandry.
Oh, well, let me ask you a question.
There's no way that Greta Gerwig or Margot Robbie or Noah Baumbach or anyone thinks that the ending of the film is just straightforwardly justified and not misandrist. There is no way.
No,
that is
they're
true of
supposed
any of
to.
these.
I think the end of the film is supposed to be like the mirroring of women getting rights in our world. That was the joke. Like, oh, you don't just get to be equal now. You have to start still at the bottom and then slowly work your way up. Right. That's what they were trying to. I mean, the narrator literally said that when that scene happens. Right.
I mean,
Right.
yeah, but like that's true.
Yeah, but well, first of all, it's a bad application because there's a difference between, again, how the real world works and how a fantasy Barbie world works.
Yeah, it's not, again, it's not as, it doesn't need to be exact 1-to-1. It is a silly, stupid movie. I don't know what to tell you.
Because wait, movies. Okay, we acknowledge you've seen the first Into the Spider-Verse. Have you seen the first Into the Spider-Verse?
No, I don't watch Cape shit.
Ah, you haven't seen anything good. Okay,
Don't fucking sit here and talk to me about, oh, you haven't seen the thing with the guy in the spider suit? No.
The first Into the Spider-Verse is really good because for 90% of the movie, Miles Morales is a completely incompetent Spider-Man. That's what makes him endearing. He just sucks. He completely sucks ass at being Spider-Man. Okay. And then at, like the last like tiny bit of the movie, when he finally, gains confidence in himself, he becomes Spider-Man and becomes hyper competent and he can go be an awesome Spider-Man, right? We all know that in the real world, that's not how anything works, right? But we accept that idea of fiction. We accept that in fiction, there are hyper compressed ideas that tell us morals and teach us things about society. This is very common in all stories. Otherwise, if the stories focused on how things work in the real world, it would be super boring and every movie would be way too long, right? So when you have the Barbie movie end, it should be ending on sort of this idealized, this is the way in which something should function. This is the way something should work. And instead, to turn it into a joke where you say, well, the Barbies basically get control of everything over again, and the Kens, will kind of work their way up over the next 60 years, to me, is a kind of a huge fuck up in terms of what the movie is trying to tell us.
Okay, again, you keep assuming what the movie is trying to tell us, and I keep telling you that the movie is not trying to tell you that. So again, you keep telling me, here's how the movie should be structured. Here's how the characters should behave to accomplish a certain message. And I disagree with everything. I disagree with the message you think it's trying to send, and I completely disagree with the prescriptive nature of you telling the movie how it's supposed to be structured. So for example, you're talking about how it's bullshit that Barbie doesn't solve the problems. Barbie is supposed to be a child surrogate. It makes perfect sense that Barbie doesn't solve any of the problems and that she just gets frustrated and sits on the ground and stares at the fucking ground. That's really funny. There's no structural issue there. Again, you think the movie is trying to be something that it's not. That like the Barbie character is supposed to be this incredibly empowering thing of like, Barbie's just gonna, waltz across
I don't think
the
it's
world.
empowering. I just think that's how main characters generally work in stories that makes them interesting. They're the ones driving the story.
One of the reasons this movie is so fucking awesome is because it's not like every other movie. It's a genuine experiment. Like it's an experimental piece of filmmaking. It's doing so many things that
this is a little weak.
Doing them all poorly, but
Doomer, every good movie, and you're calling this a good movie, is a debate over a point of view. Do you think this movie is a fair debate over the point of view of sexism from?
I don't think it's a debate over sexism.
Okay.
And Adam, legitimately, I am shocked that you don't think this is an experimental piece of filmmaking. That is shocking to me.
What do you mean by experimental?
Dude,
I mean, there's almost every element of the film is doing something weird and completely atypical for a Hollywood film. Almost every single component of this is so far from what I would have expected it to be.
It doesn't feel experimental to me.
Yeah,
really,
this feels more like Your Highness type movie to me. I mean, I love Your Highness, but I don't see it as some sort of experimental Inception type movie. So.
Inception.
Not Inception,
why would Inception be the example of an experimental film?
Well, I'm just saying, a movie that tackles an idea completely in a different.
More experimental. Memento would be experimental. I don't really see what's experimental about this.
Inception had the whole.
You compare it to comedies.
Look, Inception had the whole original idea of implanting ideas into people.
You were comparing this to the Monty Python, the Holy Grail.
Yeah, I compare it to other comedies because it's a comedy.
But I'm saying that's far more.
Compare this to a Judd Apatow movie. Compare this to Knocked Up, and you'll see why I think it's experimental. It does all kinds of things that are incredibly fucking weird. I mean, there's so many different.
But Monty Python's much more detached from reality. I wouldn't call it experimental.
You wouldn't call Holy Grail experimental?
No.
What?
No.
Yeah,
It's one of the most atypical comedies I think I've ever seen.
straight up wacky comedy. What?
Well, where was it in the relation to like all the airplane movies and everything? Was it like the first one to do any? I mean, if it was the first one to do any of that like weird stuff, then I guess it would be. But I don't know if that's the case.
I think it was before Airplane. I mean, I could
Okay.
check.
So maybe Monty Python would be experimental if it was the first one to do like this completely like, the movie ends because the police show up. Like maybe nothing like ever been done before.
It's not just that. I mean, pretty much everything about the structure of the film is fucking weird, and they include like random 2D animation and shit. Just the way that the fucking sequences are set up is weird. They're using coconuts. I mean, again, it's like a film where they're trying at every possible venue. It's like, okay, how do we insert absurdity here?
Like, how do we make this stylistically ridiculous? Yes, but as far as storytelling goes, no.
Wait, what is not experimental about the storytelling of Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
Well, no, I'm talking about what
other films?
Barbie. This is why I brought up Inception. Inception does this weird storytelling thing. Memento is probably a better example of doing a completely experimental storytelling thing.
I mean, in terms of plot structure, but the plot of this film hardly matters. Is the thing.
Well, all we're talking about is the plot.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay.
Again, it's not. I don't see the plot of this film as being worthy of serious focus or being particularly important to the overall
experience. The plot is the vehicle driving the story. Yeah, what are we focusing on if not the plot? I don't understand.
The jokes. What do you mean? It's a comedy.
Well, if you want to just say that the movie's funny and you should just accept that it's funny, that's fine.
I said that.
But I'm just saying that the plot and the themes of the movie that all surround it are dog shit.
Yeah,
you can still like it and say it's funny.
Well, you're prescribing what the themes of the film should be and then complaining that it's not that.
Well, no, I'm saying
you're
like
literally
building
the movie
are trying to say, then fucking up at certain points.
But it's not trying to say those things.
Well, no, it is.
At the very least, huge numbers of people disagree with your interpretation.
No. You say, Sitch, I understand what you're seeing in the themes. However, what you're missing, Sitch, is that you're not supposed to take any of this stuff seriously. Okay, so the disconnect isn't me seeing things that aren't there. The disconnect is you're saying I'm seeing things. I'm not supposed to be interpreting these themes and things that are presented to me as being serious themes. That's the disconnect.
You're
not
saying
that I'm making up anything.
You're saying the movie has this very serious feminist message, and it blunders its feminist message in all of these ways. And if it wanted to get its message across correctly, it should have been made this way instead.
Well, I'm saying when I say it should, I mean like from a liberal perspective as opposed to a woke perspective. I'm putting my own moral judgment on it, but.
Well, no, because you're saying what you think the themes of the film are and the reasons that you think that the film fails to convey those themes.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying how the film should be constructed if it were to be properly woke and actually send a cohesive woke message. Is basically what you were saying earlier.
Well, yeah.
But again,
at one point, yeah, I did say that. Sure.
But yeah, I don't agree with any of that. I don't think those are the intended themes of the film. And the evidence that you're bringing forward to say that the film was fucking up its own themes is the evidence I would bring forward to say that the film is not trying to send those themes. The writers aren't that incompetent that they wouldn't be able to notice these things. I mean, a lot of these things are incredibly blatant. If the purpose was to be like, woke, Matt Walsh woke propaganda to fucking indoctrinate children, it wouldn't be this movie.
But here's the
look like this.
Here's the problem. The problem is, number one, as I already said, the speech which is used to solve the Ken-Barbie conflict is supposed to be taken seriously. And that speech is kind of important to the themes that I've been talking about, to what I think the movie is trying to say. And number two, at no point in the movie is there any real, like, direct, explicit acknowledgement that all the patriarchy shit is not true, or that it shouldn't be true, and that you shouldn't look at the world through this sort of feminist lens.
Okay,
the movie never takes the opportunity to do that.
First of all, there are several times when it's acknowledged as being not true. First of all, there's the stuff with Ken. Second of all, the corporation was founded by Ruth. The stuff with Ruth is making it pretty clear. She says that explicitly at the end.
Why did they hide that in the movie? That was so weird.
Because they were okay. I mean, if you want like the actual functional reason of why they did it that way, because they thought the Mattel sequence was funny and it wasn't funny. That's the reason.
Yeah, but that's the problem, because like when Barbie
the problem is that the comedy wasn't funny. It's not the problem isn't that it's like going for some horrific like woke message.
I'm not talking about whether the
problem with that sequence is that it's not funny. Like if that sequence was funny, there wouldn't be an issue.
When Barbie goes to see Will Ferrell, and she's like, "Where are all the women in charge?" Okay, first of all, so we're cutting out the fact that in real life there are 5 women on the board, obviously, number one, and then number two, when Will Ferrell's like, oh yeah, there was once a woman in charge or whatever, he tries to play it off like it's not like there wasn't a woman that was really ever in charge, or if she was in the past, not a big deal. When in reality, it was like, no, the fucking woman who created Barbie ran the company for 30 fucking years.
It's sad. It's making Will Ferrell into a character to be satirized, and then the movie is undercutting that later with Ruth to show that message wasn't meant to be taken seriously.
When Will Ferrell,
Ruth founded the company.
So when Will Ferrell said that, we're not supposed to take him seriously. But then when he says, I don't care about money, I'm doing this for the dreams of the little girls, are we supposed to take that seriously?
Will Ferrell is a heel. He's a personification of toxic masculinity that you're supposed to laugh at. That's the purpose of Will Ferrell's
character. When he says, I don't care about money, we have to save Barbie because I care about little girls being able to dream that they can do anything. If he's lying, then what motivates him to try to fix anything in the first place when they're making more money selling the patriarchal Ken dolls?
Because it's implied that there's going to be a problem with their bottom line, that they have to go fucking rescue the people.
No, that's never said in the movie. That's never said in the movie.
I'm pretty sure it is.
No, because they're literally skating to go to the Barbie universe, and someone's like, wait a minute, why are we doing all this? The Ken dolls are selling more money. He says, you think we're just doing this for money? We're doing this for a little. I didn't become the CEO of this company to do that. I became the CEO to like give little girls dreams. If it was just for the money, he would have said, you're right. And then he would have turned around and they would have gone back to their fucking office and they would have sat on their hands, which, by the way, they could have done because Will Ferrell, being the Barbie universe, had no fucking impact on the plot whatsoever.
Well, yeah, that plot should have just been cut out.
So he could have literally done that.
I mean, that plot thread didn't particularly work.
Yeah, but see, that's going to my point.
We're making progress.
We're making progress.
This isn't the next terms of endearment, Doomer.
I didn't say it was. It's I have said from the very beginning, it is a work of pure silly entertainment that is not meant to be taken seriously.
Okay.
I don't think.
But then at the same time, you're saying, "Oh, this is an amazing story experimental movie that
a lot of the filmmaking stuff is experimental.
Is changing filmmaking forever."
But it's an experimental in the service of being entertaining, not in the service of delivering some, smuggling some woke propaganda in, to fucking gay the kids or whatever. That's not what the movie is trying to do. It's supposed to be a silly movie that's trying to make you laugh, and it made me laugh a lot in ways that I'm not accustomed to. Again, I'm pretty film literate. The movie surprised me consistently.
So yeah, but it's weird because like all the things that I'm talking about is like the themes and all that stuff. You're saying all that stuff is a joke, not to be taken seriously. But then you're saying, but there is a serious part of the movie that should be taken seriously, which is about like a girl becoming an adult woman.
The vast majority
and everything and all that stuff. That's all supposed to be taken seriously.
The vast majority of comedies are going to have some period of time that is supposed to be taken seriously, and all this stuff in the film that's supposed to be taken seriously. It's not the fucking patriarchy stuff, or their fucking dance party stuff, or any of that shit.
Well, obviously, the dance parties
it's women
to be taken seriously.
It's women talking about women's problems, like women being insecure and fucking having problems being little girls, and how fucking hard it is going out into the world. Like those are real problems. I don't like. It's good that the fucking movie has that. Again, this is a product that is made way more for women than most movies usually are. It's not a bad thing that it has those kind of messages.
No, I don't disagree. And if the movie was just like about girls and the problems girls have, I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. Having more movies about mother-daughter relationships, I'm on board with. Having more movies that are aimed at women and about women's problems, I'm on board with. But I think as soon as you take that structure of the movie aimed at the mother-daughter or women, and you shove into it all this gender conflict shit that can be very easily interpreted as like man bad, you live in a sexist patriarchy, that confuses all of that. Because then it makes me think, oh, well, it's not just about women's issues. It's about women's issues at the cost of men.
Taking the totality of the film, I don't know how you come away from that. I don't agree.
Okay. Well, it was an interesting debate.
I'm saluting you, Sitch.
What to say about it?
I'm saluting you, Sitch. Very well put.
Thank you, Adam.
Adam is such a kiss ass. He's arguing my point before I come on here, and then I come on here, and now he's fucking, Sitch is so right.
I convinced him with my amazing arguments.
Yeah.
Well, he's making great points. I don't. What do you want me to tell you? Look, Doomer, I agree with you that Sitch is is taking the jokes in the real world too seriously for a comedy, but at the same time, he makes a good point that all the jokes go in one direction. The writers are woke idiots.
They don't. Not all the jokes go in one direction. Like I don't understand. There's so many times I've gone through and pointed out a bunch of things that just don't make any sense. If that's the goal of the movie.
The speech that America Ferrera gives.
Yes, there is that one scene, and then there's all these other things in the film that contradict the idea that should be taken.
If the writers were aware, self-aware,
they are.
That scene could have been hilarious. That scene could have been so funny.
That scene's not supposed to be funny.
But yes, that's the point. That's the point. You just said it. Look, you just said it. That's the point.
Greta Gerwig is not an idiot. Noah Baumbach is not an idiot. They're not gonna make unforced errors and put a bunch of shit in their film that completely undermines the point they're trying to make. The fact that all that shit's in the movie is a very clear indication that they weren't trying to make the point you think they're trying to make.
Did you? Well, there's two things to talk about. First of all, is number one, we have to remember that Greta Gerwig doesn't have full control of this movie. Mattel has.
I am very dubious of that.
What? Why? The reason
she had a lot of control. So did Margot Robbie's production.
The reason that they had the scene, specifically, in my opinion, where Will Ferrell says it's not about the money, it's about little girls' dreams. That's because Mattel wouldn't allow them to just say, "Oh, it's about the money, it's fine," right? Like I wouldn't even be surprised if in the first draft they were going to go try to stop Ken, and then they're like, "Oh, we're making money," and they just go back home and don't care.
Okay, maybe, but there's so much stuff in this film that's a brand risk. Like this is not a corporate handheld product. There's just no way.
What is a brand
not a total
risk?
handheld, but not a handheld.
Everything.
Obviously, this was definitely signed off by Mattel. Mattel said, "Oh, this is fine."
The movie is portraying both Mattel and Barbie in a bad light for most of the film. And there's so there's so much of this, there's so many things in this film that you would not want, it would get you dinged in the first 8 seconds of a YouTube video because people don't want it next to their advertisement. This doesn't look to me even vaguely close. I mean, the only corporate entity I can think of that has advertising like this is Opera GX's Twitter.
What do you think specifically about this? Because I don't really feel like there's a lot of brand risk for this movie for Barbie.
It felt to me like the fucking whole movie was a brand risk.
Okay.
It felt pretty. It did not feel like standard advertisement material to me.
Well, it didn't feel standard.
I was sitting there for most of the movie like, I can't believe this got made. Well, the Lego movie isn't talking about politics.
Look, I know. All of the politics are in line with the woke agenda. How is it against the woke agenda? Which the woke agenda I'm defining as corporate safe.
I don't wait.
Right.
Okay, I would need to go back through and record the moments, but I felt many times watching the film, I can't believe this isn't a film whose chief purpose is to sell a product, to sell Barbie. There's so many things in the film that made me.
Two feminists who are buying it for their daughters who they hope are going to grow up to be feminists.
It's again, I don't buy the idea that the fucking message of the movie is purely feminist.
Okay.
I don't remotely buy that.
Okay.
There's lots of content in the film that does not support that idea.
Well, okay. So, did you hear the story I told about?
Okay, so don't sit there and fucking laugh at me. Every single fucking thing Sitch says about, oh, look at how bad look at how clumsy the movie is. Look at how badly they did their message. Every single fucking thing he says in that spiel is evidence that is not the message they were trying to communicate.
Well, no,
because
that's your
these people
opinion,
are not that
right?
stupid.
That's your opinion.
And I was about to ask you, my informed opinion.
Yeah, I was about to ask you when we're talking about are they stupid? Did you hear the part in the stream where I was talking about Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling's experience when they were filming the roller skate scene?
Yeah, did you hear that part?
I don't care about that.
No, but wait a minute. That's important. Because if that's how the director views that interaction, to me, that shows you where her headspace is. And it shows you that she is detached from looking at things from an objective, or what I would consider a more objective manner.
Okay, I'm not trying to argue that Greta Gerwig is an anti-SJW. Okay?
I'm
saying Greta Gerwig is not an idiot. And if her goal was to make
she had a pretty idiotic take in that interaction where she's like, "Oh, they're not coming up to her because they're sexist."
I mean, you had a pretty idiotic take a couple hours ago talking about your take on the Barbie movie, so I guess we're even.
Yeah, okay. So you're dodging because you know that this is a
It's
good
not
piece of
relevant. This is the
evidence
fucking.
in my favor.
It's not a piece of evidence in your favor. I could go fucking cherry pick some fucking interview to make my point too. That's not how arguments work. It's fucking dumb.
Okay, let me ask you another question.
This is fucking
happened in
Jimmy
the
Dore
movie.
shit. Oh, look,
This
I
is
found an
Jimmy
article.
Dore.
I'll read it
Okay.
a certain way.
Let me ask you a
Like,
question.
That's not how you argue things.
In the movie, when they had the scene, like early in the movie, they had the scene where there's the all-female Barbie Supreme Court. Okay, why? And then they had what is the Barbies doing on the female Supreme Court? They're giving the left-wing take on Citizen United that corporations don't have speech. What are we supposed to interpret when we see that scene?
Oh my god, dude.
Or is
That
it just a
scene-
joke and we're not supposed to interpret anything? It's just a joke.
I mean, I took it as a joke. It's
Okay.
really funny.
I took it as a joke that we were supposed to interpret like, listen, if women were in charge, they would have the correct opinion on Citizens United.
Oh my god. How do you watch the movie and think that?
Okay,
This is so
when you have a
fucking
movie
crazy.
that's all about gender politics and you have an established matriarchy, and they
not all
specifically
about-
have the matriarchy talking about a Supreme Court case that's very contentious and goes in a left right wing direction, and they give the complete left wing take on it. What is the message of this
Sitch.
scene?
All right, we
Yeah,
should-
that's a
you know
great
what?
point, Sitch.
I've changed my mind. We should teach
Yes.
the Barbie movie in master's level liberal arts education.
Yes. Wait, yeah. What is the joke? What was the joke in that scene? Like, what is the funny? What makes that scene funny?
It's a
Just that they have a
satire of
different
itself.
opinion on Citizens United
like-
alone makes it funny.
It's funny that Barbies would be saying that, and then it would be in a fucking movie about Barbies.
Why did they choose Citizens United? They could choose any
Because it's
case.
something everybody knows about.
Okay. So little girls don't know about Citizens fucking United.
It's
Supreme
not
Court
the
cases.
movie's not
Over.
for little girls. How fucking dense are you?
They do
You
now,
just said the
Sitch.
movie's not for
That's
little
true.
girls.
Every little girl in America
That's
is
true.
looking up Citizens United right now.
Yes.
I saw them all in the
Yes.
movie theater.
They could have just Doomer. They could have just made up some
Like,
silly.
you should know. No.
They
You
should've just.
should
Why
know
did they
this.
just make
No.
up some silly
Because
thing like,
the
"Oh, we
corporation-
Barbies rule that it's you
Because the
have to
fucking
wear pink
juxtaposition-
every day of the year." You know, it could've
because
been
the
like anything.
juxtaposition of real world political issues with Barbies is inherently funny, which is why the movie was so fucking funny. And you should know this from doing YouTube, that you don't want to use examples that people aren't going to know about, because people will click off your fucking video. You try and use examples that are as contextually relevant as possible and that people are going to know about. That's why you would use Citizens United, something that literally everyone knows about, even if they're not politically engaged.
Why didn't
That's why they use Citizens
Why
United.
is it only in a left wing direction? Why didn't they use it? Why didn't they do a right wing case? Why didn't they make the Barbies be right wing?
Are you actually asking why there aren't black sons in this movie? I don't fucking
No, I'm
know.
asking why didn't. Okay, here's one. Why didn't the Barbie say we're the Supreme Court of Barbie
This is
says
not.
gay marriage is not allowed?
That would have
Every
been
Barbie
way
must be
more
with a Ken.
hilarious.
Okay.
I mean, they could do that when the Kens take over, and that would have landed pretty good.
Oh.
Oh, so now the Kens are the bad guys, huh?
interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Isn't it interesting that the Kens are perceived as right wing and bad, and the Barbies are perceived as left wing and good?
The Barbies
interesting.
again. Yeah, it's interesting how contrast in fucking storytelling works. If the Barbies are established as left wing and the
Doomer.
Kens are opposed to the Barbies, then the Kens will be perceived as right
Do
wing.
you think it could work
Do-
the other way?
Doomer, how much
the Kens are
Doomer?
Ken, if you're trying to establish a patriarchy, why do I need to explain the most simple shit about the movie to you?
Doomer, how much funnier would it have been if they came out and just the Supreme Court case outlawed gay marriage right in the beginning of the movie? That would have been
I don't know.
hilarious.
That would have been very funny, but everyone who was left wing in the audience would have lost their fucking minds.
And
suddenly, the comedy of the movie wouldn't be so funny anymore. It wouldn't be funny.
Well, it
Be
looks like everybody
"Why are
who's
you
fucking
teaching this to
right-wing
our
lost their fucking
children?
minds."
Oh my god, the Barbies are right wing. What? The Barbies want to build the wall? No, it's the Kens that want to build the wall. Oh, okay. It's fine if the Kens are, if the men are all the right wing, that's fine.
If you
but
wanna-
the Barbies are. Oh.
If you want a serious answer about why incorporate politics into this, like, first of all, like I said, the juxtaposition of politics with Barbie is inherently funny.
Don't
It's like
dodge
the-
the
I
question.
don't disagree. I
Hold
don't
on,
disagree. with
Doomer,
I'm
you're
still
dodging
talking.
the
Don't
question.
disagree
I am,
with it.
I am still talking.
Wouldn't
okay?
wouldn't the gay marriage thing be funnier? Be honest.
I don't know. I mean, the movie was incredibly funny, so I wouldn't change anything, to be completely honest.
You would have laughed
Well, now I
your
forgot what I'm
ass
fucking
off.
going to say.
You were saying putting Barbie with politics is intrinsically funny, which I agree with.
Yeah, but I was going to say something else, and
Okay.
my brain's a piece of shit today.
That's
So.
But
fine.
right wing Barbie outlawing gay marriage in the beginning of the movie. Look. Then it makes sense when the little girl calls her a fascist. You're a little bit on the little girl's side. You're like, well, she is kind of a fascist.
See, that would have actually, you know what they should have done? Okay, the beginning of the movie is exactly the same. Barbie's all left wing, and they're all the matriarchy. Ken comes back. He establishes the patriarchy. Barbie saves everyone, but then the Barbies become socialists. It becomes like they have to save the Barbies from the authoritarian socialists.
Let the record
movie,
record show.
They
let the
come
record
together
show,
and form a liberal democracy, and everyone's happy. Okay,
let the record show that PSA Sitch has written Barbie fan fiction.
I did right now on stream live for everyone to witness. That would have been great. You could have had like Barbie with like the what would they use as a hammer and sickle? It could be like a mirror and like a like a nail polish thing or something. That would have been that would have been great like imagery.
I mean, the reason that the gender politics stuff gets brought in seems more obvious to me the more I think about it. I mean, looking at so many things of the film come intrinsically out of the Barbie IP, and how do you take it and make it into a funny movie? And like one of the few things, if you were trying to contrast politics with the Barbie universe, gender politics would be one of the very few things you could talk about, because I mean, there's like, you know, differences between males and females, and it does seem to make a good deal of sense why they would go in that direction.
Okay,
I mean, there's no Karl Marx references.
I think they could have just.
It's not like they're quoting Ta-Nehisi Coates.
I mean, they might as well have. I think they should have just done the Enchanted route, and that would have been fine. I don't think they needed politics in it whatsoever. Or if they were going to put politics in it should have been far more politics in the liberal centrist realm.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I view
one-sided.
I view art exclusively.
Feminist, I
view art exclusively through the lens of my own politics, and I can't.
Because my politics are the right politics. Yes.
Because my politics are right. Because I am so smart.
Yes.
And if a movie disagrees with my politics in any way, I cannot enjoy it.
Well, I can enjoy it. I mean, I said the movie. We talked about how the movie we thought failed from other aspects, but you like it because you think it's experimental.
It's not a perfect movie. Well, it is experimental in terms of comedy. Right. But yeah, I mean, there's parts of the Mattel sequence doesn't really work. The America Ferrera speech is overbearing, but that's like about it. I mean, I don't have.
Yeah, but it doesn't bother you that. Well, I guess because we have different takes. We think that Barbie's a bad main character because we don't really understand her motivations, or she's not really impacting the plot in any way. And you're fine with that because she's an allegory for a child. So.
We understand her motivations. She's just not a typical protagonist, which is not a problem to me.
We don't understand. How can you say that, Doomer? She becomes a real woman. We don't even know why. We don't understand her motivation at all.
Yeah, why does she want to become a real woman at the end?
She's uncomfortable with living in Barbie land because she went to the real world, and she basically got touched with existential dread, and now she can't go back. It's like the fucking Joseph Campbell plot point. Like, she returns, but she returns changed, and she can no longer appreciate the Barbie world.
None of that is in the movie.
Yes, it is.
That's all headcanon.
No, it's not. It's in the fucking movie. That's the entire thing.
She doesn't say anything like, "Oh, it's."
She absolutely does.
What lines does she say that lead you to believe that she's unable to?
Immediately following the reestablishment of the matriarchy and the accomplishing of seemingly the primary goals of the plot, Barbie starts talking about how she's still not happy and how that didn't fix anything. And then Ruth comes out of the and that's when Ruth shows up.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. No, that does happen, but that doesn't really. The reason I say that's bad filmmaking is because she hasn't even existed in the new or the re-old society for like a second before she comes to this conclusion. It's not like there's a scene where everything's back to the way it was, and it's just different. She sees everything in a different light because she's tasted reality. She's tasted from the fruit of the tree of knowledge, and she can never go back. She can only go forward.
Yeah, none of that is in the movie.
Why you guys sound like you're fucking Mahler analyzing fucking Star Wars? It's not like that. It's a silly movie. It's satirical. It's I don't like. Do we need to have a fucking
is that
a
an
formal
insult?
denouement?
I mean, I'll take Mahler. Look, that's a compliment, man. Thanks.
It's not an insult. I'm saying that that lens of analysis is totally inappropriate for the movie that you're looking at.
Yeah, I understand. You're saying it's a funny kids movie that's giving like very sort of hyperbolic / shallow representations of these concepts.
You have every reason to believe that strict causality is being thwarted purposefully. Okay. So complaining that strict causality is not being followed is just ridiculous. Because the
character motivation has nothing to do with strict causality. Okay.
I just explained the character motivation. You just denied that the scene even happened.
Out of headcanon. That wasn't in the movie.
Wait. It is in the movie. You can have a movie where every character just explains their motivation, right? But we generally acknowledge that showing that motivation impact the characters is much better than them just making a declaratory statement about it and just becoming and saying, this is how I'm motivated now. And you're like, well, but why?
Oh my God.
And you're saying, well, because
Her
it's a funny
motivation
kids
is-
movie, it's
Her
fine.
motivation
that
is
it
completely
happens.
clear. I can chart it out scene by scene.
Okay.
In the beginning, she's enjoying her fucking life, and everything is set up in a very particular way. And then the scene repeats, and then we have the fucking inciting incident where she starts having fear of death. Then she goes to the weird.
Does not have those. Those are the motivations of the mother in the
She
real
experiences them.
world. Yes, but they aren't motivated by her. She perceives them as a problem to solve.
They're shoved upon her by an external
Yes,
force.
by an
Hey,
external force. It's completely.
Yes, but that is her motivating factor, is to get rid of these things.
Not
yeah, right.
her
In the beginning,
motivating
yes.
factor.
In the beginning, it's to get rid of that. It's just
Okay,
to
it
return
is-
order to her.
It is her
universe.
motivating factor. It's just not intrinsically caused. It's extrinsic, but it is
Right.
her motivating factor.
And listen, that's fine. Again, the beginning of the movie, classic. She has to. Her world is thrown to chaos from an external source. She goes on a journey to return order to her home. I don't have a problem with any of that. But it's just after that, her motivation just seems to go to the wayside. The fact that her agency in the story seems to go to the wayside, and she becomes basically a hanger-on for the rest of the story.
Wait, okay, the point where you're saying that she loses agency is the point where the entire rest of the movie is her talking to Ruth and then going to the gynecologist. That's the only thing that happens after that point.
I know, but wait, no. She goes to the real world, okay? So she's on the journey to fix herself. Then she gets saved by the mother by just happenstance, because the mother just happens over the place and happens to see Barbie there, okay? And then as soon as Barbie's saved by the mother, Barbie doesn't do fucking jack shit for the rest of the movie. That's like half the movie's left.
It's even
what?
worse
You know what?
because like she doesn't get into the box and she doesn't even know why she's not getting into the box. She doesn't even know.
I changed my mind. The movie is about Albert Camus, okay? The Barbie experiences existential dread and the fucking emptiness of nihilism of the real world, okay? And she realizes that she can't go back to childhood, okay? And she has to stare that in the face and decides that in the face of all that pain, she is going to stand up and become a real person and experience adulthood with all of its problems.
Wouldn't it be great if that was in the movie?
Yeah, that'd be
It's
great.
a movie, Adam. What the fuck? Pay attention.
That would be great if that was the movie.
Oh my fucking God. Very conveniently, just forget parts of the movie. Just forget things that happen.
What you're
The fucking
saying,
services narrative.
what you're saying is, I think that's like what they're trying to say, but they're just declaring it. It's not actually part of the movie because, as I said,
It's
a
not.
lot of this
Oh my
movie,
God.
they go too long in parts they don't need to go, and they go too shallow in things that need to be expanded on. We never even had the scene. First of all, Barbie should have agency in the Barbie world in helping fix the problem,
Okay,
fix the conflict.
Sitch,
Number one, and then
you know
number
what?
two. Wait, and then number two. Once the problem is this would be the classic movie thing. After Barbie solves the conflict in the Barbie world and returns order, she then has the moment, the scene. You just need one scene where she's like, "Oh, this isn't what I want anymore. This actually isn't fulfilling to me anymore." She goes through her morning routine like she did in the beginning of the movie, and it's just not the same. And it's not the same because, as you said, she's faced down the
tasted the
existential
real
dread.
world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's tasted the real world.
Why
She's
are you
faced down
talking
the
about me having a
existential dread.
headcanon and you're repeatedly trying to rewrite the fucking movie into something?
I'm telling you what they should have done to accomplish the thing you're saying they accomplished but didn't.
Oh my God.
That's
They did
exactly
accomplish it.
that's exactly what's happening.
Anyways, let me
Yeah.
read some super chats.
Jesus Christ.
You want to
J-Mac.
stick around, Doomer? Or
I'll
You can stick
for a
around
minute.
or chill. Whatever's up to you.
well, he always leaves. You know, I want an
Sneak
opportunity to kick him for once.
J-Mac, our surrogate
Now's
father
your
for
opportunity, buddy.
J-Mac for $20 says, you should watch the Ben Shapiro versus Brett Cooper Barbie debate. I mean, the disparity of people's opinions on the movie is infinitely more interesting to me than the movie itself. Interesting. I didn't even know they had a difference of opinion. I am curious to see that.
Brett Cooper versus Ben Shapiro. Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
That sounds interesting. That does sound interesting. J-Mac or surrogate father for another $20 says, Barbie started out as a joke sex doll with a vagina, so it's like poetry. It rhymes. George Lucasisms intensifies. Interesting. Nilo for $2 says grown men talking about Barbie is instant fail. Well, there you go. I like that the movie has drawn so much conversation about it, which I think is infinitely more interesting than the movie itself. Prince Gabbles for 20 knock knock says, bring on Doomer, damn it. P.S. Tickle Adam's tummy.
What?
Doomer, do you want to tickle Adam's tummy?
I'm good.
Please
Okay.
no. But we did bring Doomer on, so you got your
we did.
request.
I think Prince Gabos liked the movie. I'm assuming. So I think he's on Team Doomer for this one.
Based.
Look, I said I would recommend the movie. I did, so I don't like.
I don't.
You don't for an interesting reason. You don't because you think.
Well, I thought it was boring.
Shits on men and is
even
boring.
without the politics, I thought it was too boring for me to enjoy. So
I think it was exciting watching.
We'll go have fun with Oppenheimer, buddy.
I thought it was exciting watching Ken kick ass. For me, he's the hero. He's the hero of the movie.
Dude, fucking Sitch is like, this movie where the fucking governmental conflict is resolved with the dance contest doesn't take its fucking existential theme seriously enough. It doesn't spend enough time in the denouement to fucking resolve Barbie's character conflict. And chat's like, yes, Sitch. What the fuck, dude? I don't understand. How do you take the fucking movie so seriously? Yeah, okay.
Okay, wait. What is the? This is a problem. Like, a Monty Python is a wacky movie. Okay, you're like, they have that like one scene where the king is like, where Arthur comes over and he's talking to the peasants and he's like, "I'm your king," and they're like, "I didn't vote for you," and they kind of do this like whole side quest about like the politics of the monarchy and how it doesn't make sense.
Yes,
like that's played completely as a joke. That has nothing to do with the rest of the movie. It's obvious that it's a joke. There's no like grander theme. Maybe there is. I've never tried to analyze Monty Python.
Yeah, it's a throwaway. Good point.
It didn't seem to me that there were any like grander themes in Monty Python in what Monty Python was trying to say about society as a whole, so that when the end of the movie is basically cucked, or I guess just say cock-blocked, by the police coming in and stopping the movie from finishing in the big climax, that's part of the joke, and it doesn't really like have anything to do with the themes of the movie, because there really aren't any themes in the movie. It's just a funny, wacky movie. Barbie clearly does have themes and messages it's trying to say about things.
Okay, it doesn't need to be fucking one-to-one to make the point about the tone of the movie obviously being satirical and silly. And beyond that's not my point. There are very, very consistent references throughout Holy Grail about like the injustices of the feudal system. Like that's not just one time. I mean, it's sprinkled all throughout the movie.
I mean, very lightly.
Well,
I don't think Monty Python is trying to make statements about like monarchy in the modern era where no one's really.
It's not nearly as
most people weren't trying to advocate to return back to like feudalism or something.
No, it's a very different story structure. Right. It's not the same thing, but it's the very similar tone.
Right. I don't remember Life of Brian enough to comment on what the message of Life of Brian was. I've only seen it once. I've seen Monty Python the Holy Grail. I've seen it like a million times, but
yeah, I think I've seen Life of Brian twice.
To me, Holy Grail is kind of like Airplane. It's just a silly, goofy parody movie that doesn't really have a deeper message about anything, where Barbie clearly does have deeper messages about that.
Citation needed,
which
sir.
You agree? Well, no, what you agree with, because you were saying that the message was about a girl becoming a woman.
Well, that's not a super deep message. It's like a very typical tacked on.
Well, I mean,
they
felt the need to have like a 10-minute speech where, Barbie's mom imparts motherhood to her at the end of the movie, so they took that seriously.
I mean, it's not serious in the sense that it undermines the tone of the rest of the film.
Okay. Theo Wolf for $5 says, quote, "Now I have become Me Too'd, destroyer of careers. By the way, I'm a rare Ken male with massive amounts of Kenergy radiating just from my presence." True. Sammy G, hey Sammy. Sammy for $5 says, "Here's a tip for the 2 shows I got to see today. One is the normal stream, and the other one is watching Doomer suffer and chat from Sitch's takes." And now you got a third show, Sammy. Now you got a third show.
Sammy is lucky we don't hit women.
Wow. Disavow.
After he saw Barbie too.
I know. Jeez.
He obviously didn't.
It didn't infect me with Marxism, unfortunately.
It's some real Ken cell energy you're vibrating with.
Doomer, wouldn't the Barbies want to outlaw gay marriage so that the Kens were exclusively focused on them?
Yeah,
wouldn't that make sense thematically?
Adam, you're really fixated on this.
There you go. It's a good
I'm just wondering why you're giving it a pass. It would be logically coherent.
Why did that's the movie should have done that. If the movie wanted to be subversive, the Kens, as a way to revolt against the Barbies, all decide to get gay married and leave the Barbies behind. And then the Barbie Supreme Court has to enact anti-gay Ken legislation.
Yeah, no, that would be much funnier.
No,
and
that's
also
a fucking movie. Okay.
Also, giving the
Jesus
middle
Christ.
finger to civility politics.
That would have been funny. Holy shit.
Yeah,
And it would
look.
have made perfect sense too, because they don't have genitals, so why do they even have like sexual attraction to each other or anything?
Why do they even care? Yeah.
Yeah, why do they even care? Why didn't see Ken should have gone into the real world instead of finding the patriarchy. He should have found gayness and been like, "What? Dudes can just be dudes with each other? Oh my god!" And his whole world opens up. He goes back to the Barbie world. All
And then
the
he's
Kens
totally
leave
gay.
to be gay with each other, and all the Barbies realize that they just took the Kens for granted.
Right. And then they enact anti-gay legislation to get
Ken legislation.
to get the Kens back.
Yes. Oh, look, we've made the movie so much better.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write my Barbie fanfic.
Unfortunately, Mattel is not going to sign off on the fucking anti-gay legislation
First of all,
because this.
I can't endorse writing a screenplay during this strike. Okay, first of all.
Okay, it's a good point. Okay. Vincent Martin for 12 months. Thanks so much for being a 1 year free will seeker. Says, not saying that this is the Barbie movie's intent, death of the author and all, but look up the theater of the absurd.
I guess we can't
Peter-
give hearts to those. We can only give hearts to super chats.
What do you mean give hearts?
On my screen, I'm showing like I did a little heart.
Oh, you're right.
thing.
There's little hearts. What does the hearts do?
I added hearts to the ones that you read just so we know they're read.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if they get a. I don't know if they see a heart on their end or what, but
Yeah, I don't know. Theater of the Absurd is a post-World War II designation, in particular for plays of absurdist fiction written by primarily European playwrights. It is a term for the style of theater the play represents. The play focuses largely on ideas of existentialism and express what happens when human existence lacks meaning or purpose and communication breaks down. The structure of the play is typically a round shape, the finishing point the same as the starting point. Logical construction and argument give way to rational and logical speech, and to the ultimate conclusion, silence. Interesting.
Dude, straight up, Barbie is an allegory for Albert Camus. The writings of Albert Camus, straight up.
Okay.
I
read,
love Albert Camus.
I haven't
Is
seen
Barbie
any.
the stranger?
100%.
The closest thing I probably read to that would be considered as something kind of related to that is Invitation to Beheading. It's very kind of in that vein.
Since you don't know how to read.
That is true. JMac, our surrogate father for $50, says Doomer Media is sexy, and I'm tired of pretending he's not. Well, there you go. Look at that.
Yeah, you guys ruined it. Doomer won't even go on camera anymore because you all call him fat. You bastards.
I'm just gonna get hot again, and then they can't see that.
There you go. What do you mean get hot again? You're already beautiful. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
You don't need aspirational goals. Just accept yourself for who you are.
That's not true. I just saw this Barbie movie and I'm pretty insecure. Ken was. Ken was
you
pretty ripped.
saw Ryan Gosling. You're like, oh, I feel insecure about my body now.
Ken was a very beefy in this movie, which was hilarious.
Did you notice that, like, in the last dance sequence, like the veins on his arms got like crazy, and he was like wearing a jacket for the rest of it. And I was like, what the fuck's happening there?
He has like crazy washboard abs too. I'm like, what the fuck? How do his abs stick out like an inch?
Steroids.
You think it is? You think it's steroids? Wow.
Yeah, come on.
Adam, every man every male Hollywood star is taking steroids. 100%.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't think
don't-
you could get that
I don't-
shredded.
Yeah,
I
don't
gotta
think
get
that
some
look is
I gotta
even-
get me some steroids in. Jeez.
I don't think that look is physically possible without steroids. Like that didn't
Yeah.
exist before like the 60s or 70s, I think.
I would. Yeah, I think he was on steroids. It was pretty ridiculous. Let's see. Could have been CG. Who knows? He CG'd his abs.
I thought it might be CG. I wasn't
right.
sure.
Blaine's Escape Corner for $5 says, I didn't say Doomer looked fat. I said he looked like a guy whose favorite food is pizza.
How to say it without saying it right?
Ouch.
Someone in the chat says Doomer is getting salty. Did you miss the like hour and a half of me screaming? I'm comparatively very calm right now.
First of all, Doomer isn't getting salty. Doomer was born salty. Okay.
Did you see my new graphics I came up with during the stream?
I did it one part.
We have the hyper cope and the cope spiral.
the cope spiral.
And
I
the
like
hyper
cope
cope
spiral.
spiral.
I liked it.
Wait, where?
On stream, he made like a cope spiral graphic that was like spiral.
Oh, okay.
Not Gay Ben, our favorite super chatter for $2 says, fuck A Team or S Class. I'm a Doomer simp now. There you go.
All right,
Look at
Adam,
that.
I'll send you my business email so you can pay me royalties.
For your
Look
Coke
at that cuff
spiral.
spiral. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
Okay.
Hypercope. Oh, these are great. These are great graphics. Just don't ever use them against me. You're not allowed. Okay. Not allowed.
The Hypercove spiral.
Not allowed.
You
Of
might want to
course.
slow them down a little bit. That one was kind of making me nauseous a little bit.
I wonder if I could.
You could. World of Givia for $5 says Doomer unironically said cape shit and admitted to control effing his name in the comments. Great stream, boys. Who cares if Barbie is good?
I do control F my name in the comments, boys. I'm on the watch.
I thought you said you
watch what you
accidentally
say.
control F something. I didn't understand what you meant when you said that. But okay. Luke W for $5 says, quote, "You're not supposed to take anything they say seriously except for the 1 point because I agree with it." Doomer.
Doomer, you want to respond
Yes,
to that?
infamous postmodern neo-Marxist Doomer. Yeah.
Real. What's the takeaway for 8 months? Thanks so much. Says 5-hour Barbie debate that only ends because Doomer is screeching such a high pitch that only dogs can hear.
Oh,
Ouch.
oh, that's cruel.
I don't appreciate that.
Doomer, thanks for coming on. You're getting a lot of hate. I don't think it's fair. So I disagree
I
with.
can't imagine why Adam's sitting there. Oh man, Sitch is so smart.
I disagree. I disagree. Well, I mean, he's making good points, and I'm keep waiting for you to make good
sure.
rebuttals.
Listen,
Your rebuttals are, that was
Oh my god.
that was in the movie hypothetically, but you're not able to point to any point
you
where
don't
it
even
was.
remember what's in the fucking movie. I mean, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Listen. Listen, everyone love and be nice to Doomer because we need a heel, okay? It's just boring if it's just me like yelling to Adam and Adam agreeing. We need someone to come in here and yell at me and tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And then for us to argue. That's what makes it.
You know what? Greta Gerwig, the Marxist, is right. Okay, you're exploiting my labor. This is Marx was completely correct. Okay, this is a completely unjust situation that's going on right now.
I mean, true, but yes.
Can't believe the capitalist exploitation of the entertainer class that's going on here.
No more
True.
fat super chats. We'll get him to go on camera next time.
Nilo for $2 says humor reveals values regarding Joker dorks. There you go. Sodoge for $5 says, does Doomer seriously not understand that Monty Python movies have a message? Both Life of Brian and Holy Grail were poking fun at political topics. I don't remember it in Holy Grail, but
they don't have particularly strong political messages. I mean, like that. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm saying. Is like they're dealing with political topics,
right.
but it's not like super heavy-handed.
Yeah, nothing like the Barbie movie,
Holy Grail and Life of Brian are clearly, dealing with political topics. I guess in Life of Brian it's more religious topics, but
sure,
it's light enough that it's not going to seriously offend the people who believe those things.
Well, and I don't remember Life of Brian. Holy Grail, obviously, there weren't many people advocating for feudalism. But
yeah.
Lucy Lemon Bug, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Lucy. Bruins for 13 months. Thank you. Says, I was thinking Sitch was too autistic about this dumb movie, but now Doomer's making me agree with Sitch more. Anyway, here's the 13 months. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, chat, just so we have an understanding, chat, I called a truce at the beginning of the stream, okay? I will never do that again.
Well, see, maybe this is why we have to have you on
forget.
more, because are you saying that like before you came on, people thought I was wrong? They hadn't seen the movie, but they assumed I was wrong. But now
the chat was agreeing with me the whole fucking time when I was in chat losing my mind, responding to
the people were agreeing.
Stupid fucking shit you were saying and having a stroke. The chat was like, "Oh my god, Doomer! Oh, I'm so based."
The people that
and then I go on stream, say the exact same fucking thing, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
But we're asking you questions and you don't have good responses for them, Doomer. That's the problem.
You keep circling in questions and ignoring my fucking responses. I just keep answering the same question over and over again. You're like, well, you didn't say this? Like I said that like 4 times. You want me to say it again?
Again, it's not in the movie.
So
I agree to disagree.
Well, I'm curious, the people that agree with you before you came on, had they actually seen the movie? Or were they just based on what I was saying? They didn't.
I mean, chat isn't a monolith, Sitch. Okay, I'm sure some of them have seen the movie, some of them have not.
I'm curious about that.
I think most of them have not. Here, I'll do a quick poll.
Maybe I'm just bad at explaining things. So maybe I should only talk about things in the terms of a debate. Yeah, someone brought up a good point. Is Idiocracy a comedy or is it political? I mean, obviously it's comedy primarily, but it has political elements to it. in political themes to it. Though primarily the theme, I mean, the theme of Idiocracy is just that people were fucking stupid, really.
It's not really political.
Like, it's
I
not
mean,
political.
like
It's just
the only political possible. I mean, it could be implying a dysgenic worldview, but aside from that,
yes.
like Idiocracy it's much more similar to a Monty Python situation where it's like it will occasionally touch on politics and stuff.
Right. Well,
but
it's saying something about like the lowest tier of human behavior, right? Like, oh, the show that everyone likes is literally just a guy getting kicked in the balls, and when you try to make an intelligent argument, you get made fun of. Like, there's obviously like
true that happened
right?
here today.
Exactly. There you go. So obviously, there's messages there. There's meaning there behind these jokes to some extent. PC for $5 says, "Is this just quote funny movie good? No, unfunny movie bad." I mean, I thought some of the jokes were funny in it.
Look,
would have
Adam,
been way funnier if America Ferrera gave her speech and everyone was like, "That's stupid.
Yeah,
That's fucking lame.
Like, what are you talking about?"
Get the fuck out of here, you moron."
Put up the Norman Rockwell painting, okay? Because I need to give a hot take. Okay, the point of comedy is to make people laugh. So yes, laugh good, not laugh bad. Unironically, Giga Chad. Yes, that is the point.
But comedy is about surprise and just spouting off woke feminist ideology is not surprising at all. It's very unsurprising. That's why it's not funny.
Well, it didn't do that. So
it did. America Ferrera did. Look, to the point where I was actually
you fucking people will
scene.
seriously be like, well, there's like two scenes in the movie that agree with me. There's the America Ferrera speech, and there's that her sitting on the park bench. So we're just gonna ignore the whole rest of the movie. Like, what the fuck?
What do you mean? I'm not ignoring the rest of the movie.
That's how I'm gonna have the conversation. I'm gonna ignore all the things that say I'm wrong and just focus on the thing that say I'm right. Yes.
Well, the whole movie says
very intelligent.
We're right, though.
That's true. That is true. Akilin Naryasawami for $20. Thank you so much. So I agree with Doomer that the movie is supposed to be a comedy movie, but then he uses that to excuse all the poor plot points. Finding the bad story funny doesn't make it not bad. Messages don't make sense. It's a comedy movie.
Okay, first of all, again, yes, Giga Chad, yes. If you are taking an absurd comedy that is clearly thwarting causality on purpose, and then you get fucking butthurt that the causality doesn't make sense, the problem is your media analysis, not the film. Yes, Giga Chad, yes.
I don't think the movie was playing. It wasn't really like, it wasn't playing with the concept of causality.
Oh my God.
Where was the movie like parroting the causality in the movie?
It's not taking causality seriously for the entire film.
Like how?
They get from Barbie Land to the real world through a series of fucking rocket ship, and then they get.
I don't know what you mean by causality. Then
I'm talking about like whether or not things make sense and flow naturally from one another. Of course, that doesn't happen.
That doesn't undermine causality. Just because it's a wacky causality doesn't mean it's undermining causality.
Them going from the real world to the Barbie world still had to follow a specific set of
causality.
Rules. Yeah. They had to go on a roller skates, or no, they go like on a car, to a boat, to a bicycle, to a camper, to roller skates, and then they had to do it in reverse. Like, so that was following the rules of the universe.
Okay.
Did we do PC already? Or did we miss PC's super chat? It's just funny movie good? No, unfunny movie bad.
No, yeah, we did that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zoomer. You want to respond?
Wait, to what?
Don't worry about it.
Doug for $5 says, Doomer, why does Barbie quote have to make a Pinocchio-like choice about becoming human? For what reason?
Yeah, that's not in the movie.
Yes, oh my fucking God. Look, I'm sorry you don't remember the fucking movie. But yes, it is. She's not happy in Barbie Land anymore. She can't return to the way things are. And then she talks to Ruth. That's the plot of the film.
Know
I'm sorry you don't
There is nothing in the real world that made her happy.
That's also a good point, yeah.
Oh my God.
If something happened in the real world that she had some sort of connection to, that she'd be like, oh, this is missing from my life.
You're wrong. She saw that old lady on a park bench and was very happy about it.
That's such headcanon. That's so headcanon.
I know. I'm teasing you.
You guys are putting the weirdest fucking burdens on the film.
Look,
What
if
the
she
film
met,
presents makes
if she
perfect
met,
sense.
if she
You're like,
met,
oh well, it should have
I'll
been
be right
directed
back. You
by
guys
Martin
keep arguing.
Scorsese. What the fuck?
if she met a person in the real world and had some sort of connection.
Wait,
if
it's
she
not
met,
even about being happy. What does that being happy have to do with anything?
You're the one that brought happy up as the motivation for her leaving.
She doesn't belong in Barbie world anymore.
Why?
Because oh my god.
What is in the
Okay,
movie that
why does
makes
she-
you believe that?
Why the entire plot of the film? Why does she leave Barbie Land in the first place?
Because she has a problem. She basically leaves Barbie world because she has the equivalent of some sort of medical problem. She has a problem with her feet. She has to leave the world to fix her feet.
That is one of
She has to
four
leave the world
problems
to
that she
fix
has.
her cellulite.
Okay, and does leaving the world and does leaving Barbie Land fix that problem?
No.
Okay, why?
Well, hold on. The movie doesn't really settle that. It doesn't settle whether it fixes the cellulite or the feet at all. That is kind of just that's an unfinished plot line.
It's not unfinished. The
No,
point
she,
is that
the,
she
at
can't,
no point
she
in the
can't
movie
go
do
back.
you look down and go, "Oh, look, her
She
feet are
can't-
fixed."
She can't go back to the way things were. Everything the world is restored to exactly the way that it was, and it doesn't fix things. And things don't go back to the way they were, and then Ruth appears and they have the conversation. Would you take that along with the very obvious themes that you guys agreed with, that Barbie very clearly has these thematic elements about growing up? It's the most obvious shit in the fucking world. It's about accepting the world, flaws and all,
You
and
can't look at
deciding
this-
to grow up.
You
And it-
can't look at the scenes with Ruth and say it's remotely obvious. Like she doesn't.
is
She doesn't.
Blatantly obvious.
She tells her, "Look, she's not pitching her good things that happen in the real
It's-
world that will make
Okay, I'm back.
her."
It's a mother talking to a daughter figure about the pains of the world and about how it's worth being in the world anyway.
She doesn't make any sort of pitches on why it's worth. She doesn't try to persuade her in
that's what
any way, shape,
Well, no,
or
she
form.
says. So to be fair, she tries to say that being in the real world means you get to choose your destiny. You're not stuck in being pigeonholed to be stereotypical Barbie or President Barbie or whatever.
Wouldn't it be
choice is
great if
selected
that
for the
was a
Barbie.
payoff and there was a setup about how Barbie really
Wanted
was,
something grander than
This
her life?
entire
Yeah, that would
fucking
be great.
conversation-
wanted
is
was like
explaining the
had some
fucking film.
existential threat about whether or not she actually had free will and wanted free will. So there were like setups. So when that actually happens, she has a payoff. Oh, really? I can have free will, the thing that I've always desired in the
Yes.
real world.
100%.
I think that would make it crystal clear that her motivation for going to the real world would be, I want to make choices.
Right.
None of that
Or
is
she
in the
gains that
movie,
at
though.
some point in the movie. Yeah,
None of
I
that
agree.
is in the movie. You're complete Doomer. One of the problems is you're just completely making excuses for the movie because you liked it stylistically. Look, I liked it stylistically. I thought there were many funny jokes that I laughed at.
I'm not making excuses for the movie. I
You
have on
are.
several
You
occasions.
totally
I have
are.
on several occasions admitted that things about the movie are obviously bad. But I'm sorry, Adam, you don't remember the scene. You're objectively wrong. You need to watch the movie again. You are incorrect about the sequence of events.
Well, what in the scene where she's talking
I
to
don't want to
Ruth?
say it for a fifth fucking time.
No. It's not a question of what she said in the scene. The question is something should have happened to put her on that path to that scene before the scene, right?
I don't think that's necessary.
Okay, well, I guess we just have a complete disagreement about how these stories should be structured.
Her motive. Look, both Sitch,
There's no
both
stories
Sitch
shouldn't
and I.
have to be structured any particular way. Again, how the fuck do you keep telling me, oh, it's not experimental at all, and then you keep getting fucking butthurt about the things the film does that are weird?
Well, because
Like,
I think
how-
it's
how
bad.
can
I don't
those
think it's
things sit-
experimental.
Oh,
But
okay.
I don't think it was
Yeah, you're
intentionally done to move away from standard story structure.
Yeah, you're
I mean,
describing it
maybe
as an
won't.
art film, which I describe 99% of all
don't-
art films is just bad movies.
Right.
Well, it's not that it's an art film. It's that it's doing things in an atypical way to accomplish its goals, and it succeeds.
No, it doesn't succeed. That's where
Okay.
the rub is.
Okay, Adam, the fun thing is, you are objectively wrong. You are one of the few people who don't like it. It is a massive fucking hit. One of the biggest hits of the year. Almost everyone loves the movie. It 100% is accomplishing its goal. Okay,
mean,
I
isn't
understand.
one of-
You might prefer if the movie was built differently, but saying the movie is a failure is objectively wrong. That's
Barbie.
not true.
Built differently. Isn't one of the highest grossing movies like one of the Transformers movies?
Yeah, totally.
I mean, I don't
That
think
movie's awful.
Okay.
I don't think that
I-
like the
hey, guess
popularity
what?
speaks
Guess
to like,
what?
the structure of it.
Yeah,
The
he is making a
Transformers-
giant
the-
appeal to popularity.
Yeah.
When
Okay, first
Doomer,
of all-
you understand
No,
filmmaking,
no,
which is
no,
the problem
shut
here.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay,
Yes.
you made an appeal to popularity. You said it didn't work. It did work. Again, it's a question of popularity.
Okay,
And by
that's
the
a-
way, stop.
that's a fair
Stop.
point. That's
And
a
by the
fair
way,
point.
the Transformers films do
Yeah.
accomplish what they're trying to do. The
Right.
people who want to
You-
go
but
see
you moved
robots
the goalpost.
stop. The people who want to see robots punch each other and fart enjoy those movies.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
you're
They
moving
do
the
it.
goal.
Wait,
Look,
okay, wait,
hold
wait,
on.
wait, wait,
I'm not
Wait,
moving my
wait,
goalposts.
wait,
Listen,
wait,
just
wait, wait,
watch
wait,
me
wait,
for
wait,
15
wait, wait,
years.
wait.
It's not moving the goalposts.
Wait. You are moving the goalpost because I am saying that it doesn't accomplish its goal from a screenwriting perspective because there's no setup that the motivation is completely clear for anybody. And then you're moving the goalpost to, well, it was successful financially,
you're-
so
no,
therefore
no,
it doesn't
no.
have to live up
I don't think
to
anyone's moving the
clear
goal-
You keep-
motivations
again,
for the characters.
This fucking thing keeps happening where
Why
you're
do you
like,
keep
the movie-
interrupting?
Hold on,
Stop.
hold on.
Look, just take a breath. Okay, just chill one at a time. We can talk
Can I
one
build
at a
the
time.
bridge here? Can I build the bridge here?
No bridge
Okay.
building.
No, let me build the bridge.
Yeah, shut
I
the
don't think-
fuck up, Sitch.
I don't think anyone's moving any goalposts. Okay, I think it's that we're talking about different things and we're using different metrics. Okay?
No,
This-
he's moving
this
the
thing-
goalpost.
no,
Don't
this
let
thing
him
keeps-
off.
This thing keeps fucking happening in this fucking conversation where you're like,
Yeah.
well, the movie should be doing this. It should be doing
From
this.
a
thing to accomplish these- It
screenwriting
should-
perspective,
There's no correct way to write a fucking screenplay, Adam. There's nothing that it has
I
to
can't
do.
believe Doomers. You've
Well, wait a minute,
completely
wait a minute, wait a
changed your
minute, wait a minute.
position.
You wait.
I have not changed anything.
I thought we had a conversation. in
We
the
did,
past
yes.
Where you agreed that there are objective metrics to what makes stories good or bad.
We
right?
did have that
What?
conversation.
You were misremembering that conversation. I don't know what I said,
Well,
but it wasn't
Adam
that.
remembers it. I remember having this conversation with you on stream. I thought about like because you were saying because I remember you saying something like there's a reason that everyone when they like certain moments in movies they all like the same moments or they find the same jokes funny. That's like obviously there's a level of objectiveness to storytelling and what
Oh,
makes
God.
storytelling good.
Yes,
wanna-
understanding characters' motivations is
Now,
one
wait,
of
wait,
those
wait.
levels.
If you're to ask me, why do I think people will like? I think this movie will be very successful, and I do think it will be very popular. Ben Shapiro said he thought it was going to drop off the first week. I don't think that's true at all. I think the primary reason this movie will do very well is for two reasons. One, all the fucking horrible woke feminist pandering will appeal to a lot of people. Number one, but number two, this movie is
Wait,
filled
what
to the
happened
brim.
to?
Let him
Movie's
finish.
filled to the brim with, in my opinion, undeserved emotional moments between mothers and daughters. That when the mothers take their daughters to see this movie, they'll hug their daughter close and cry, and they'll feel like they felt something and learned something. Okay. Now, from my perspective, I felt that those moments were undeserved, but a lot of people could still just see the scene play out before them and still feel that emotion. They're not wrong for that. That's what will happen. And I think that's why people will like the movie. And because it's silly and fun. Okay.
I agree. Yeah,
So.
I recommended it for those reasons, even though I think the plot was fucking, had huge plot holes and shit motivations and really missed the mark on what it could have been. Did Doomer leave?
No, he's so.
Hilarious.
Anyway. Where are we? Dusty Shaws for $10 says, I pledge these $10 to the cause of kicking dollar store Vosh extra large Hassan out of here. Ouch.
Wow.
Hurtful.
It's pretty rude.
It is very rude. Josh K for 10 months says, this is just the video games don't have good stories. I never said that I just don't enjoy them. Over again argument. I never actually heard that argument, but
I heard it, but I don't remember it.
Oh, I remember it.
Hentai OG Taitoku 310 for $15. Thank you. Says, sure, comedy film, but the movie doesn't understand what it wants to be or say. It just says nothing. S-Class is the best class. And
Okay, well-
A-Team is Ken enough.
I love
Hold
it.
on, hold on a second. Because I have to address chat because everyone is saying a bunch of really fucking stupid shit. Okay.
Okay.
I evaluate films against the goals the films are going for. If a film is trying to be a silly comedy, I will compare it to other silly comedies. I'm not going to compare it to fucking Vertigo. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. When artists are trying to do something, they don't do things randomly. They have goals, and those goals are usually exemplified in lots of different ways. For example, genres. People like certain genres because they like certain emotional experiences, certain tones, and certain kinds of films, because it's going for a particular thing. I'm evaluating the films based on how well they accomplish that goal. In the case of Barbie, it accomplishes that goal very well. Does that mean that it's fucking Vertigo? No. Again, it's a silly comedy. Evaluated against other silly comedies, it's pretty good. Evaluated against other silly comedies, it's pretty fucking experimental. You compare this film to The 40-Year-Old Virgin, and like, again, we keep talking about things the film does differently. And then you're like, why would you call it experimental? You keep fucking complaining about the stuff the film does that's atypical, that breaks the standard structure. That's why I'm saying experimental, because it's constantly fucking doing things that are different, okay? And it's very, very good at accomplishing its goal. The fucking theater was losing their shit laughing. It's a very funny movie. Again, does that mean it's a serious art piece? No. But there's nothing wrong with a movie accomplishing a goal that you don't particularly enjoy. Transformers is the perfect example, because Transformers are stupid, bad movies where people go to watch robots hit each other in the face and fart, and there is nothing wrong with that, okay? The Transformers movies perfectly accomplish their goal. And if you don't like that, again, it's fine to say the Transformers movies are bad, but they are effective. They are. Their audience likes them. They get what they paid for.
Doomer, I don't mind any of that, but the criticism that Sitch and I are both levying have to do with character and motivation and consistency and setup and payoff. And so, and none of what you're saying, I disagree with. But okay, when you come in here and say that we're wrong because those character motivations are in the movie, but can't point to exactly where they are, you're just kind of like, well, they were in there.
Adam, I did point to where they are. You deny that it exists because you don't remember the movie. Okay.
Well, see, now you're claiming that I don't remember the movie.
I've said that like 5 times.
I don't want to loop every time. I don't want to loop the same arguments like 20 times. We obviously just don't agree. I think when it comes to the experimental thing, the disconnect between us is that you believe that these choices were intentional and thus experimental, where I and looks like Adam as well do not think they were intentional and thus give the faults to just accidental shitty writing.
It's so obviously not trying to be a typical movie. I don't know how you can hold that position. There's so many things in the movie that are just weird and purposefully different.
Stylistically, not story-wise. We keep separating those two out.
Listen, Barbie was designed this way stylistically. Okay, just like
even in terms of story, it's not what like
Barbie's a funnier character than we're used to. Okay.
Like
Solo for $2 says it's not for you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Accurate. Oh, that's so good.
Accurate. Barbie is the key to all this. True. Actually, Ken is the key to all this.
Ken is amazing.
Yes. Reralt of Givia for $2 says, unrelated, Doomer, did you like The Last Jedi?
I have not seen it.
You what?
I don't watch cake shit. I don't watch Star Wars. No. Well, I saw TFA.
Okay. You've seen the original, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen Safety Not Guaranteed?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that. I don't know what that is. Thoth's Apprentice for 5 months. Hey, Thoth. Says, Sitch, the philosophy of never improving yourself is that of the chaos god Nurgle, Lord of Entropy, Rot, and Decay. Remember, Grandpa Nurgle loves you.
Wow.
So Nurgle's a feminist. Poopa for 20 euros. Thank you. Says, you're forgetting that jokes, structure, and all cinematic tools arise from subtext, intentions, and themes. Being serious or not is only one aspect to it that doesn't remove the theme and or intention.
True.
It's so funny watching a bunch of fucking brainlets in chat who think they're fucking geniuses for watching goddamn Marvel movies sit here and tell me that I don't know anything about fucking analyzing films, that I haven't seen shit. You have fucking hilarious.
It seems that you've changed your position. I mean, I noticed that.
Adam, I wrote a book on this over 10 years ago. I've not changed my position. Maybe you have a different understanding of it. Well, I assure you, I've not changed my position.
Look, you believe that there are objective metrics to storytelling.
Adam, absolutely never said it. I despise the word objective. I use it as a joke. I never use that word seriously.
Well,
there's not objective. The words objective
the context of the conversation.
Should be banned.
Hold on, let me see if I can remember the context of the conversation. I think it went something to the effect of, you were like, there are certain things that will happen in a movie that will give the majority of the audience a certain feeling, and that you can measure that feeling the audience will have objectively.
Well, that's not objective. I mean, yes, like movies have a goal.
It is objective. It's an emergent property of a movie, but it is totally objective. Like the box office of a movie is objective.
Movies have goals, and very obviously, some movies are far more effective at accomplishing those goals than others. And I'll go further on this than most people. You know, a lot of people will be like, "Oh, comedy is so subjective." Not really. Not really. You know, if a movie is pretty unfunny, almost everybody will agree with that. You know, and it's like, when movies are very, very, high on the comedic end, very, very funny, you can find people who don't like them, but not that many. Like, comedy's not as subjective as people think. If the goal is to make people laugh, there are reliable ways to do that. But that doesn't mean that there is an objective, like prescriptive, correct way to make films.
Obviously.
So I guess we were just kind of talking past each other. Because we did have this conversation. I guess you just don't like the word objective. Where when we're saying that, like, yes, like not everything is subjective. There are specific things that make specific groups of people laugh, and you can make broader jokes that will make broader audiences laugh. Yes,
right.
Of course.
Well,
if you have a movie that's like, one movie has conflict and another movie has no conflict at all, you can say one will likely be far more appealing to audiences than the other.
Right.
Well, okay. Well, now I pretty much don't have a choice. I have to like give a whole rant because there's no other way to address this.
No. About what?
About objectivity and subjectivity.
No, okay.
We don't look. Yeah.
Listen, I'll just say this. If we look at the poll, Doomer, 88% of the people have not seen this movie. Okay. So don't let them get you down. They just like me more than you. So they agree with me. Okay.
First of all, Tony Giffen chat, don't talk to me about Blake Snyder. Okay. I exchanged emails with him 21 years ago. I understand these things. I read these books before you people were fucking born.
Well, this is what surprises
don't talk to me. About
me.
Sid Fields.
Look, this is what surprises me when I say that Barbie's motivation at the end of the movie is completely unclear, and you say, no, it is completely clear, but you point to scenes that it's just kind of subjective whether or not she meant that.
I'm not saying it's 100% clear. I'm rejecting this idea you have that the movie has to be structured a certain way and that the movie has to plant a flag and make this completely obvious in the way that you want it to be. I think that it is clear enough. It accomplishes what it's trying to do. I don't like this idea that it's like, oh, well, we should have had a whole plot line establishing how, Barbie wants this, like the Pinocchio thing should start in the very beginning where she wants free will, but she doesn't have it. And then she discovers it in the real world. And then Ruth, like, I reject that. It's fine the way it is, where like she escapes the real world and like she comes back and then she's not able to return. There's like the Joseph Campbell beat where she returns, but she's changed and now she can't enjoy Barbie Land. And then Ruth shows up. They talk about this in the movie's result. That's fine. It works for me.
Okay. It didn't work for me or Adam in that respect. So
yeah,
we don't have to argue in circles again. Zero for 4 months says, if you haven't watched it yet, you should definitely watch the new Indiana Jones. I unironically loved it. I was very amused by just how bad it was. Wow. I didn't watch it. I watched Red Letter Media's review of it, including the spoiler of the ending, which is unironically just so garbagely stupid. It's funny. But I'm probably not going to see the movie. I'll probably, when it comes on streaming, I'll just watch the last 5 minutes just to see that one scene.
Just see how bad it is.
Yeah. I don't want to spoil it. But,
What scene?
The last scene in Indiana Jones. The new one.
Oh God. I don't even know anything about that movie.
Oh, they talk, if you're curious, the Red Letter Media, they go over it and it sounds hilarious. So.
Oh God. Why that they spent $300 million on that movie. Like, what the fuck?
That is shocking.
It is shocking.
I don't understand who wants to see like old man Harrison Ford trying to be Indiana Jones at this age, or like if they really want to do Indiana Jones again, in my opinion, they should have done it like
a young actor.
Well, no, you could have Harrison Ford be in it still, right? Have it instead of it being like a classic Indiana Jones movie, which is not going to work with someone that age. You have to change up the formula. You make it more like a Dan Brown thing, where he actually has to use his knowledge of archaeology to solve some kind of mystery that doesn't require him like going in car chases and punching Nazis, right?
Isn't he
Make
like
it a little
80?
more
Does he have a
grounded.
walker?
Yeah, he's like 80. You can't have him being Indiana Jones anymore. Okay.
I
Jeez,
think they
there's-
should just cast a young actor and start over because people would
Well, they
be
could
into
do that.
They'd be
They
like,
could do
oh,
that.
now our guy is Indy.
Yeah, I guess.
Some young actor that
But this-
everyone likes from some
I don't
other
think-
indie movie.
I don't think anyone cares about the property enough to do that. Like, would a reboot of Indiana Jones really get that much attention?
Yeah, well, I think, obviously parents would
Uh.
take their kids and it could spark a whole another generation.
Well, would
right?
it be the same time period, or would they like move up the time period?
Move up the time period?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think there's enough brand strength they could make it work, but like the problem is right now the word on the street is that these movies are terrible, and like you
Right.
got to get over that somehow.
Do it a prequel. Do it with a young actor playing Indiana Jones' dad. So it's like Sean Connery, but as young.
No prequels.
You don't
So
like
sick of
prequels?
I'm so fucking sick of prequels. You need to stop with all prequel nonsense.
Okay.
please.
We'll do
Like,
it
just,
in.
you can do a reboot, but instead of it, what year is the first Indiana Jones supposed to take place in? Right.
I don't.
Well,
I
if you're-
could care less
The
if you do it in
Nazis, so it's
20.
like the 30s or 40s or something.
If you're gonna do a reboot, then just fucking have different stories. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Do a
saying.
reboot, but you could do a reboot, but it takes place in like the 70s or 80s or something, right?
Yeah.
Like you still want it to be a little bit in the past, but
Could be 80s. Look,
instead of
he's-
fighting in real Nazis, he's fighting Twitter Nazis.
True based.
Yeah.
Dude, you could do Barbie, and then like you could just round up all the people like Sitch and Adam that are just getting butthurt about Barbie. Have Indiana
Mhm.
Jones fight them.
What's going on in
There you go.
archaeology though in the 80s? Is he like working
don't
for
fucking
Wall
know.
Street or something?
Who knows? I mean, I think I'm against the whole concept anyway. I think they should just let Indiana Jones die. I don't think it's gonna work anymore. But
I don't know. It could
Okay.
be interesting.
I have negative interest in seeing that movie. Like
me too.
if you were like, hey, you can watch Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, and I'll pay you $20, I think I would say no.
I would
know, I
definitely
don't-
say no.
I don't know that it's worth $20 to go sit through that.
No, it's not. Landorf brings up a good point because like Indiana Jones is supposed to specifically be based off of a 1930s serial, and I don't think that formula has any appeal in today's world anymore. So you have to completely reinvent the thing to do something different with it.
Yeah.
Grendel Vivats for $10 says, I know how to resolve this. We have Sitch and Doomer go see Barbie 2, maybe 3 more times, then release multi-hour video essays and the chat votes for the best one. There you go.
I'm game for that. You guys down?
I always say I'm going to work on a script, and I never do. But I do feel motivational energy to do a Barbie script.
Was this
They're Barbie
helpful?
animated.
I feel like
This was very
Let me be
helpful.
sure to hide your channel so I don't have to be
Okay.
subjected to a
Are
fucking
you going to
2-hour
do a
video
Barbie?
essay about your takes on Barbie.
It's not going to be 2
It
hours.
is not that serious. Barbie is
Boomer's not gonna
Barbie
do
isn't
that.
like my favorite movie of all time. It's an
Okay.
entertaining, silly movie.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's not worth like a video.
why are you
Actually,
simping so hard for it then?
it's kind of interesting. It's very difficult to talk about comedy in particular.
Yeah.
It's like I had this problem when I was talking about when I did my 10 best YouTube videos. Like some of them I just liked them because they're funny, and it's like, what am I going to say? Like, do I just do the jokes? Like,
yeah,
it's hard to do an analysis of comedy.
Right. I got you.
Do you think
Sorry,
Your
we-
Highness has feminist themes?
I have not seen Your Highness.
Oh.
No, it's like got like anti-feminist.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I brought it up.
Right. Especially when he puts the Minotaur's dick on her head. It's very anti-feminist.
They literally have pedo jokes in there.
They do. They do.
I don't know that you could make Your Highness today. When did that movie come out? Like 2013 or something?
Like earlier, like 2008, 2007, probably.
Everyone would be like on Twitter talking about how they were fucking molested by some pedo and how the movie just completely triggered them, and there was
Yep.
no trigger warning.
Yep.
Okay, Chad, I'm calling your bluff. If it's so easy to do an analysis of comedy, then you go make a fucking video about analyzing comedy. Okay?
2011.
There
Prove
you
me
go.
wrong.
Why are you letting chat get under your skin, Doomer? Don't let him. Come on.
It's not
Just
getting,
ignore
they're getting
him.
on my skin. It's just funny.
Okay.
Your Highness is 2011.
It's
You're
like-
right, Sitch.
2011. Oh.
It's like giving a speech in a middle school and everyone's like getting upset at the things that you're saying. It's just cute.
Is
Well, you are
Enchanto
saying-
anti-woke?
you
Rustle
are-
their hair.
You are saying some pretty
Um,
messed up things, though. I mean,
Like what?
well, it's obvious Barbie's motivation is unclear.
Okay,
and
we're
it's
not
just-
rehashing arguments.
You don't want to.
I mean, I don't
You don't want
think-
to
I don't-
accept it.
I don't think Encanto is woke or anti-woke. I don't think it has anything to do. The message of Encanto, I didn't perceive through that political lens at all. So, I mean, I didn't really like Encanto, but it had nothing to do with politics. CT for 2 Canadians says, guys, you've been talking about Barbie for 2 hours. No, we've been arguing about Barbie for 2 hours. Okay, get it right. Me and Doomer have been having a beach off. Okay,
Beach.
beach Ken.
Those jokes were funny because it
The
sounded like they
beach-
were saying beat off.
That was the joke. Thank
We're gonna
you.
have a beat off.
Yes. Yes, Adam, that was the joke.
That was the joke.
That was good. It worked. You're like, what are
There
they
you go.
saying? Beat off? What? Oh, beach off.
Yes, yes. Solidose for $2 says, "Are you kidding me? Monty Python absolutely had themes." Okay, I guess I'd have to watch it again.
It's been so long since I
one-
saw
Long
that.
time,
No
yeah.
one said it didn't have themes. They said it didn't have. It wasn't overbearing with its themes.
Right. CT for 2 Canadians says, "Hi, Doomer. Hi, other not Doomers." She gave a hi Doomer a heart and the other Doomers an eye roll. Look at that.
Oh, PCs is still up. We'll be able to see if the heart actually goes to the heart on his super chat.
PC for $50. Thanks so much, PC, for the $50.
Yeah, that's very
Said, I
generous.
saw a play last week where the protagonist decides to steal money. It's mostly for jokes and everyone stresses about it, but in the end, the character is never punished and it's never discussed. Modern media doesn't consider their stories morals. I mean, yeah, I guess it depends on what the story is trying, like what the story is. There are obviously stories that are just wacky, funny movies that don't really consider the morals or themes or anything. But usually those kind of, in my opinion, like movies, they don't really like do heavy-handed political things at all. But
It's almost like the movie is doing things that aren't normally done. I wish
Yeah.
there was a word for that.
it's experimental. There you go. Drew the Dogman for $2 says, "I don't think Fat Hobbit knows what Giga Chad means." Ouch. Drew's mean. Don't be mean. Bezos for 6 months says, quote, "Barbie is just quirky, so the movie doesn't have to be taken literally." Doomer.
See, oh my God, chat. Why are you guys so fucking dense?
I mean, that's a
It's
pretty right-on
unreal.
analysis of what you're saying, Doomer.
No, I wasn't listening to Sitch. I try and tune him out.
Oh,
People
he's-
just keep saying, why are you saying comedy's hard to analyze? I'm saying it's hard to, there's not much to say about it. Like in the way that there is about drama. Because again,
Not
like what are you
true.
supposed to do? Just redo the jokes? Like, okay, yeah, you do a video essay. There's a reason there's very few video essays about why a successful comedy works. It's hard. It's
I
not
mean,
obvious what you're
no,
supposed to say.
I agree with you. I mean, I think there is a reason for why jokes work, but I do think it's more difficult to explain that than for drama or something else. So
I
'cause
don't.
okay, I know you still about surprise. I understand, but
Well, no, I just also comedy follows the same rules as any other script. Characters have to have motivation, have to have a
no. In terms of like why like a specific joke could be funny versus another joke isn't. There's a lot of like intuition and kind of like hard to nail down concepts, I think, that exist in the realm of the joke.
Well, you have to know where you are in the culture. That's the hard part.
That is true. Let's see.
There's a
Stug-
we understand that the Barbie's outlaw gay marriage joke would be hilarious to a certain audience and set a certain audience's hair on fire.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a distinction.
That
Okay,
would
so-
have been hilarious. Okay, the Kens come back and decide that they need to be gay to escape the Barbie matriarchy. Come on.
That would have
That's
been
brilliant.
amazing.
Yes.
Okay, so Zero Smoke says, never fight the chat, you'll always lose. Incorrect. I always win because I always get to subject the chat to my terrible takes. I always win. You're forced to sit here and listen to me, okay?
Well, they're not.
Nobody's
They could
forced.
leave.
We love
You're-
it. What are you talking about?
Precisely.
The
That's good
only thing
content.
that would make this better is if we could see your arms waving around at the same time.
True.
Man, this is shocking. Everybody in chat that has a fucking clue is agreeing with me, and you know, some people aren't. Some people aren't.
Okay.
Well,
Stock for $5 says, wouldn't it be nice if the Transformers films were fun robot fighting movies and also had a coherent story and character arcs?
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's my biggest problem. I'm like, why
Yes.
do I have to follow this human around? Just make
I-
fucking Optimus Prime the fucking protagonist.
I'm not convinced that like a legitimately good screenplay would help those films. I'm really not.
I disagree.
I
think a good
completely
screenplay would help any
disagree.
film.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still have successful movies that have shitty screenplays, but I've never heard of like a good screenplay making a movie worse.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I just don't think that it's accomplishing its goals better. That necessitates like some extremely high level of writing. Like it does
Well,
accomplish its goals, even
yeah,
if it had an amazing screenplay. Like I'm not going to go see it.
Well,
not
I
gonna
mean,
win me
if the
over.
goal is just to make a shit ton of money, then I guess sure. Though, I mean, I think if you're just doing it by law of averages, probably if you have a better screenplay, you have a more likely average to make more money with your movie.
It just seems silly to say that because
I don't know.
Maybe not. I would hope
I don't
so.
know.
Listen, I hope that's true. I don't know.
Well, like
Okay.
something I've noticed, like I just went through like the whole fucking history of romance films, and
Yeah.
like the best ones are very rarely the ones that make money.
Oh, it's
And there's
sad.
like some very clear reasons that the ones that are making money are making money. And in
Okay.
fact, like what's really interesting is that some of the things that guarantee a romance film to make money are the exact same things that guarantee the film is going to be shit and only is going to appeal to this core audience of
Like
people.
what? Can you give us an example?
Sure.
Not spoiling
So,
everything.
yeah, I'll give you two examples. The concepts of love at first sight and soulmates basically destroy the potential drama of the films. But that's what a lot of people want. They want to see a film where people fall in love at first sight and everything works out. But that destroys the dramatic potential of the film. You know, the whole process of negotiating whether or not you like each other and trying to figure out information about like, you know, what's going on in their head and then trying to like signal shit at the beginning. Like that's the most dramatically interesting part of a relationship. And then if you have the setup of like, oh well, things are guaranteed to work out, it's like having an action movie where the first scene just, you know, tells you, oh well, you know, the hero wins and lives at the end, and then they go back and tell the story. It's like, well, you've just destroyed all the suspense of the story. Like
Well-
having
Right. Well, with love at first sight, isn't the drama something different? It's not like, well, it's not like the drama isn't will they get together. It's like there's obstacles preventing them from getting.
there are,
from
but
getting
most of those
together, right?
obstacles there, I mean, yes, but most of those obstacles are don't work particularly well necessarily. And the most interesting films are the ones where they don't do that.
Well, I mean, interesting is a point of view, Anakin, right? Like maybe it's not
Sure.
interesting to you, but
I mean, okay, interesting in a consensus sense. Interesting in the sense of
Right.
the movies stand the test of time. Interesting in a sense
Hmm.
of the people who care the most about these films would say these things.
sure. I mean, I would probably wager that a lot of people, when they watch movies, they want some level of comfort or security emotionally from the movie, and so that's why they might like the
Well, that's-
love at first sight thing.
So that's part of what I was getting at. The movies
Mhm.
sell a fantasy, and that's why they were
Right.
able to reliably make money. But it's precisely that fantasy that stops anything but the core audience from being able to connect with it. That's why if you look at the list of the most successful romance films, they have horrible IMDb and Metacritic ratings. They're average like 5.1 or something on IMDb of the most successful films, and like an average of like 32 on Metacritic or something. Like
Right.
incredibly low. But the core
Well,
audience
mhm.
still likes them. And that's what's
Yeah.
interesting is that the same thing that appeals to that core audience is the same thing that stops other people from enjoying them. And then when you look at the romance films that actually do have broad appeal, that do stand the test of time and that people really do like in the long term, they're doing things that virtually guarantee they will make less money in the short term. That's why I was saying the thing about Transformers. I'm not really convinced that, you know, technically better screenwriting is going to make the films more money, because it could precisely be the fact that they're stupid
it'd have
that
more
appeals to their
cultural
core audience.
impact.
Well, I guess
they're not built for cultural impact.
when you say like the movies stand the test of time, is you just mean with critics, or does you mean like someone will
No,
wa-
with
with an
with-
audience or something?
no, with everyone. Like there
Like,
there
what's
are
an
films.
example?
Like there's a film called Four Christmases that was $1 million spec sale, and it's one of the most successful romance films of like the last 20 years.
Never even heard of it.
Incredibly successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You've never heard of it. If you go to the Pirate Bay, 0 people are seeding it. Nobody watches it. Nobody cares about it. In its day, it was like wildly successful. And that's true of tons of these films. Even if you talk to the kind of person who really likes this sort of rom-com, they aren't going back to the stuff that,
What's
you
like
know,
the
existed.
inverse of that?
What do you mean the inverse?
Like,
In
what's
what
the
regard?
movie that does all the things that are like good screenwriting but did poorly but has withstood the test of time?
Oh, I mean, I could bring up the spreadsheet. I gave you a bunch of examples.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious because like I am curious because that'd be
2001.
very interesting if there's like this inverse effect on like good writing.
Well, it's not even necessarily good writing. It's about the goals that you're trying to accomplish. Like a lot of rom-coms are very clearly like it's almost like they're not drama because they're not dramatic. I mean, they purposefully undermine like the dramatic elements of storytelling in order to serve sort of a fantasy to people that
Sure.
everybody realizes is not real.
Of course.
So and like I don't know if it's my place to say it's necessarily bad writing. I can say it's not dramatic, but like that's what a lot of people want. Clearly, that's what the most people want, the people who watch romance films.
True. Well, it's kind of like you look at all these weird isekai animes nowadays, where like the plot is the character is overpowered. Like that's such a common trope. It's become its own genre of anime. It's kind of interesting psychologically. Like, why is that popular? These animes that have no real conflict or drama to them because you know the main character can't possibly lose. You're just enjoying it, I guess, for the experience of it, or enjoying it for like the power fantasy element of it.
Yeah, there's other things you can enjoy. It's interesting to me that a lot of things can undermine what seem to be, like you said, what you would assume are core rules of storytelling and still succeed. You know, it's like people can know that Spider-Man's not going to die because there's another film. It's coming out, right? You know, there's
Sure.
another Spider-Man film next year,
Of course.
and people will still sit there in an
He
action
could be
scene
a
and have,
quadriplegic though.
yeah, like I mean, not really.
Well, like a good movie, when you're watching it, you're not thinking to yourself, Spider-Man's not going to die in the scene, right?
Well, so that's a pretty fascinating thing. When you get immersed, you don't think about it, but as soon as the suspension of disbelief breaks,
Exactly.
you
start
see all of the
thinking about it.
problems.
Yeah.
That was something I noticed about I watched A Star Is Born, and there's a sequence in that that's like it's so fucking obvious it's going to happen, but I didn't see it coming. You know, I'm pretty media literate, but
Sure,
the
yeah.
film had me, so I just didn't.
Well, that's
I
the thing.
didn't
It's all
perceive
about
that it was about to happen.
it's all about maintaining that suspension of disbelief. Because once you do that, you can get away with anything. Because you're just not thinking. When you're not thinking, anything will be surprising. So, let's see. Dusty Shaws for $5 says, after this performance, oh, this is me. Yeah, don't get mad. Yeah. After this performance, Doomer deserves a new Scream name. Or organized Doomer or actual Doomer. Both seem to fit.
That's a little below the belt shot.
Wind Traveler for 2 months says the main 40K Chaos Gods map hilariously well onto different aspects of the modern left. Asks Argon about it the next time he's on. It's interesting. Z3PO for 8 months. Thank you. Says all roads lead to gay Kens. True.
Yes.
Kyle Petty for 9 months. Thank you, Kyle. Says the most destabilizing effect of aliens would be if they had the ability to look like us. That would be chaos. Anyway, you guys do amazing work. Yeah, that would be complicated.
As
So
soon as you go down the gay Ken route, Ben Shapiro is going to be losing his mind. All the LGBT mafia, all this movie so woke. Oh my god! But then as soon as the Barbies outlaw gay marriage, he's just going to not know what to do. He's going to be like, "What
That's why the
fuck?
movie would have been genius. That's why it would have been. See, if you really wanted to like stick it in the eye of everyone, that would have been the move.
Yeah, that. I feel like that's the move Idiocracy did, though. I feel like that's the big difference.
I mean, Idiocracy didn't really seem to like be like attacking one side or the other politically.
Yeah,
Okay.
In my opinion. So
Sitch, I have a shocking statistic for you.
yes.
Since you asked about the question, I pulled up the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So, of the films I put in top 10 tier,
Mm-hmm.
only one of them made more than $34 million.
Well,
And of the films I put in F tier, only one of them made less than $34 million.
yeah, but is that just your taste or unusual?
No, they correspond to the IMDb and the Metacritic and the number of people that are torrenting the films and any other metric that you could have about the reception of the films. I mean, long term, pretty much everything that's in F tier is completely forgotten about. That's not true.
Like
There's one film that isn't. I'm not going to spoil that.
Well, give me.
I mean, I
one
can give you a couple of examples. So, the one that made the least is a film called Blue is the Warmest Color. That didn't make money because it was NC-17.
I've never heard
obvious.
of it. Tell me something
Yeah.
I've heard of.
You've heard of Before Sunset and Before Sunrise, Blue Valentine.
Those didn't do well in theaters.
No,
Oh, interesting.
Blue Valentine made 10 million.
Well, I haven't seen that.
Before
But the
Sunset,
Before
before
Sunset movie.
yeah, like Before Sunset made 6 million.
Interesting. Well, I can understand that movie's pretty boring.
I mean, it's again in the perspective of time, these are the Before series is one of the things people can most agree on as being very, very, very
Yeah, but
good.
here's the issue. Like, maybe the thing that's going on is that I don't know, like, even though the Before movies still like have withstood the test of time, I don't know if that's like they haven't withstood the test of time with a broad audience. They've withstood the test of time because a niche audience really likes them. So maybe what you're seeing is like the difference between broad appeal, which things will people will discard it, versus niche appeal, which we will like cling on to.
No, I mean, I see two distinct audiences. So like one of them likes the basically I would call them fantasy elements of the film, things that just, if we're being honest, just straight up don't correspond to real life. That to them is the appealing factor of a lot of these romantic comedies. And
Right.
appealing to that is like, it's very, I mean, I could mathematically prove it. It's very, very, very obvious when you look at the box office grosses that this is what the audience of people who go to see romance films want to see. You know,
Sure.
these films do incredibly well. Look at the, looking at the F tier, you have a lot of these films that make as much as like, over $100 million at the box office, 3 times as much as any of the stuff in the top 10 made. They do incredibly well. But again, these films are forgotten almost immediately. And it's very similar to the sort of appeal of a Transformers film, where it's like the film serves its purpose. It goes into theaters and people go see it and people like it. It's not that like Transformers will drop into theaters and people will go spend $1 billion on it and then nobody felt like they got their money's worth. I mean, people do get their money's worth because they want to go see robots punch each other and fart. It's just that it doesn't have any, they aren't thinking about that a year later. They'll go see the next movie about
But that's what I'm
farting,
saying.
punching
Like,
robots.
I think there's like maybe there's a inverse relationship between broad and niche appeal here that's related to this. Like, it's easier for like the broad thing is going to be made with broad appeal for you to kind of easily digest because it's just
Well, it's not,
they want a little thing like something shallow for everyone to enjoy, but it's not going to stick with you.
well, I mean, I would use the terms broad and niche the opposite of the way that you're using them. I think that what romantic comedies appeal to is a niche audience. And like the films that succeed over time are the ones that are more successful with a broad audience. Like if I was to take an average person, it's far more likely they're going to like Before Sunrise than, Monster-in-Law or fucking Along Came Polly or whatever the fuck. Like insert random bad romantic comedy.
Maybe I don't know.
It's specifically
the test.
It's specifically the. Oh, I mean,
I actually I don't agree with you.
I kind of have tested it over my lifetime of.
I think if you
people to
took
watch romance
100
movies.
people, on the street, and you played some like very broad comedy from like I don't know 5 or 10 years ago, and you showed them that, and then you showed them one of like the Before movies, I think most people would like the shitty F tier Along Came Polly movie over the Before movies. I think they think the Before movie is super fucking boring. They'd be like, this is just a movie where people talk. It's boring.
Well, yeah, but Along Came Polly is also a movie where people just talk.
Yeah, but things happen in the movie more than just talking.
Kind of. Not really.
Okay. I'm just saying I think the inverse would be true. So I'm not confident. Let's see. Zero Smoke for 1 month says this Cope Spiral has been amazing to watch. Thank you for the content, Sitch and Adam. Thank you, Zero.
You're welcome.
Rilt of Givia for $5 says, Did you guys know that 20 years ago Doomer was smarter and more important than you? Get owned Marvel peasant.
Okay, hold on a second. I need to fucking light someone up, okay? Michelle Tremblay, earlier you were calling me out for not knowing what the fuck I was talking about, and then you went into chat and you decided to spew out rom-coms don't make a lot of money. You are so fucking ignorant. Rom-coms, along with horror, are some of the most guaranteed ways to make money in Hollywood. There's some of the most financially successful genres. Rom-coms make fuckloads of money. You have no idea what you're talking about. Hold on. Embarrassing.
So there could be some confusion here between the two of you guys, okay?
Because there's no confusion.
Well, no, because rom-coms...
I have the microphone and he does not.
That's true. Or she. I don't know what their gender is. Don't assume.
I will.
Okay. Rom-coms can make a shit ton of money because they're usually dirt cheap to produce, right?
Yeah.
Compared to like something else.
Yeah, but that's what they said.
Right, but maybe they think like...
Even by the standards of blockbusters, they make pretty good money.
Right. But it's proportional. So like they might have been thinking like, yeah, rom-coms aren't going to make, $1 billion worldwide necessarily, or $500 million or whatever. But they don't need to because it costs like nothing to make.
I mean, there are frequently rom-coms that make more money than middle of the line comic book movies. So I mean,
Okay,
even by those standards, it just
okay,
doesn't make
fair
sense.
enough.
It's to be fair, it is less true today. If somebody is less educated on film history than I am, like
Mhm.
anyone in chat, for example, they wouldn't know that rom-coms were so successful over the past 20 years.
Why not? Yeah, because like
They're
back in the
not
day,
as
like
successful.
there were so many rom-coms that came out.
Yeah, back in the day, it was it was virtually guaranteed that one of the top 5 films of the year was going to be a rom-com every single time
What is
for a
the
long
highest
time.
grossing rom-com?
Well, in the last 20 years, I think it's Twilight.
That's not a rom-com.
Well, it's a romance movie. Okay,
Yeah,
if you,
a
if you want
romantic
rom-com
comedy.
specifically, oh,
Yeah.
you're gonna be upset. The highest grossing rom-com by unadjusted domestic gross in the last 20 years is a film called What Women Want from 2000 with Mel Gibson.
That's hilarious to me.
Number 8. And this is unadjusted, so if I adjusted it, it would probably be like number 5.
That's so funny. Fucking What Women Want? Really? Holy shit.
Yeah, What Women Want below that is Hitch, Crazy Rich Asians, and then The Proposal, and the Sex and the City movie.
What about My Big Fat Greek Wedding?
That's pretty high up here. Let me see where that is. Oh, I'm fucking moron. So My Big Fat Greek Wedding is number 5. I lumped it in with Twilight for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, My Big Fat Greek Wedding actually is number 1.
Interesting. I never saw Hitch.
Yeah, that movie fucking slayed. Got like 240 mil domestic on a 6 million budget or something.
Everyone really liked Something About Mary, which I never liked.
Movie is pretty mid, if not bad. I don't. It would be interesting to go back now because I've seen. I just did this thing where I just watched a fuckload of like bad rom-coms. I wonder where Something About Mary would place in there. I would guess C or D tier.
This is weird. It says The Proposal made a shit ton of money. That movie sucked.
I kind of look. The Proposal's not that bad exclusively because of Ryan Reynolds.
Okay.
Ryan Reynolds is pretty funny. The rest of the movie
he's
is fucking
funny in
dog shit.
everything, but just...
Yeah, but I mean, like, okay, that's more than most of these movies have. Like, a
Okay,
lot of these
fair.
movies are a fucking desert of nothing.
I guess.
At least there's Ryan Reynolds.
I only remember 2 scenes from that movie. One where the eagle grabs the dog, and then when they crash into each other naked, and he goes, "Why are you naked?" And the other one says, "Why are you wet?" And I was like, "That's the only funny line in the movie."
Dude, The Proposal has like the worst premise in the history of fucking screenwriting.
I know
It's so bad. For
really
people who
bad.
don't know, it's like what's her tits? Sandra Bullock is like in charge of a fucking firm or something, and her green card runs out. So she decides to
just Canadian.
get married.
Right?
Yeah, she's Canadian and her green card runs out or something. So she decides to get married to one of her employees. They like concoct a scheme to like get a green card marriage or something. And then like in order to prove this to the fucking customs people or whatever, they have to go on a retreat to like I think it's her parents. I don't even fucking remember. They have to go on a retreat to one of their parents' house and they fucking fall in love. It's so bad.
It's his parents' house.
It's his parents' house. Okay. Yeah. It's
It's
cringe.
literally like it's like something you'd expect in like a 70s sitcom, but like a movie. Why? It's really bad.
It's like it's such a bad premise. I mean, to be fair, there's some competition here. Hitch is actually frustrating. Hitch is pretty close to being a good movie. It's like threatening to be a good movie in a lot of different ways, but it's not.
Doomer's favorite movie is The Notebook. Doomer
Not
hates Fight
true.
Club.
Hey,
I'm
why
actually-
didn't they offer Ken the ability to go into the real world? He's the one that really didn't have anything going on, and
True.
yeah.
You like Fight Club, Doomer?
Oh yeah, Fight Club's pretty good.
Good.
I probably don't like it as much as most people. But
That's good.
That's good. You mean
Well,
don't
unless
you
he
mean that's
likes it.
bad? Oh.
I mean, at least he likes it. Apparently, some sacrilegious, insane people on our server said it was boring, which I don't even know how to address that.
Yeah. You ban them.
potato.
That's how you address that.
wait, Fight Club is boring?
That's what some.
Dude,
I
these
heard.
fucking Zoomers have their mind riddled with TikTok and they can't fucking pay attention. Like this scene is 2.5 minutes long.
That's
I was like, Fight Club boring? I don't even know how to respond to that. That's okay. Fondue for $5 says, I can't muster enough F's to watch this movie, Barbie or Oppenheimer, but seeing you scream at each other makes me want to have an opinion on it anyway. Perfect. Wonderful.
that's the way
Andrew
to do it.
Livingston, What Women Want is really bad. What are you talking about? That movie sucks.
I saw it once a long time ago. I remember not liking it.
I think, to be fair, I think I'm going to put it in D tier, not F tier, but it's pretty bad.
How do we
Potato
make
or
it-
circuit.
How do we make it so Doomer can't see the chat at all?
We
that
can't.
possible?
Why
Have
don't
no
you
ability
interact
to
with
do
chat?
that.
Why again? You're just harvesting my labor. I'm here interacting with chat, giving chat a good experience because they get to poke the fucking bear, and you're like, wow, Doomer, how dare you make our stream better? What the fuck?
Well, we're looking out for your mental health. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
my
I'm
mental
not a
health.
capitalist. I don't want to. I don't want to use. I don't want to squeeze you dry like a resource. I got to
Look,
keep you going. Okay.
My mental
string
health is
you
fine.
along. All
My
right.
mental health is fine. Okay.
Okay.
The boos of chat mean nothing. Okay. I've seen what makes them cheer. It does not affect me.
Okay. Okay. We make them cheer. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Potato.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, there you go. Potato, our surrogate uncle for 12 months. Thanks so much, Potato, surrogate uncle, for being outside the simulation for 1 year.
That's awesome.
Says Sitch, if you don't want CT's money, I'll gladly take it. No, stop. Stop it, Potato. You don't need CT's money either, okay? Fist Fight Caleb for $5 says, I think if it's a comedy, those who find it funny will say it's a success, and those who do not will say it's a failure. I mean, generally, yeah.
True, but you can evaluate it on storytelling as
metrics,
well.
yeah.
Yeah. That's all we're saying.
CT for 2 Canadian says, my favorite film of 2023 was Renfield. No one saw it.
Yeah.
LOL. I didn't see it.
Look, just one more thing on the comedy thing. I think one of my disappointments about this movie is that I do think it was successful in the comedy realm, and a lot of times that's even harder. So if it would have hit on the comedy realm and in the story realm, then I mean it's unstoppable. So that's my take.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the fact that I still, even though I found the politics of it so bad that I still thought there were funny parts of it, probably means that, comedy was pretty decent. So I don't disagree with that. Squeeze Louise for $10 says, how much money do I have to pay for Adam to shave a mohawk on stream right now?
I'm not going to do a mohawk on stream, so.
How much money?
Adam, you're supposed to say $10,000.
I wouldn't do it for $10,000 though.
Oh my god!
How much would you do it for 50,000?
Like it's
Look at the fucking
then
white
he
privilege.
drops.
Oh, I'm
Then he
just gonna turn
drops
down
$10,000, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to do it.
How
And
$100,000?
I mean, 100,000? Nah, I'm not going to do it.
$200,000 for a mohawk.
I'm not going to do it. I really it's like a principle thing.
$500,000.
Oh, the streamer has principles now.
Look,
for a mohawk.
Look, for $500,000, you should do your face reveal and a mohawk right now, Sitch. Why is
Of
this
course
on
I
me?
would.
Okay, well,
Well, I don't have a
then,
Yeah, he obviously would. He's not a fucking moron.
look,
have the
then we
ability
don't
to do
then
that
we
right
don't
now,
have a
but-
problem.
I
For
would do a
500
face reveal and a mohawk for 500 grand, obviously. What kind
Okay.
of crazy question is that?
Look,
For
we'll do
half
it-
a mil, I would fucking cut off 2 toes and be in a gay gangbang. What are you talking about?
Okay,
It's
now I
$500,000.
don't know if I would do that.
Look,
I'm not that hard up.
How you want to spend your money? You want to spend your $500,000 on Sitch doing the face reveal and the mohawk, or do you want to see Doomer in the gay gangbang?
I kind of want that.
Well, let him piss on me.
I kind of want the Doomer and the cutting off toes and doing the gay bang for 500 grand.
Yeah, at some point you're like, okay, this is just. I mean, this is like paying bums to beat each other up. There's something.
Sure.
Man, speaking of brand risk, these clips are going to get fucking trotted out at some point.
There you go. True.
Maybe.
Kerf, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Kerf, thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Kerf.
Soldo for $2 says, oh wait, Soldo says a bunch of chats about Monty Python, but I think I'm going to read them in reverse order. I'll try to read them in the correct order.
Did we
Soldo's
do
for
all
$6.
the beginning ones in this?
No, we didn't, but I want to
Okay.
go more on the topic. Sodos for $6 says, Holy Grail is a complete satire of medieval times, and more poignantly, the divine right to rule. The film literally ends with the king arrested. You had a debate with a Brit arguing for a monarchy, so don't say it's not relevant. Life of Brian is a satire of not just religion, but also empires, both good and bad. It talks about not just the injustices of empires, but also the good things they have done. Hint, it's not actually about the Roman Empire. And you miss the point of the peasant scene in Holy Grail. They don't just have a complex government, but they spend their days beating mud with sticks. It's a joke on why we didn't just start out as a liberal democracies because of substance living. Huh, interesting. I mean, you could be right. I mean, I haven't seen the movies in a long time, and I never even thought to try to analyze them as anything other than just surface level, haha, funny, make me laugh with mouse sounds. So that'd be fascinating. There's like this deeper level to it I never saw. The most dope for $2 says Doomer said he knows for sure how to guarantee a new YouTuber becomes a big hit. Can he do the same for me? Does he also know how the secrets to being a big streamer too? I can be your protege and proof of concept.
I'm not sure I said that. I mean, if I did, it would be something like work really fucking hard for like years and learn from your mistakes. I mean, if you do that, you'll probably succeed, but I don't know.
You don't want to take the most up under your wing, make him your protege.
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing yet.
Oh, okay. Dr. Diller for $6 says, I think this exemplifies a problem with just using the quote death of the author sledgehammer, in that if a property is muddled and confused, it lets people argue ad infinitum, even if one side has statistically significantly less evidence. You can watch TLJ devoid of all context and reasonably interpret that it is some kind of abstract comedy a la Dr. Strangelove because it contradicts itself. But with context, like Rian Johnson's other works, we can see that, Rian Johnson is actually just a bad writer and deeply incompetent. But he thinks he's very clever, so we can just take the film on its face and assume its terrible writing is intentional.
Hey, what does that have to do with our conversation, though? I think we were both exclusively arguing from points of the actual film, with the only exception of you bringing up the thing about the Barbie getting slapped on the ass or whatever.
Well, no, I guess a lot of the disconnect was in terms of like whether we think something is done for incompetence reason and you thinking it's competently done. So therefore, because you think it's competently done, that means something different than we're just saying it's just bad writing. Right. Like that's
would
why
that
it's
track with
experimental.
their would that track with their comment?
Yeah.
But you're saying, but they were saying that like death of the author is bad, but we weren't. I don't know. That comment doesn't make a lot of sense in the context of like the actual conversation.
It made sense to me. S-class general.
That's not surprising.
Dr. Deliver for $2 says, quote, it's a movie about space wizards intended for children. Doomer Media. Dr. Deliver for $2 says Barbie dolls can be as dumb and stereotypical as possible and has no wider implications because the target audience, children, are really dumb and simple. I never understood why people project politics onto them. I agree.
Because everything is political.
Sad but true. Says the leftist. Sodoge for $2 says, let me get this right. Ken institutes a patriarchy in Barbie land and it makes everyone's life literally better, but feminists decide it must be destroyed and tear it down by turning men against each other. What did they mean by this? Yeah, so I watched the Lotus Eaters talk about this, and I agree with a lot of their interpretation. In terms of like it making things better, I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that the Ken patriarchy was better, because it's very clear from like the way the Barbies and Kens worked that except for Ryan Gosling, it's kind of interesting. Except for Ryan Gosling Ken, none of the other Kens seem to have a huge problem with the fact that they were subjugated either. So
we don't necessarily know that because we don't see them that much.
I mean, it's true, but I'm just guessing. Like we don't really see the other Kens care that much about like, oh, it sucks to be subjugated. They seem kind of okay with it. So I think it's just kind of like, and when like the Barbies are okay with being subjugated, I think it's because just both the Barbies and the Kens are all just idiots, and they're all just fine with basically existing however for the most part. So yeah.
Okay.
Sodoge for another $2 says, I loathe to say, but Adam is correct about Elon switching Twitter to X. He's completely expanding businesses beyond tweets. He's even launched a video streaming platform to rival YouTube called xvideo.com. A-Team reigns supreme.
Wait, Adam, are you defending Elon?
I was not defending Elon, no.
Okay. Is that true, Adam? Is there an xvideo.com that Elon's launching?
Well, that's a joke.
Why did you ruin it, Doomer?
Oh, sorry.
We were trying to get Adam to look up porn.
Dang.
Look, I wasn't going to fall for it because
he's like, I already know about xvideo.com, you fool.
Well, obviously I don't support. You got my position wrong on the Elon Musk stuff. I dumped my Twitter Blue because
Really?
$8 seemed like a great value with a famous brand like Twitter, but like a startup like X, I'm not paying $8 to some fucking startup.
That's a weird reason to dump your Twitter Blue.
Well, it's a meme.
It's not a meme.
Okay.
That's a strange reason. I mean, if you still use the whatever the services Twitter Blue provides, why do you care whether it's like a startup or what?
I don't look.
I mean, you're not like investing in Twitter by having a Twitter Blue. It's just you're paying for a service, it's not like a stock or something.
Well, one of the reasons I got Twitter Blue was because I wanted to support Elon Musk and changing
Oh,
the
I see.
platform and making it more
Gotcha.
free speech and all that stuff.
I see.
But now that he's turning it into a bank, I'm like, I have a bank. I don't need a bank. I'm like, so
I got you. Okay,
and
that makes more sense.
like the longer tweets and stuff, I just like, I don't know. I should spend less time on Twitter. So
Okay.
yeah, X is good because X makes me think, oh yeah, Twitter my ex. I don't need to be spending time with my ex.
That's why I said he's trying to secretly destroy Twitter.
Yeah,
It seems like one of the biggest fumbled bags I can recall in history. Like it's just such a colossal series of errors.
It's very
kind of-
weird.
Kind of incredible.
Yeah. Very strange.
they were estimating the value of Twitter now in the millions, not in the billions, which is, I mean, that's fucking, that's like a major. They, Bloomberg had a piece that they were speculating Elon threw away $4 to $20 billion in brand value by changing the name. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I just don't what else did you want with your purchase? The most valuable thing is probably the brand.
This is
It's like-
this
It's
is
universally
the
recognizable. Tweeting is a fucking verb that people use in everyday
thing. Not
speech.
anymore.
That's like that's the grand slam of advertising.
Not
That's a level
anymore.
of success. Most people can't even fucking fathom it. Elon's just like, oh, fuck that. It's X now. Like, what the fuck?
This is the thing. He believes he purchased the user base, not the brand. And I'm like, that user base can disappear overnight. I mean, it happened to MySpace. It happened to Friendster. Like, yeah, like you're not buying a user base. You're buying a brand. And to throw that away just makes it completely obvious that he doesn't understand. Look, he's high on systemizing and not very high on empathizing.
Yeah, I don't know. It just,
Well, has he said why is he changing to X in the first? Has he ever said?
well, yeah, because he has some plan where like he doesn't want to just have a social media platform. He wants to create like the American WeChat or something where there's
Yeah.
like a series of apps. And so like he wanted to get away from the Twitter brand to try and establish a new brand.
Why don't
But-
you just can you still call it Twitter?
Yeah, of course. That's what he
Yeah,
should
of
have
course.
done.
And, like,
Used the Twitter brand to build this app. Now he's got no brand loyalty to this thing that he wants to build. Like it's basically just from starting from scratch.
And X is like the shittiest thing you could possibly go with. Like, first of all, the associations are like porn.
Of
Yes.
And like
course.
closing the window. Everybody thinks it looks like porn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's so generic. It doesn't represent, and it's just terrible.
it is terrible.
It's so bad.
yeah.
Real
Hmm.
voice reveal.
It is pretty baffling. It is pretty baffling.
Flushing $4 to $20 million in brand value down the toilet.
You think he'll change it? You think
Billion.
he'll revert? He'll change it back to Twitter?
I don't
Look,
like.
I don't even care, to be honest with you.
I mean, for a long time, I was like, I don't think he's as stupid as you guys are saying. Like, there's probably some logic behind this. You know, it can't get much worse than this. I've said it can't get much worse, and then it's gotten way worse
I
like
know.
6 times.
I know.
And like destroying the brand now, I'm like, I can't imagine how it gets worse than this, but I'm sure it will. I'm sure something else will fuck this up. I mean, now it's like, I'm not sure. I would give Twitter like 50-50 odds to survive like 5 years.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be
I'm
around.
not sure I would give it 50-50 odds at this point. The flushing the brand down the toilet, I think, makes it closer to, I give it maybe 30% chance of survival.
It's
I
just-
I
it's
don't
so
I don't
crazy to
look
me.
when somebody, especially in the direction he wants to go on turning it into a bank, which you have to have the most trust in a brand to be your bank. The trust loyalty that was built on the Twitter brand was built over 17 years, and it's completely just eviscerated. I don't know about
Yeah.
you, but I don't think people want to bank at a place that has a different name every, like just randomly, right?
Well, Elon running a bank too, since he's sort of known for doing these on the fly changes, is already a really bad start.
Of course.
Definitely don't want that in a bank.
Like,
I mean, he could change it back. He has made changes that they've reverted when everyone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, he made there was. I'm trying to remember. He made changes early on when he first bought Twitter. People were like, "What the hell?" And then they changed it back, right? I recall.
also, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the establishment of WeChat required like pretty heavy involvement from like the Chinese government, basically to allow them to do certain things and like selectively enforce regulations. It didn't happen in it didn't happen like an organic way where you would expect the same thing to be replicated in the
What
West.
is
Like
WeChat?
I hope he
It's like-
doesn't change it back. I spend too much time on Twitter. I like X.
WeChat is like it's a system of apps in China that it's like the everything app. There's like, Facebook and messaging and like your bank and just all sorts of shit is all taken care of in like one global app in China, and like everyone fucking uses it. It has like nearly universal usage.
It's weird too that Elon would want to go in that model because right now he's trying to ride like the right wing political energy. That's completely
Anti-establishment, yeah.
Yeah, that's completely against what the right would ever want because it's all like really you want to centralize everything into one universally controlled thing. That's like awful.
I want my YouTube channel and me to be both dependent on my YouTube channel and my bank. Like,
Right. So if I get banned from
fucking
YouTube, I get
ridiculous.
banned from my bank.
It's
Like,
ridiculous. Yeah.
like,
It's completely ridiculous.
a bad idea. That's a dystopian future right there.
It's so funny.
but who is telling him that this is a good idea though? Does he have anyone in his inner circle that's going, listen, this is fucking horrible?
I don't know, man. I don't know if he can have a Tyrion Lannister if he's making decisions he's making.
He's got Ian Miles Chong in his ear going, oh, this is the great idea. X. It's fabulous.
Dude, he honestly seems like the world's lamest person. He's like stealing people's memes and making dumb 420 jokes. And like,
Well,
he seems like such a loser now. It's fucking sad.
I mean, I don't know. He makes a lot of funny tweets. He seems like he's run a lot of successful businesses. That's why it's so weird. Like that's why I jokingly said on Sunday, I think he's intentionally trying to destroy Twitter because this move to me is so baffling. I don't really understand the logic to it whatsoever.
Well, if he was
for
going
all
to
the
destroy
reasons you've already
Twitter,
said.
What is the
if he
logic of
wanted to
destroying Twitter?
Yeah, if he wants to destroy Twitter, just do it the GigaChat way. Just take it over and say, fuck it, everyone's fired. We're
I
shutting
don't
it
know
down.
if he can do that legally though.
What is the motivation though for
I don't think you can
destroying
just buy.
Twitter?
I don't wait. Hold on. I don't think you can just buy a private company that was a public company and then just intentionally destroy it. I'm pretty sure that's against the law.
I was
Twitter
listening.
Twitter was publicly traded.
I was listening
Yeah,
to his.
that's what do you mean? That's how he bought it.
I was
Oh,
listening to
Well, you can buy companies
Zuby.
that aren't publicly traded.
Let's
Yeah, but
listen
not
to.
through a hostile takeover.
Well, he didn't do a hostile takeover. He got forced to.
I
do
thought
it.
they didn't want to sell it at first.
No, like he like made an offer, and then there was a
Everybody
whole legal
knows this.
dispute.
Okay, whatever.
This
It was
is
a publicly
old-
traded company.
Old
Anyway,
history.
Anyway,
Yeah.
what were you saying, Adam?
Zuby, I was listening to an interview with him with Zuby about a month ago, and he was
Right.
saying that he really wants to do this X thing where banking and video services are all on the same platform, messaging,
Retarded.
all that on. Yeah,
Retarded.
he wants to compete with Facebook, and he literally said that buying this user base, this Twitter user base, will be able to move that project up by 5 to 10 years, and they can take over half of the banking sector. So it sounds like he's doing this legitimately thinking it's going to work.
I see.
Yeah.
See. Why is he so invested in running a fucking bank?
Fucking, I don't know.
I mean,
have no idea.
it seems like he's just trying to rebuild his PayPal thing, right? Because X is what he wanted to rename PayPal to, and he got kicked out. And he's like, "Well, fuck you! I'll make my own PayPal with blackjack and hookers."
Well, he's
Is that what's
super
going
into
on?
crypto
Right.
too.
Maybe you're right. That's hilarious. If that's really what's happening here, that's so sad, pathetic.
It is because
Yeah.
look, Twitter.
Dude,
Twitter is a very interesting platform that there really is. I mean, someone's gonna make a replacement now because it's wide open now that they've completely destroyed their brand.
It's so funny. There's like this newspaper clipping that's been going around covering why Elon was kicked out of PayPal, and it's because he wanted to rebrand it as X. And then there's like this paragraph describing all of our objections to that, about how it's a fucking terrible brand and it sounds like porn, and you're like destroying the intrinsic brand value of PayPal. It's like one to one, exactly the same.
Wow,
fucking thing.
that's interesting.
So fucking funny.
It's oh my god, it's exactly like the Kevin Smith giant spider story.
No.
I haven't heard it, but I know there is a Kevin Smith giant spider
There's
story.
he tells a story about how he was going to be they were going to do a Superman movie. I think it might have been the one with Nicolas Cage, and there's some original script that was floating around Hollywood. Kevin Smith like had some big angry rant about why it sucked and why he should do the Superman movie because he's a true comic book fan. And somehow someone who actually worked for the studio heard this, and they brought him before the producer. I forget the guy's name. And they said, "Do your Superman rant." And the guy, he does his rant, and then he says, "I love what you're saying, Kevin Smith. I want you to direct the next Superman movie." And he's like, "Oh my god, I'm so excited for this." But then the producer starts giving him his ideas for the movie, and they're like the worst fucking ideas ever.
As happens every day in Hollywood.
Right. Yes, but one of the ideas he says is he's like, okay, he's like, Kevin, you know that scene in the original King Kong where the door is open and King Kong is there? And Kevin Smith's like, yeah. He's like, I want that, but with a giant spider, and I want Superman to fight a giant spider. And Kevin Smith's trying to explain why this is stupid. It makes no sense with the Superman movie, but the guy won't hear it. Okay. So anyway, this whole Superman project falls apart, doesn't go anywhere. Years later, Kevin Smith is watching another movie that the same guy produced,
Wild West,
called The Wild West.
Wait, really?
And at the end of the Wild West movie, for no fucking
reason, there's a fucking spider.
The giant train turns into a giant train spider. And he goes, "It's the giant spider! It's the giant spider!" And now he knows why it was in the movie.
that was
That's
so
fucking
out of place
insane.
in that movie. Everyone's like, why the fuck are they walking around on a tarantula?
Well, and it's funny because I know someone that had their own story like that, where there was something they were telling me about how they were talking to some producer who was like, "Man, I really have this idea for a great movie. It's like a bunch of naked people, like a bunch of naked men in the sky fighting, and it's just raining blood down on everyone." He's like, "That's a really weird idea for a movie." And then Immortals came out, and that was the movie that the producer was talking about. But it kind of the giant spider thing, it reminds me of the PayPal thing, where Elon has this crazy idea. It's like, it's got to be
let
X.
it go.
Can't let it. Yeah, it's
Oh,
got
I
to be
see what
X.
you mean, yeah.
He gets fired. He can't let it go, and now he's like, "No, I'm gonna make it X." Okay, now
I'm
that I have
gonna
the power,
prove
I'm
everyone
make it.
wrong now that I'm a
Right.
billionaire.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Yeah, it does sound right.
So it's sad, but just let it go. Let it go. Let's see, where were we? July 25th, right? Jack H for $2 says, "Can't wait for the White House press conference with Biden walking up to the podium with a little alien friend holding his hand. The alien shit being real is wild if true. Would have been more funny happening under Trump admin, though. It would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny." Dr. Diller for $2 says, "Ethan Van Scriver has declared Barbie's actually genius and is now refusing to argue about it with anyone to the point where it's funny how defensive he is." I am curious
is
as what his
genius.
arguments are. So
Wait, who is this? Who is
Ethan
this
Van
base
Scriver.
person? Who's that?
He's a big comics gay guy that you wouldn't expect to defend the Barbie movie.
Oh, okay. Based.
So,
Paul Schrader apparently loves Barbie. We got Paul Schrader.
well, there you go.
Ethan is. I pointed out all the things Ethan has kind of pointed out. I didn't listen to Ethan's review, but I saw some tweets on that he had on the platform formerly known as Twitter.
Right.
And I mean, I didn't disagree with his take. The question that I have is if it's intentional or unintentional. Like, I do
Right.
think there are moments in the movie that can be described as anti-woke. But I think Sitch has convinced me that those are accidental. Like, the overwhelming evidence for me is the Margot Robbie story, where no one will come up to her and talk to her, and how that's perceived as sexist.
Well,
Yeah.
there's no way the movie is intentionally anti-woke, but the stuff that you're talking about is evidence that you know, the themes of wokeness that you think actually are there are way less there than you think.
No, they're there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't get around the America Ferrera speech, and also the plot point of, you know, doing that speech 35 times to wake the fembots out of their slumber.
Right.
You can't get around that. That's woke as fuck.
He said the Barbie movie world is based on an infantile little girl's view of reality, and the whole world is making fun of wokeness or something. Well, here's the thing. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Like, the Barbie, you could definitely say that the Barbie world's view of patriarchy and feminism is through the lens of like a child who doesn't understand it, but is explained the concepts to them, and then they try to play that concept with their dolls. That is an accurate depiction kind of what happens.
Yes.
But then what does that mean, if anything, in a broader sense? I don't interpret it necessarily to mean, like, I think you could interpret that to mean, therefore it's making fun of the idea of patriarchy and feminism. But I think the fact that, as you said, you know, having the America speech be the thing that frees their minds kind of, to me, shows that there is some
That's
serious
some heavy-handed shit.
there, right? Like, if it was something different, like if the speech to free the Barbies' minds was something about like something goofy about like the Barbie's life in Barbie land and how much better it was to subjugate the Kens, then maybe I'd be more inclined to agree this whole thing is supposed to be like a joke and not to be taken seriously.
Well, it's a joke structurally. I mean, if the Kens are taking over with patriarchy, it's obviously going to be an anti-patriarchy speech.
No, but I mean, if like the things, because the things that the mom is talking to the Barbies are things that Barbies shouldn't actually have a relation to, because they've never experienced that level of living in the real world or the patriarchy. If she were to give a speech, or if Barbie was going to give a speech instead, that was kind of like the anti-patriarchy, but from like the experiences of the Barbies, like talking about like, well, you know, we used to be doctors and we put, you know, stickers on people's boo-boos or whatever the fuck they did in the previous Barbie land, and it was like a silly speech, then I would be more inclined to believe this is all just like a parody, I guess, of an idea.
Okay, so let's just clarify something, okay? Are we in a situation where if like 3 lines were changed in one scene, you guys wouldn't be arguing this strongly?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it would be great. It'd be strong
article,
evidence.
There's an article in the Los Angeles Times called "Reading the Stirring Monologue About Womanhood America Ferrera Delivers in Barbie."
Right.
So obviously the Los Angeles Times perceives that as being rah feminism.
I would assume you agree, Doomer, that if that speech was a funny speech and not a serious speech, it would definitely move towards a lot more towards like it being all just satire, not to be taken seriously, right?
I mean, it would be more in that direction, yeah.
Okay. Right.
Here is the glorious monologue in its entirety. Los Angeles Times calls it.
I mean, it's not evident. Like, obviously, everybody with any political bias is always going to view things through their political bias, like Sitch is doing right now. It's not evidence of anything that a newspaper is watching the movie and is like, oh my God, it's a postmodern feminist masterpiece critique, deconstruction of patriarchy bullshit. Like, of course they're going to say that. It doesn't make them right.
It is literally impossible to be a woman. You are so beautiful and so smart. And it kills me that you don't
Adam,
think you're
don't.
good enough.
Please don't.
Look, Doomer, if you read these words, your entire argument falls apart.
Oh my God.
Literally the first words are, it is literally impossible to be a woman.
And that should be taken literally.
That's not a joke. Look, it's not a joke to the point that the Los Angeles Times is willing to write an article called "Read the Stirring Monologue About Womanhood America Ferrera Delivers in Barbie."
The movie could end with Ken giving a black sun salute and genociding the Barbies, and there would be newspapers writing about how it's a feminist masterpiece.
Los Angeles
that doesn't mean anything.
Los Angeles Times is not going to write this article about idiocracy's stirring speech about kicking people in the nuts.
I disagree. If they did the gay Ken
the Los
thing,
Angeles Times is a joke. They wrote an article about me. This is not a serious publication.
Oh, did they really?
They did.
What were you gonna say about Ken, the gay Kens?
No, saying if they did the gay Ken thing, they wouldn't. I don't think the left would be throwing all these accolades at the movie.
Of course they wouldn't.
Yeah.
They'd be trying to cancel the movie. They'd be like,
Sure.
the movie is the most anti-gay movie ever made.
Yep. To me, that would have been very interesting if the movie starts off where the Barbies seem to be left wing and then suddenly they're not. It just to see everyone's brain explode to kind of deal with it being like that. So
I'm just so tired of watching myself and every single other woman tie herself into knots so that people will like us. Look, every single woman in the world.
Adam, if you pull back the language from like extreme hyperbole, it's true. Again, it's not fucking patriarchy stuff. That's talking about like the problems that the majority of women in America are going to perceive that they have. It's not woke.
it's pretty woke. Super woke.
Okay, wait, is it woke for a woman to talk about insecurity even if they're attractive?
Yes.
Is that woke?
Everything
Okay.
listen, it's literally woke for a woman to exist and complain, Doomer. Okay, I don't know. What
Okay.
don't you get about this?
Well, now I just don't know if you're serious or not.
Like, women should just be wearing maid outfits and handing brewskis to the boys, like in the Ken Dom land, and that's the way it should be. Anything other than that's just woke.
All right. Well, I'm glad we got that clip.
Yes. Let's see. Here's a tweet. Actually, the monologue could have been cut because it was truly grating. Like, it's clear the entire film we're watching is a superficial white feminist narrative, but that monologue makes it question what exactly they think feminism is. Interesting.
Feminism is, trying to deal with these feelings of how it's impossible to be a woman. It's
I
so
like
much
that-
better to be a man, especially a Ken in a world where you're
True.
oppressed.
I like that when the Kens are oppressing the Barbies, like the most oppressive thing they're doing to the Barbies is that they're mansplaining things to them.
Right. Yeah. making them
Okay,
open beers and
this is-
stuff.
That entire sequence is another very obvious clue that this is satire.
Okay.
That whole sequence is so silly.
Okay.
I genuinely
It's
don't know
just
how you
so
can watch that.
We live.
video.
So here's the problem, Doomer. We live in a very silly time where people believe very silly things. So the borders between what is parody and what is serious have so blurred that we can't tell anymore. All right.
All right. Well, I'm not as lost in the sauce as you guys. I
Okay,
can
I'm
see
glad.
things a lot clearly from my more objective viewpoint,
I'm actually-
abstaining from the political discourse.
This would be so fascinating. I would love for someone to conduct a poll to see what does the average person think about the message of Barbie, and what do they think is serious and what do they not think is serious. That would be very interesting to me.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Arcturus, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Red Viper for 8 Aussie bucks says, "What do you think about the new Snow White movie and Tim Dillon's take on it?" What is Tim Dillon's take on it?
Wait, the new what movie?
Snow White movie.
There's a new Snow White movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A
It's
bunch
gonna be
of
woke.
it was Snow White and the 7 magical people.
Yeah, they're not going to be dwarves. I think there's only
Oh,
one dwarf.
no. Okay.
Some of them are women.
They've got
They-
women
they-
in the mines?
They got women in the mines. They said that Snow White is not going to be waiting for a prince to kiss her and wake her up, and that she's instead going to be trying to rule the kingdom as her mother wanted her to. So,
Okay.
in my mind, it's probably going to be a complete clusterfuck. It's going to be Alice in Wonderland, again, with Alice putting on armor and fighting a dragon for some reason.
Wait, what? Is that a real thing? Wait,
You-
which
oh, you-
Alice in Wonderland is that?
The what's his name? The Beetlejuice guy. Tim Burton.
Yep.
You never saw Tim Burton Alice in Wonderlands?
No.
In the Tim Burton Alice in Wonderlands, I don't remember if it's the first one or the second one. Alice literally has to don armor and a sword to fight the Jabberwocky, which is a
Oh, God.
dragon
This
creature.
is like the most aesthetically unappealing film of all time.
Oh, it's
Johnny Depp looks like a fucking monster. The fucking Queen of Hearts looks so horrible. I just saw like the advertising for this movie and I was like, I'll never see that.
They're all awful. They're all
I'm not going to
awful.
watch this
Yeah.
fucking movie. It looks so bad.
The only good parts of the movie is that Anne Hathaway realizes that the movie she's in is dog shit, and she's just like being as like stupid as possible.
Wait, this won 2 Oscars for what?
That's a good question. What did it win
On.
Oscars for?
IMDb loads slow.
Like
Best achievement in costume design and best achievement in art direction. Disagree.
Yeah, no, they're
Disagree.
really bad. They're really bad. And Tim Burton should be ashamed of himself for being in to creating these monstrosities. But that's what I see. I see it's going to be that. It's going to be Snow White putting on armor and fighting a dragon for some reason.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
So we'll see. It's going to be awful. Probably. ADL, I don't really care about people complaining about they cast Snow White as a Latinx lady.
That doesn't
That
matter.
doesn't really bother me. Though someone did bring up the point that literally the reason she's called Snow White is because she's supposed to be white as snow. And I was like, well, I guess that's a fair point. So you could get like a really fair-skinned Latina lady, but she's not really. So
Doesn't
I thought they crossed the line when they recast the Aryan princess.
there you go. True.
the Wonder Woman plays the Wicked Witch?
The evil queen.
Yeah, she's
Right.
fucking hot as can be. Doesn't
Yeah,
she do
there's-
like a mirror on the wall thing? Who's the fairest of them all?
Yeah,
Well,
it
of
doesn't
course, if
really
you're
make
going to have an
sense.
evil character, you want to make it a white woman. I mean, obviously.
Gal Gadot's not white.
She's not.
She's white.
No.
What are you talking
She's
about?
isn't she like Sephardic Jewish or something?
Is that not white?
Sephardic Israeli. I mean, I don't
mean,
know.
she
Is
looks
it
pretty
white?
white.
Okay. Question mark. Is Hassan white? I don't know. Tell me.
Yes.
But
He's white passing, but he's not white.
there you go. Yeah, it doesn't make sense because Gal Gadot is hotter than the actress that's playing Snow White. So very confused. Very confusing. Anyway.
I was looking for that stupid monologue, and I'm surprised that they've typed it out completely in the Los Angeles Times.
That's funny.
They fucking love it.
They roll around in it.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
slurp it up.
This is what I was going to say earlier. I remember now. So if you want like this cynical explanation of why they would do the politics like this, it's because contentious politics makes things get engagement. It's like a YouTube clickbait strategy applied to a film. You know, you insert politics that everybody's going to argue about, and then everyone takes an invested position, and then everyone is fucking talking about it, so then everybody else wants to see it. It's exactly what we're doing right now. We're sitting here, we're engaging in their marketing strategy by having a big fucking argument about how woke Barbie is, and then your audience of fucking diet Nazis are sitting here like, I want to go see the Barbie movie.
Have you changed your position that you do think it's woke now?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, obviously Mattel or whoever was doing the Barbie movie didn't want that to be associated because they hid all the politics in all the trailers. Like no one knew this was what the movie was going to be about until the movie came out.
I didn't see all the promotional materials, so I can't really comment on that.
There was no, like, all the promotional materials were like, this is a wacky comedy for kids. And then it's like once the test screening, or not test screening, once like the first early screenings come out, people were like, what the fuck? Like the people was completely unexpected to be like really political. So, I mean, you could be right that it works that way, but that the people that were doing the marketing for this didn't think it would work that way.
I feel like the Ken trying to get a job and being shot down was in the trailer, but I guess that's not necessarily political.
No.
Well, the context isn't there to understand what's going on.
Yeah, no, the only part that's in the trailer is when he's talking to the nurse and he wants to be a doctor. You don't understand what he's talking about. He's like, can I be a doctor? I need a cookie pen. Like, it's like the gendered aspects of it are not in the trailer.
Right.
So, ADL 1992 for $5 says something Andrew Clavin said that's interesting is that the wide gulf between junk for masses and art for art experts is a sign of cultural decline. I feel like that's probably the way it's literally always been, because there's a psychological phenomenon. If you've ever studied art or film or anything to that extent, there's a psychological phenomenon where your interest and taste start to change by the fact that you're like really invested in studying this. So I just think you'll never have a perfect alignment of critics and the masses. It's just not possible. Yeah. So
I mean, like there are different values that aren't going to change, that they're there for other reasons, but like, yeah, one of the biggest things that critics like is variety and originality and like breaking away from the norm. But like a lot of normal audiences first of all, they're
care.
fine with the norm, but they aren't oversaturated in it because critics
Right.
have to watch movies all fucking day every day.
True. Yeah.
It's
that's right.
it's painful watching the same fucking thing over and over again all the time. But if you just watch a couple movies a year, it's fine. It's not a big
Right.
deal.
No, that's a really good point because, like, if you're a critic and you watch, 100 movies a year, and you just see the same tropes repeated again and again, you're gonna be really bored of this. So if you see something that's really bizarre, some like artsy fartsy movie, you're gonna be like, oh, this is very interesting because it's just different. But if you're like a normie and you see like, I don't know, 10, 20 movies a year, like seeing those same tropes are gonna have a completely different impact on you.
Yeah. It's gonna be
So.
stale.
Yeah. Or
That's
not.
one of the
stale in
reasons-
case of normie, so.
That's one of the reasons that like YMS is unironically one of the very few critics I respect, because he has an open and unapologetic like preference for originality and doing things different, but he'll shit on a lot of these movies that other people are just not willing to shit on. Like he just released an IMDb review, not a channel review, of Uncle Boonmee Who Recalls His Past Lives, which is like a film that won the Palme d'Or. It's the kind of film that like you would be a pariah if you talk shit about this film. And he's like, yeah, there's just nothing there. It's just a bad film.
Right.
And you just don't, from the critical establishment, you basically just don't see that. Like there are certain things that are off limits that you're not allowed to criticize. I'm going to run afoul of a couple of them in my video that's about to come out. So I'm going to take a dump on In the Mood for Love, which is like number 5 all time. But yeah,
Nope. Never seen it, so
well, you probably would not enjoy it. So
probably. I'm not a big romance movie enjoyer. Archivist for $20, thank you. Says, I know you've nearly overdosed on Hassan content on Sunday, but he went on a 40-minute rant about an overseas idol group with white girls in it based in California called Kai Guy, asking, quote, aren't there any Korean girls around? Interesting.
oh, you don't know this whole Hassan saga?
No, you know about that?
How am I more clued into the drama than you are? What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? This
Yeah,
just happened?
He's getting roasted for it. Well, I don't know all the details, but there was some sequence of events like Hassan. I saw this clip of Hassan on stream with someone, and he was like roasting these chicks, and like they're doing like cringe promotional material for their audience, and Hassan and someone are just like roasting them and lighting them up. And then I think what happened is the group broke up. Like there was some drama, and like the group was having a lot of problems, and they broke up or something. And then people are blaming it on Hassan and like him weaponizing his audience and shit. I think that's the drama.
Oh, I kind of like this happened a while ago. I kind of like vaguely have an image in my mind of him complaining about they were like white girls, but they were talking in kind of like a Japanese way or something, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I do remember this. Well, if you have a video, send it to me on Twitter. I would love to check it out and complain about Hassan.
Hell yeah.
And
That's
thank you.
our
You sent the
favorite
same-
thing to do.
I don't know if it's like a glitch on our end, but thank you. It looks like you sent the same super chat twice. If you didn't mean to do that, you can refund. You can refund it if you didn't mean to send us $40. But thank you, archivist. PC for $10 says, I think Elon is going for the Facebook, Meta, Google, Alphabet route so he can add new services without the brand baggage. I might have waited till after the new services are live. Yeah, but see, here's the thing, like
That's not baggage.
but with Google did it smart because like Google didn't rename itself Alphabet. It just Alphabet is the parent company, but they still have Google. They still have YouTube.
Yeah, they just have Google and they have YouTube. Like they
They
acquire
didn't come
YouTube and
out
don't
and
change
put-
the branding because they're not
Right.
fucking morons.
They didn't come out and
Because
make
YouTube's a
the
valuable brand.
Yes.
they didn't come out and make the homepage of Google Alphabet. And all of a sudden you
Right.
show up on a Google and you're like, what the fuck is this?
They didn't call it Goo Videos. Okay. Goog Videos.
Yeah.
Or A. You just turn on YouTube one day and it's just called A. And you're like, what?
Yeah, I'm on the wrong website. Someone's taking over my
What
web
is this?
browser.
What's the thing? Is Twitter like .com is it not gonna be Twitter anymore? Is it gonna be X.com or something? Like are they gonna change the actual
Oh,
yeah.
URL?
It already is X. You can if you type in X.com, it redirects to Twitter.
You're shitting me.
I'm not shitting you. And then,
It's
and then
true.
he'll probably change it where if you type in Twitter, you get redirected to X.com.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, right now it still says right now that still says Twitter is like the official.
Yeah, you get redirected, and like if you look at the top, it says Twitter. Somebody pointed out the icon for the homepage is a fucking birdhouse. Like there's birds smuggled all over the app, and he's got to slowly change them to
Right.
fucking rid himself of the birds. Look, I can appreciate killing off some birds. That's pretty based, but yeah, not a good business decision.
The one
that nobody-
the X that he picked too is ridiculously ugly.
Yeah, it's an ugly X. That nobody guy for $20 says if they can manipulate gravitational forces, they can manipulate the effects of speed and time on biological entities. Neurotic has a weekly show on this kind of topic. You guys should have him on to chat on UFOs. Really interesting. I mean, maybe.
I like Gary. I love to
Sure,
talk to Gary.
maybe.
He seems like he's busy a lot though. So
Lives in
Sitch
Devs-
isn't.
That is true. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says legalize alien lean. No, let's not do that.
are we back to super chats?
Yeah. Adam unfriended for 6 months. Thank you so much. Says this whole Barbie debate reminds me of an idiot sandwich meme. Via Wolf for $5 says, is Doomer really still here? Just kidding. But when is Doomer actually leaving? Just asking so I can know. By the way, Doomer is Barbie-soid. S-Class radiates Kenergy.
Nice. I like the Ken Energy line.
Kenergy.
I'm happily Barbie-soid.
Yes. You remember, what was that? Was that Power Thirst? Remember that meme?
What?
No.
Power Thirst? You guys never saw Power Thirst? That was a good
I don't
meme.
even know what you're talking about.
It was like a joke sports drink, energy drink commercial on YouTube that was really big in like 2008 or 2007. Chat, can you believe this? These motherfuckers, they don't know about power thirst, okay? Power thirst, it makes you uncomfortably energetic.
Oh my! Oh, I have a question for you guys. Would you describe the change to X as routine branding changes?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Flushing
Not a
flushing
smart
$4
comment,
to
Munch Party,
$20
not a smart
billion
comment.
of brand value down the toilet is anything but routine.
I would say that it is historic in how out of the ordinary it is.
Well,
it is one of the strangest rebrands I can recall.
this is totally dating me, but I remember the new Coke thing. New Coke came out and said they were going to do a new Coke formula.
That's probably the biggest one of all time.
Right.
So,
I
that's
think
not
this
dating
is
you. Everybody knows about New Coke.
Well, this is pretty close. This is like
Yeah.
pretty close to that. Like what? You've got a formula that everyone is addicted to and you're going to completely change that formula? Okay. I'll see how this goes.
So I heard an interesting thing about the new Coke. There were like these people. There were like people that would lead citizen militias that would like send letter writing campaigns to try and get new Coke done. There were like whole organizations trying to like basically screech and read before the existence of forums or whatever, trying to get fucking Coke to take the shit down. And then apparently, someone did a blind taste test with one of the people who led one of these organizations.
Yeah, it
and they
tasted
couldn't
like
tell the
Pepsi.
difference. Yeah, they couldn't tell the difference between new and old Coke. Which is pretty
That's
fucking funny.
Lives in Des Wall specifically for $2 says 400 babies. You'll have so many babies. True.
Okay. Nice.
Power thirst. It's crystal meth in a can. God, I can't believe you guys are so out of it.
I wish I knew about. Look, is it really crystal meth in a can? Maybe I'll get some.
Yeah, what are we talking about? Power thirst.
Power thirst. PC for $20. Thank you, PC. Says Google went public as Google, but changed it after buying YouTube and started their moonshot arm. They wanted to move away from the ad search brand. Average user might not bank with a short text app, but might with unknown X. Interesting. Didn't Coke used to contain cocaine, or is that an urban legend? No, that was real. That was real. But it was like way back in the day.
Back in the good old days.
Yep.
Well, I don't know why you wouldn't
women couldn't
continue
vote.
to work with Twitter and offer products and services to your user base through Twitter instead of just completely abandoning the Twitter brand.
They got rid of the whole limiting the amount of tweets you can look at, right?
I don't
That's
know.
not a thing. Because I mean, it doesn't seem like it's like
not sure. Well, they
I mean,
either
I
upped the
haven't
limit or
noticed.
removed it, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay,
They've made
maybe
a bunch
just-
of these changes where like they
Mhm.
make a change and everyone's like, "What the fuck?" and then they like change it back.
Right. So that's why I was wondering who do that with X. But if this has been a thing that he's been trying to establish for like years, then I guess he's not going to do it. So. But,
This
Like
is his
I
big
said,
break.
I would. It's to the at this point, I would be disappointed if he switched it back. Because I'm like, I spend too much time on Twitter. I feel like this is
I know.
a good psychological break. Like Twitter
There
in
you
my
go.
mind has literally been downgraded to email. Like I'm just going to look at Twitter and check my messages.
Okay, interesting. Calvin Pafford for $5 says, "Did Ian help set up the conversation? Sid and Adam have been circling the Tim Whirlpool for a hot minute now. CP24. Ian did help set up the conversation. Yeah, definitely.
With Bill, yes, totally.
Yes.
Well, Dev was supposed to come on, but Dev wanted more time because I guess he's working on a video for us, an ultimate takedown video.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sulla for $2 says, "Big question. How do you unite the country?" Very easily. Okay. You choose one group of people and you say, these are the enemy. We have to subjugate them. And I think
It's the end of Watchmen.
And like exactly like the end of Watchmen. And I think we've learned from the Barbie movie, we should make that group of people women.
Right.
Based.
Good idea.
We need
Return with a V.
We need a Kendom. What was the name of the thing? Kendom Mojo Jojo Dojo?
Mojo Dojo Casa House. Don't sit here.
Casa
Don't sit
House.
here and fucking act like you don't remember the Mojo Dojo Casa House. You fuckboy.
I didn't. Mojo Dojo Casa House. That was a good joke. I'll give him that. I'll give him
Yeah, there's lots of good jokes. It's a funny fucking movie.
Okay.
Everything. Yeah, the whole storyline with Ken, the one who actually had a motivation you could understand and relate to.
Oh my god.
Yes, true.
Adam, every 5 minutes you're trying to restart this fucking argument.
Ken was based.
I'm just
in Red
establishing
Pills,
my dominance here.
except at the
Okay.
end. Except at the end, when he gave up, Ken should have punched Barbie in the face and said, "No, the Kens will reassert control via force."
Adam, you're
You want an experimental ending, Doomer? How about this? When the Ruth lady takes off, Ken comes in and sedates Barbie and leaves Barbie in the Barbie land, and he goes to the real world.
why do we keep doing Barbie fan fiction? I'm so
And then
confused.
he becomes a male stripper, and finally, women appreciate him for his body.
That's yeah.
There you
Look,
go.
why didn't they go that route with experimental? Why is
There you
the
go.
experimental always in the realm of rah girl power?
I don't know, Adam. I don't know. We'll never know.
Nicholas
We
Van
will know. We know because it's politically correct. It's a Mattel
Exactly.
movie.
Exactly. Nicholas Van Neal for 5 months says, "Elon, stop trying to make X happen." True. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, Elon. Stop it. The Reaper for 6 months says, "Thanks, Sitch and Adam, for being there to keep me entertained when I'm stuck working monotonous late shifts at work." Well, you're welcome.
Yeah, glad to help.
What can I say but you're welcome? Hopefully, me and Doomer yelling at each other brought you some level of enjoyment. Gerson Ballard for $2 says, "Adam, it's great to see your beautiful eyes again." Wow.
Cool, thanks.
Look at that.
You chat say all these nasty things, but really I'm like Jesus. I just come on stream to suffer for your sins, chat, so you can have a little bit of fun, a little bit of enjoyment in your evening, listening to the fucking crazy man scream about Barbie. Okay.
That's actually literally true.
Yeah.
You guys should appreciate the sacrifice Doomer makes. He climbs up on that
Exactly.
cross willingly so that you can throw stones at him and boo for your enjoyment. Okay?
Precisely.
Well, and it gives him a feeling of moral superiority too, because he actually believes these crazy things he's saying.
And Sitch is Judas in this scenario. He should be on my side since I'm coming on,
Why the
to-
fuck would
to
I be on your side on this?
forward his brand to
He
try
loves-
and make him money. I come on and make them hundreds, thousands of dollars, and Sitch just gets a spear and just sticks me right in the side.
You're confused. I'm not Judas. I'm the Pharisees. Okay, this is this metaphor. All right, I'm using you to
Jesus
maintain my
Christ.
power over the peoples.
All right, I'm not gonna make any comments about this metaphor we're laying down here.
Yeah,
This potential they're stepping on some
the
land.
potential hate speech. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, "Theory: a common enemy to unite the country is why they are bringing the UFO stuff up now. The government is doing the end to Watchmen, but for real." Maybe.
right, I have to give Sammy props. This is a pretty funny comment. Dollar store Jesus.
Based.
That's pretty good.
That's funny. Theo Wolf for $5 says, remember when Ken said, quote, now I am the patriarch, oppressor of women, and then he made the atom bomb and destroyed Barbie world. That was the best part of the movie, honestly. That would have been a very experimental ending if that's how the movie ended.
And not only that, he destroys Barbie world, but he goes into the real world.
You guys should watch Oppenheimer so we can argue about that next week. I'm actually probably more passionate about that.
Do you like
Barbie.
it or not like it?
Compared to other people, I don't like it. It's being like massively fucking overrated right now. It's like number 20 all time on IMDb. It's like insane.
Well, the hype for it was like, I don't know why the hype for it was so big, and I was like,
Everyone
why
loves
people
I don't
are so
get
hyped
it.
about this movie. Like, I mean, it could be good, but I don't get the hype.
It's like the thing is, it is a good movie, but people are acting like it's fucking amazing, and it's like it has some very obvious problems. I would actually be pretty surprised if you guys like watched it and disagreed with anything I had to say.
Okay. I mean, people hyped the shit out of Nolan for some reason.
Yeah.
So it's
Well, I mean, to be fair, if your frame of reference is like modern film, then you know Nolan's one of the better filmmakers is going to be releasing something with a big budget into a theater. But
Can we? Adam Unfriended for $5 says, can we get Aiden and Doomer to debate about Barbie? Video title: Real Barbie fan versus Barbie simp. S class is the best class.
does Aiden not like Barbie?
I don't know.
Probably not.
How dare she?
Do you want to debate Aiden on our channel
I don't know.
about Barbie, Doomer?
I mean, I would be down to talk about Barbie more. Probably, it's funny.
Oh, okay. CT for 5 Canadian says, what are you guys doing? You're wasting the perfect opportunity to call the stream Meeting of the Minds with Bill Ottman. There you go. And Adam said no because he doesn't like puns.
Base. I didn't know you don't like puns. That's your most base take ever, Adam.
Wow, you don't like puns either?
Fuck puns, dude. Shit's so old.
Damn. Okay. Derpenstein for 6 months says, when are you all going to go on Timcast? That'd be amazing. Face reveal. Sitch. S-class is breast class. Wow. I mean, I don't disagree, but I don't know. I'm really not that interested in going on Tim's show. Maybe Adam will one day. Nilo for $2 says the chat was so disinterested they're talking about Barbie. Nilo, you can't have it both ways. You're criticizing us for not talking about Barbie. You're criticizing us for talking about Barbie. Make up your mind. What do you want? That was the Ryan Gosling, right? He's yelling at the woman in the rain. What do you want?
Okay, so someone super chatted. John Brown, $10 super chatted. Settle a debate at work. Saving Private Ryan versus 1917. Well, I have not seen 1917, but I'm pretty sure I would say Saving Private Ryan, based on what I've heard about that film.
I unfortunately can't sell a debate because I also have not seen 1917. So
it's one of these films that has this fucking one take gimmick where it's like trying to have the entire film be one continuous take, and I just fucking hate that.
The entire movie is supposed to be one shot. I mean, obviously
it's like cheated. It's like cheated.
Obviously,
but yeah. And like I don't even understand, why do people even think that's interesting? I don't get it. I didn't get it in Birdman. I've never really gotten why people keep trying to do this.
It's like a weird meta thing because it's like impressive from a non-story standpoint. It's impressive that they could do it all in one shot. Like, have you ever seen JCVD?
Jean-Claude Van Damme's movie?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
It's really awesome because the opening scene is a complicated action sequence that's all one shot, but the whole movie is about like a meta analysis of Jean-Claude Van Damme as like a aging action star. So it kind of makes sense with the movie that you're like appreciating this from a meta perspective. So I really liked it in that movie. But I agree with you. On one hand, you watch it and you go, oh, that's really impressive. As like a film nerd. But from a story perspective, it doesn't really have anything to do with the story itself. It's just kind of like a way of like showing off, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I probably one of my hotter takes is that I don't really care if things are hard or not. Like how hard someone worked on something just doesn't really make any difference in how I perceive the finished work.
Well, with 1917, I would probably guess that they thought that it would make it seem more realistic, maybe, or something, if it's like if it's shot that way.
Maybe. I mean, like it serves kind of the opposite purpose in Birdman. It makes it feel it makes it feel kind of alien in a way, but I think it's sort of intentional in that movie. But that's the thing is like if they would have the opposite purpose in 1917 of trying to make it like super immersive, I don't know if it would have that effect.
Well, in Birdman, it was because they were trying to make it like a play, right? That's why they were doing it, right?
Well, and it puts you in like it works reasonable. I've seen it of all the times I've seen this attempted. Birdman, it works the best. But just in general, the idea does not seem appealing to me, and I don't know why people are like have such a hard on for it. Because people clearly do, both filmmakers and audiences. People be talking about it, be like, "Oh my god, the whole movie's one take," and I'm like, "Why is that like cool? I don't get it."
Well, they appreciate the difficulty of it,
I guess.
Well, and it's a new experience as a moviegoer, obviously.
Nah, I mean, kind of.
It
I know.
is.
To me, it's a gimmick.
Did you see
that I don't really care
Birdman?
about. That's what you were just talking about that. Yeah.
Well,
so
in
that's the most effective use of that.
Yeah, in Birdman, when they finally do a cut in the movie, there's like one cut. You're like physically exhausted from this movie. You're like, oh my God, thank God I could rest now. There's a fucking cut.
But that's interesting. That's very interesting. That like the psychological effect, because that's kind of the problem is like we're so used to seeing movies that way that to do it without cuts is like weird and artificial. And
It is,
unrealistic.
yeah.
Well, just to be clear, I'm not saying it's something that should never happen. I just don't understand why people are so obsessed with it.
Barbie's so good because it's experimental, but Birdman sucks. You're full of contradictions, Doomer. Jeez.
Don't be. That's not what he said.
As though I said anything close to that.
Right. Look at this. Bad faith, Gary. Bad faith, Barry over here.
Look, come on.
It's breeding
We're just having
media
fun.
illiteracy.
We're just having fun.
I'm just playing around. Come on.
Right.
You got to admit,
So
though,
let's
I'm
have
right.
let's have fun. Let's have fun at Doomer's expense. That's the best way to spend a Tuesday.
That is true.
I feel like I
Theo
missed
Wolf-
some of these super chats.
Theo for $5. I haven't missed anything. Says the hype for both movies was because both Ryan Gosling, the guy from Drive 2011, and Cillian Murphy, Thomas Shelby, are popular in the Alpha Sigma world.
Oh,
Oh,
I don't know who's Tommy.
that's the guy. That's the guy that plays Oppenheimer,
Oh,
the Scarecrow in the Batman movies.
he's a Sigma male.
I didn't know that. Jonathan Smith for that, but that explains it. Jonathan Smith for $10 says, contestants enter the arena. The announcer says, Barbie, ready, fight. Deathmatch in plastic, so fantastic. There you go.
Right. Chat, I know that all of you have PhDs in film studies, so I shouldn't need to clarify this, but you seem a bit confused. So let me explain. Okay, when I say
you mansplain,
let me mansplain.
Aren't you supposed to be Barbie explaining to us?
No, I'm gonna mansplain to chat.
Simsplain.
Okay? Chat are a bunch of children. Okay. The reason that it's interesting that Barbie does things differently is because it does them differently and accomplishes its goal. Okay. What I'm saying about the one cut thing is that it doesn't accomplish any interesting goal that I'm aware of and often detracts from the film.
The
right?
interesting goal that it accomplishes is that it provides a different movie-going experience. That's the goal.
The different movie-going experience is, in my opinion, undesirable the vast majority of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's my point.
I think the goal trying to accomplish is for people to say, wow, that's very impressive.
Well,
just to clarify,
doesn't Hardcore Henry do the same thing? And Hardcore Henry's fucking amazing.
I don't know. I haven't seen Hardcore Henry.
Yeah,
but just to clarify,
Hardcore Henry does this continuous cut through the entire movie thing.
Being different just for the sake of being different is, in my opinion, always wrong. You don't want to break rules just because there's rules there. That's like the dumbest thing you can do. If you go to a fucking like, you look at Sundance Rejects, or you go to a small film festival, or you go to see people in film school, you see this shit all the fucking time. Oh, well, people usually make linear films, so I'm going to make a non-linear film, and then it's fucking dog shit because they're just breaking rules for the sake of breaking rules. That is absolutely not what I'm advocating for.
Why do you keep defaulting to the fact that people have not been to film school as like an insult?
I just insulted people in film school.
Oh, okay. But you said the chat, they didn't go to film school, or they.
Well, I'm making fun of them because the chat is acting
sarcastically.
The chat is acting like I'm ignorant, and then they're completely misunderstanding everything that I'm saying because they probably know absolutely nothing about actual media analysis. These are a bunch of fucking morons, and they're sitting there in chat trying to talk down to me, okay? So yeah, I'm responding to them with some snark.
Dick Masterson replied to my Barbie tweet.
Oh, what'd he say?
He said, the writer probably didn't even know that she was writing a movie. Probably thought she was shopping. Dumb bitch.
That's hilarious.
Who said that?
Dick
Dick
Masterson.
Masterson? Yeah, that sounds like
It's a
something
pretty
you'd
good
say.
reply.
Jesus fuck.
That is hilarious.
For the record, I disavow that comment. I didn't laugh.
Yes.
You thought it was funny.
We heard you
Uh,
laugh.
It's not true.
You thought it was
Okay.
funny because it came straight from the patriarchy.
Patriarchy is funny.
Solo for $5 says we did have a common enemy in Al Qaeda. Then we went into Iraq, which further divided the country. We can't even have one in Russia at this point. Yeah, because I think the thing is like the common enemy has to be seen as a credible threat by everyone involved for it to be a common enemy. So I think that's why it worked originally with 9/11, because we were attacked. We were united against what we perceived as a real threat, a real enemy. And then when it came to the Iraq situation, it was very clear to a lot of people, like, well, wait a minute, what did that had nothing to do with Al Qaeda? Why are we doing this? And so that divides the country. And it's kind of the same thing with Russia and Ukraine now. So, like, if Russia attacked the U.S., I think you would see everyone would be completely united against Russia at that point.
Yeah, true.
That's why I said that we have to choose women, because women are attacking our country right now
Yeah, through the Barbie movie.
through the Barbie movie, through voting, through not giving us brewskis when we ask for them.
Yeah. Not treating Ken like a full human being.
Yep. Stuck for $5 says, even with instant travel, what are the odds that a species thousands, millions, billions of light years away would just happen upon Earth? Well, it would depend if it was just a chance, well, it depends, because it depends on two things. Number one, how much sentient, intelligent life in the universe exists. Is it rare, or is it all the fuck over the place? And then even number two, are there ways for them to detect life that they would even care about investigating in the first place? So, because if they could detect life, then it just doesn't matter how, they could just hone in on whatever.
Well, they
Aside
have
from that-
various ways of detecting habitable planets.
Right.
So,
Sure.
do you know the way that they do that?
There's some formulation. That's the Fermi paradox thing.
No. That's the way that they do the number of habitable planets. But
Or
they
talking about how they
actually-
look at the refraction of the color, supposed to tell you what the atmosphere is made of or whatever.
No, they look
Like,
at stars.
Yeah.
And they look for an interval of dimness and assume that the planet moves in front of the star, and that's what creates the dimness.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Dude, an interval of dimness sounds like Sitch's band.
That's actually a really good band name. Unironically. Jonathan Smith for $5 says, I was just trying to be witty and make funny. Then I made a Doomer mad. A sad face. I love you still, Doomer. Bros and arms against Fosh.
look at
Oh,
that.
He still loves you. Don't be
The,
mad.
the peace
Doomer.
the peace treaty between me and chat has been severed. Okay.
Wow. Sammy G said that the peace treaty was just not to just not to call you fat. That it wasn't anything about like you being right about the Barbie movie.
The chat
Interesting.
was definitely agreeing with me about the Barbie movie while you were talking.
Okay. Interesting.
We had a temporary ceasefire, but those days are over.
What that's telling me is that I should never explain things. I should just have a debate with Doomer, and then everyone will be on my side.
That unironically, yes.
Based.
Like the thing is, I come on here and I like scream and get mad because it's funny. But then people also just, if you're screaming and you're mad, everyone always thinks you're wrong. Like it doesn't matter what you're saying. So like anyone that I talk to is just automatically right. I should be like that guy on the beach in Futurama that lets like people pretend to beat him up to impress their girlfriends. I should like talk to political streamers and be like, I will come on your stream and get fucking super angry and you'll look incredibly based. Like it's funny
You
as fuck. That
should.
would work.
You should do that. That's genius. That's genius. I think it could be that. I think it'd just be maybe I'm better organizing my thoughts when I have someone, because people in the chat are probably contesting things, and I wasn't really looking at the chat, so I'm not answering them. So then they
Go back and read it. I'm like in all caps, losing my fucking mind.
sure.
I saw a Doomer losing his mind in the chat when we were talking. I mean, that's why I figured we'd invite him on after we were done. After we did the serious work of honest movie reviewing, we would invite Doomer on for a little, just,
Well, I called that this would happen even before
Thank
I knew
you,
you were
Burns.
talking about Barbie.
Bruin says, Sitch, your points were better articulated versus Doomer's seething. Thank you. Oh, Adam, I don't know if you saw this, but they're making new episodes of Futurama.
Really?
Oh, why?
I didn't see that.
Yeah. I
Why
don't
does that
remember if it
keep
was on
happening?
Hulu or Prime or something, but I assume you'd be excited for it.
Well, they did that once before, and the episodes were just not funny at all. Which,
Oh, never mind.
yeah,
That wasn't just once before. That happened a bunch of times.
they've tried to
Futurama?
reboot it. Yeah, I think they've
Like
tried to
3 or 4
reboot it a couple
times.
times, and
Yeah.
without the writers, without the original Futurama writers, and it's not funny.
Yeah, I feel like that happens a lot.
They might be
Oh.
afraid to make the kind of jokes that they were making on the original Futurama. I don't know. Comedy
Actually,
is
that-
in a big problem right now because of all the wokeness.
When I was gonna think of like also the writer strike, how the fuck are they coming out with new episodes of Futurama? Unless they were like really old. They've just been in production this whole time.
Yeah.
Stug for $5 says we haven't used radio for even 150 years, so it'd be really convenient that aliens are within 150 light years of Earth. Well, maybe. If that's the only way that they can detect life. Or maybe the aliens are all the fuck over the place. Maybe they've been over here for fucking thousands of years
So
already.
to clarify the Futurama thing, I'm not roasting Futurama. I think the original run of Futurama is like some of the best television that's ever been made. But like the fucking every time it gets remade, it gets worse and worse.
Right.
And like even the first time it got remade, it was noticeably not itself. Like if you were acquainted with, the quality standard they set, in the last season of Futurama, it's like maybe the best season of comedy television ever. And they just never got anywhere close to that. And some of like the remake episodes are fucking like cringeworthy. Like they're trying to change the lore of the show, and they're just like doing things that are really badly out of character, and it's just not funny. It's just cringe.
If I remember right, they went kind of like a Peter Griffith. What is his show? What's the name of his show? The one
Family Guy?
They went kind of a Family Guy direction, where Futurama was always great because it was like a story, like a beginning, middle, and end type story with jokes. And the Family Guy is not really that kind of cartoon.
I mean,
It's
they went
just-
more to like kind of like random
just
cutaways. and
it's so
shit.
random, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Which I don't think really worked for Futurama. Yeah.
No, part of what makes Futurama so good is how cohesive the whole thing is.
Yeah,
And
totally.
the jokes come out of the characters and situation. Like it's genuinely good science fiction, first of all.
Yep.
Like usually there's there's like the episode will have a plot. The plot has a meaningful relation to the characters, and the jokes come out of the situation and the characters.
Yep.
That's part of what makes it so excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Family Guy doesn't necessarily have that.
Sure. How do you think anything would change if not only we found out aliens were real, but like the literal Star Trek Federation existed all around us, and we're just like one planet that's like all the rest of the planets know about us, but they have like, oh well, until you reach certain level of technology, just don't interact with the humans.
If
But
Go ahead, sorry.
Would people like care, or they just be like, oh, whatever?
If they have like a Federation style situation and
Mhm.
they've watched us do Star Trek with that idea and haven't
Right.
come and talk to us, then fuck them. Like it's all out war once we
Why?
actually contact them. Because they're
Why?
pieces of shit. Like, look, we literally in our fiction have mapped out their entire society.
Right.
But they're still too good to talk to us?
Well, maybe they have to wait till we create warp drive or something.
That's
Like in
such
Star
a
Trek.
that's
Okay,
such a
first of all, Adam, humanity is demonic. I can very easily understand why fucking aliens would want to talk to us, first of all.
Uh-huh.
I mean, good enough to develop Star Trek. We're not so bad.
Maybe
I
they're-
mean,
no,
yes,
okay, maybe-
Barbie is a giant setback, but
listen,
hey,
here's it. I figured it out. The aliens are like, until a certain portion of the population likes Star Trek, we're not going to talk to you. And so we really got set back by new Star Trek being so bad.
everyone loves Star Trek.
It wasn't enough, though. It wasn't enough.
Damn it. We were so close.
You need at least 30% of the population.
Oh my
to
God.
like Star Trek.
You know what we need? We need Greta Gerwig to remake woke Star Trek. And then it will be the most popular thing, and we'll be, you know, we'll be absorbed into the fucking, what is it, stage 3 civilization or whatever.
No. Terrible. Mr. Ubercross, thank you so much, Mr. Ubercross, for being 15 months member. Says maybe people don't like Doomer because he gets mad. As a professional at arguing, it is more likely you make bad arguments, although rage is a stinky cologne.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
that's a great point.
It is embarrassing. It legitimately, it is embarrassing. If you think that the outcome of online debates have almost any influence from the quality of the arguments. That's just so absurdly not true. You must have very little experience actually watching people debate and picking apart what's actually going on. That is just not true.
Well,
it has very little to do with the quality.
Yeah,
of the
what's that have to do with his super chat?
That's what they're saying. Wait, let me scroll back up. What exactly?
He said maybe people don't like Doomer because he gets mad.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't hurt. I mean, it does hurt. Getting mad hurt. Like, even if people don't agree with you, but you're like, chill.
No, he said because I make bad arguments.
Doomer's saying
Making good or
optics
bad
matter
arguments.
more than
Yeah.
arguments, and that's
No,
literally
it's
what
all about vibes.
Mr.
It's about
Ubercross
vibes.
is saying. Yeah, he's saying your vibe sucks, and maybe you should work on that. So I don't understand why you're saying
check your vibes.
He's saying your vibe is shit, Doomer, and you're saying vibes are how people decide debates.
As a pro at arguing, it is
how is
more
that a
likely you make.
response?
Okay, as a pro at arguing, it is more likely you make bad arguments. Why is that there?
Yeah, I agree with you, Doomer, but I was just trolling.
And here I am proving myself correct because I have objectively proven my point and no one's mind has changed.
I know, because your vibes are bad.
Exactly.
Well,
isn't it fantastic?
I do look.
My worldview is vindicated all the time.
I do believe what
everything that happens is just evidence in the favor of Doomer's intellectual superiority.
Mr. Ubercross is saying if you get mad, you make worse arguments.
Yeah, but he was also saying that you just have bad arguments too. What is the line from Idiocracy where he's like your shit is all retarded. Your shit's all retarded and you sound like a gay.
Yeah, that's so good. That's his
it
attorney.
Says on your chart, you're fucked up and your shit's all retarded.
Oh, that's the doctor.
Yeah, that movie's so funny, dude.
This is your shit's all fucked up. You talk like a fag and your shit's all retarded. I feel like that's like you could just distill that quote and throw it at Doomer, and that would be like the end of the conversation.
Wow.
That's how Doomer feels. People talk. Doomer feels, and every time he makes an argument, that he's talking to Justin Long, saying that back to them.
I know.
That's how you feel the chat is.
Even though that's not the case, though.
You know what's really funny is that like the chat, every time I'm on here and I'm fucking screaming and going crazy, the chat's like, "Oh, Doomer makes such bad arguments. Oh, Doomer, chill." If I came on here and I was just chill and relaxed and made arguments that you agreed with, it would be way less entertaining.
True. But they don't listen. That's the disconnect. Like, that's why everyone loves for you to be the heel, but they can't acknowledge that because then they won't love for you to be the heel. It's complicated. But I love you, Doomer. I appreciate you.
Fuck you, Sitch.
See, this is why you're the heel. Spag for $5 says, I just find it unlikely that aliens are even aware that Earth exists. Even with highly advanced technology beyond our understanding, the universe is big. Well, I guess it kind of depends on how old the aliens are, right, Stug? Because it kind of gets into the whole, like, you know, if the aliens are old enough, shouldn't they have like spread out just exponentially to look at everything, essentially?
Well, that's the problem. The universe is all the same age. So the idea that aliens have this huge evolutionary advantage over us.
Well, no, but the universe is the same age, but like it took us, millions of fucking years to become human, like to have intelligent life.
Yeah, totally.
Right, but that doesn't necessarily mean that every planet would follow that. Some planets could have developed intelligent life like millions of years ago.
I don't know that that's the case. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we don't know if that's the case, but I'm just saying theoretically it could be the case.
I read a book on the Drake equation where Carl Sagan and a bunch of other leading scientists sat down and tried to pencil in all the numbers on the Drake equation. And I do remember them arguing for a long portion of the book on the age of the universe kind of being a bottleneck, because you really need third generation stars before you can get planets in a habitable zone.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea that there would be civilizations out there that were millions of years in front of us just doesn't really stack up.
Well, I guess here's the thing. So first of all, I've heard this. This is one of the explanations of why, to the Fermi paradox. It's actually, the universe is so old, it's actually pretty young for intelligent life. And for all we know, we could be like the fucking forefront of starting the Federation, right? We have no clue.
That's what they argue. Yeah.
Right. Which would be kind of an interesting story, because it's always the opposite of that. But the counter to that is like, yeah, but we had life on Earth for millions of years. I mean, you had all the fucking dinosaurs. That was like hundreds of millions of years. Dinosaurs and shit were running around. Like, there's no reason. Well, maybe there was a reason, but I don't know if there's a physical limitation during that time period that would have prevented intelligent life from forming, or was it just random chance that it formed when it formed with us?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't either, obviously.
Right.
And there is also the what is it called when there's the bottleneck, like intelligent life kind of snuffs itself out? What's that called?
The great filter?
Yeah, the great filter.
Right.
There is that postulate that
Sure, but like, okay, just think about it this way. The universe is so massively large. Okay. Trillions, quadrillions of planets, right?
Oh yeah.
So you say, okay, so you say out of all those planets, there's still going to probably be trillions of planets or millions of planets at the very least where life would form. And out of all those, even if intelligent life was formed randomly, you'd think a pretty good chunk of them would have intelligent life form pretty reasonably early compared to our development. You would just think by just brute numbers of random chance and math.
I'm sure there are civilizations that are ahead of us and civilizations that are behind us.
Right, but you would think there'd be at least a handful of civilizations that are hundreds of millions of years.
Well, this is why the great filter hypothesis has such cachet, is because
where are they? Right.
Yeah, where the fuck are they?
Sure.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, but it could just be that if you're 100 million years advanced life form.
Right, you're using gravity waves to communicate. And we can't
who the fuck
see.
know? Like, we can't even conceive of what the fuck 100 million years in our future. I don't think we'd even look anything like humans. I don't even perceive our life or experiences would be so different, right? So maybe just they don't even give a shit. Maybe there's an entire like alternate higher dimension of existence that all these fucking aliens are flying around right in front of us that we have no clue what the fuck's going on, right? So I don't know. But anyway, Kerf for 10 months says humans will probably be the hillbillies of the intergalactic species. Aliens are going to make fun of us till we cry.
Nah. We're gonna taste those aliens. Turn them into some nice yummy steaks.
Danimal says, "Yo, Adam, Cherry 2000 review when it's becoming more relevant with AI sex dolls on the horizon."
Have you seen Cherry 2000, Sitch?
No.
I would love to do a Cherry 2000 review. I love that movie.
Is that an old movie?
It is, yeah. Cherry 2000 is like the 2000 model of the sex robot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of interesting that that's 23 years ago. Like, I think the movie, when did that movie come out? Was it like the 70s?
Mm-hmm.
So they thought we would have sex robots by the year 2000.
Wrong.
Yeah. They got it off a bit, huh?
Stuck for $5 says, we also have a moon stabilizing our axial precession and consequential climate patterns, which may be the only reason we exist among other flicks. Well, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, that's another possible thing, is that even with the vastness of the universe, it could just still be so exceedingly rare for life to form, which is possible. But
Cherry 2000 came out in 1987.
Well, wow, they really thought sex robots in 13 years. They just went for the 2000 because it's a good big round number. But no, I mean, listen, maybe we'll find out. Okay, we're gonna get to the bottom of this alien whistleblower stuff, Stug, and we're gonna find out about the aliens.
Tomorrow's the big day, right?
Okay. Well, no, because I mean, it's gonna take forever because they're gonna have to like name names, and then they're gonna have to subpoena the names, and then the people they subpoena are gonna say keep their mouth fucking shut, and it's gonna be a big hassle. But we'll see. But Biden should come out and say, if you reelect me for president, I'm gonna fucking get to the bottom of these fucking aliens. And then Trump's gonna say, no, 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 no. If you elect me president, I'm gonna get to the bottom of these fucking aliens. And that's gonna be the #1 campaign promise for presidency.
That'd be great. I love
Get
that.
Get to the bottom of the aliens. I do worry it's just gonna be the really boring. We don't know.
What if
The
the
government literally
aliens?
doesn't fucking know.
What if the aliens are blackmailing them, saying, "Listen, if you tell anyone, or your family gets it."
Maybe. Maybe. There's an interesting thing in Gurren Lagann, which was like the humans are all forced to live underground
Mm-hmm.
in these like tiny little colonies. In the first season, this is a big spoiler warning. In the
I've
first
seen
season,
this.
yeah, I'm saying for anyone else.
It's great.
In the first season, they're like trying to fight this oppressive, like alien. I mean, a human/human animal hybrids that are like preventing the humans from living on the surface of the planet. And at the end, when they finally defeat the bad guy, it's revealed that the reason that they're doing this is because there's actually these aliens out there who go around annihilating all things that resemble human life because they're afraid that if human life reaches some point of advancement, they'll destroy the universe, essentially. And so
Yeah.
that's kind of what you're saying. The aliens
Humans are pieces of shit.
right. So maybe the aliens are blackmailing the government because they're afraid we're going to reach that level. So the aliens killed Obama's chef.
Not really.
Did.
I mean, I more imagined it that the aliens were here like cheating on their wives, and they were like, "Listen,
With human women?
we have a thing for human women.
Yeah, okay.
You
Well, then
turn
wouldn't
us
we
in."
be blackmailing the aliens then, not the other way around?
Well, no. If we come out and say the aliens are here, obviously their wives are going to know immediately. I knew it.
Oh, I see. So the aliens are like, listen, you got to keep this
Yeah, keep
aliens
it.
on your planet under wraps because our wives will know we're fucking human women.
Yeah, exactly. It's like catching them at the strip club.
I see.
It's like
I
all of a
see.
sudden they realize, oh shit.
There you go. You know what? I think that's probably the best explanation I've heard so far.
Seems more realistic to me.
Yes. Yes. Mr.
Oh, look,
Ubercross
Doomer
says,
left.
Yeah. Mr. Ubercross says, I think I made Uber rage quit in chat. Sorry. No, he always does that. He just leaves randomly. So
I put
don't worry
his
about it.
I put his thing on screen so we could all see so he couldn't ditch out secretly.
Doomer said in chat, space is boring. I'm out. So
Oh, he did?
that was what Doomer in chat said.
Cool. Now we can talk. Now, without him interrupting us, we can talk about how crazy his Barbie take was. I can't believe.
I know.
Does
what
he
an
not
idiot.
listen to facts and evidence? I mean,
What a buffoon. What a goof.
we kept telling him, like, he kept doing the headcanon thing for Barbie's
Oh my
motivation. It was
God.
embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Can you believe it? Chat, can you believe it? Can you believe this guy came on here and said those things that he said in the order that he said them? Ridiculous.
Well, if you have to make up shit that happened in the movie in your head in
God.
order to make Barbie's motivation make sense, I
It's
mean,
a-
that's like a hyper cope super spiral.
It's a movie about space wizards for children, Adam. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's a movie about Barbie dolls for children.
Okay.
So you just have to take it. There you go.
Hyper cope spiral.
True. Tammy G says society will only be stable if the aliens are hot. That'd be interesting.
Some truth to that.
There you go.
I
Yeah, what
agree.
is going to happen if the aliens are hot? I don't know how we deal with that. What if it's the opposite? What if we see the aliens and they kind of look human, but like less attractive humans? So we're like super hot to the aliens.
Right.
Then your theory would make sense, Adam. All the aliens are coming here.
Of course.
There you go.
Their wives are even uglier.
Yep. Akila Narya Sawami for $5 says another feeling I had with the Barbie movie was that there were two writers fighting the rest of the writing room trying to save it from being a complete mess. Maybe
Did you read that somewhere, or that's just your guess?
that was just their feeling.
Oh, okay. I could
think
see
I mean
that
only,
happening.
there's only two writers credited for it anyway. So
A lot of times they have uncredited writers on these movies now.
sure,
It's kind of ridiculous.
that is true. That uncredited writer, ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Sodoge for $2 says the military gives you an alien waifu for good service. There you go. Akila Narya Sawami for $2 says also S-Class is the best class.
Sweet.
Tyler Dunkern Ken for $2 says Greta Gerwig already did an interview about it. Oh, interesting. I'll have to listen to that interview.
I'm sure it's full of feminist claptrap.
About feminist Barbie.
As soon as we watch that interview, all of the arguments that Doomer tried to foist on us will just fall apart.
Well, it's a hard argument for Doomer, and there were other people on Twitter though trying to say the same thing, saying, no, Sitch, you don't understand. The movie's making fun of wokeness. It's a hard argument for them to make because not only they're arguing with me and all the people that don't like wokeness that are saying it's woke, they have to argue with everyone who's woke and saying it's woke too.
That's why I posted that LA Times thing on Twitter just to kind of
right,
stir things up a bit.
Yeah, so that's a difficult thing. It's a difficult thing to argue. I don't see it. I just don't. I feel like I made my arguments pretty persuasively. So
There are things in the movie that can be seen both ways. For
yes,
sure.
I agree.
Yes,
I agree. Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
So I get where people are coming from.
Yeah, but again, I just think the fact. So I think we kept coming back to it. The fact that the America speech is the thing that resolves the conflict. I think it's undeniable, a massive point for it being woke.
And the fact that that's so seriously not funny.
Yes, nothing funny about it. So, and they didn't do gay Kens.
Travesty.
That's the move. What's your first thought for 10 Canadians says originally Amy Schumer started the script for Barbie and was going to play Barbie 2, but then Greta Gerwig and her husband finished Barbie movie having Margot Robbie play as Barbie instead. Well, it's funny because I know Amy Schumer gave the sour grapes and she said her script was very feminist and that the new script wasn't feminist enough. So that makes me wonder how much of her original script made it into this movie.
Amy Schumer's?
Yeah, because I could 100% believe that Amy Schumer wrote this script about patriarchy Ken coming to the Barbie world and all that shit. I could 100% see that coming from Amy Schumer.
Yeah, so could I.
So I'm curious. I'm very curious. But obviously having her be Barbie is really
laughable.
Stupid. Yeah, insanely stupid. CT for 2 Canadians says, Doomer, leave A-Team and join me. I offer pirate hats. Based. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Akila Narya Sawami for another $10 says, oh yeah, another random thing that triggered me was the classic lefty misunderstanding of Citizens United in the intro. Anyway, A-Team wants to subjugate Ken. S-Class is the best class.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, that was... I don't know. I interpreted that scene as very obviously if women were in charge, look how much better things would be. They get Citizens United right. So.
Yes. Yeah.
Max Relax. Thank you so much, Max Relax, for joining.
You think they used Citizens United because that touched on Hillary Clinton?
Ooh, maybe. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Goes with the feminist message.
I'm trying to think okay, if you're going to do a Supreme Court joke and you want something to signal that it's like a big lefty case, but it can't be something too controversial, right? So you can't do abortion.
Right.
You can't do gay marriage. You can't do gun control.
Yep.
What else is there besides Citizens United?
Citizens United is kind of the safe bet, isn't it?
I feel like they had no other option.
What's a civil right? What's a blacks voting one?
They're not going to do that. Well, they couldn't do that one because the Barbies are enacting their own second class citizenship against the Kens.
Oh yeah.
So, see, now that would have been an interesting thing. What if the beginning of the movie was Barbies in the Supreme Court and they're enacting a separate but equal case against the Kens? Wouldn't that have been
Brown
hilarious?
versus Board of Education.
Yeah, Ken versus Barbie of Education.
Right.
Ken versus the Barbies of Education. We rule that Kens could be schooled in their own separate Ken universities that will be separate and also somewhat equal to the Barbie university.
Somewhat equal.
This is like that. That would have been an amazing joke if that was the beginning of the fucking movie.
Of course, that would have been
Oh
so
my
much
God.
better.
That would have been hilarious. But this the problem is that you're not allowed. This is
No,
where-
you're
this is
not
the
allowed
wokeness.
to.
You're not allowed to make fun of like left and without people losing their fucking minds.
Yeah,
So
you're not allowed to make jokes at the matriarchy's expense.
you're right.
Yeah.
That would have actually been super funny.
The way they look at it is they do look at Barbie Land as that's like the ideal paradise, the ideal situation for women. They don't look at it as being unequal. I
Daniel
don't
says
know.
the
They-
Ken Scott decision.
Oh, that's pretty good.
We have a runaway Ken here. Oh my God.
There was a Margot Robbie quote. Did you see it on Twitter?
Which one?
Dan Irish posted it, where Margot Robbie basically is saying that she thought the Kens were oppressed.
Of course. Well, you're
Yeah.
supposed to think the Kens are oppressed in the movie. That's not like you are supposed to think they're oppressed in the movie. That's not an accident.
Right. But it's an acceptable joke only because
They're
in
men.
the real world,
Right.
the men are oppressing the women. If in
Exactly.
the real world that's not the situation,
Right.
then it's not a funny joke.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like if you had a movie about men's action figures and all the women were oppressed and it was a joke, it wouldn't be funny.
Right. People
Or
be losing their shit over it.
Right.
Yeah. Which is another point in our favor
Yep.
of them completely being
Super woke.
delusional about the world as it exists now.
Mm-hmm. Gene the Angry Penguin for $10 says the thing I hate about AI is we contribute intelligence to it. AI is going to accidentally kill us because some idiot is going to give it too much responsibility. Skynet was trying to turn on the stove. Maybe. I think that's more like I think the whole like Matrix Terminator thing is not real. I think what could be real is that people will use these tools to like do bad things.
Create mayhem.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
It
I
is
think
weird.
too.
It is weird in the movie that we never found out where the Kens live.
Yeah.
Right?
That is weird. They should show us where the Kens live. What are they trying to pull?
Or do they live anywhere? Do they just stand around at night like fucking creepy zombies, like outside? There's so many like interesting things they could have done with this movie that they just didn't because they wasted so much of the screen time with this political garbage.
And with the mom daughter situation, which I was
Yes.
just like, what the fuck? Like, I care about Ken and Barbie. I don't want to. Why am I following these other characters all of a sudden? Why do
Right.
I care about these other characters?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, it's to give a fake emotional, not a fake because people really felt it, but to give this like shallow emotional thing for women who will buy Barbies for their daughters to latch onto
Sell product.
to sell product. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
they live in a concentration camp. Yeah.
Sweet.
EF for $5 says aliens are corn pop and his bad boys. They played the long game for revenge. There you go. As someone Oh yeah, that art. Who did that? That was a really awesome picture.
Henry FNDZ. Oh, how do I pronounce that? Vensdo.
Let me
You
see.
kids and your wacky names.
Henry Fendizo. Thank you so much. This picture is
I know.
very cool.
Fucking
Look at that.
rocks.
Look at that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Kicking ass. That's what we look like when we fight the Barbie
baby.
matriarchy.
Yeah.
The Barbie matriarchy. That's us in action.
That's
Okay.
a couple of Kens right there standing up to this misandrous bullshit.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're
We
not
know
just
how to
Kens.
beach. We know how to
Yes.
beach off.
We know how to beach. That's the category. We know how to beach. That's a great line. Whenever someone's doing something manly, we know how to beach.
I can't even beach in this world. This sucks. I'm going back to Barbie land.
What was disappointing? There were funny bits in it. Like that was a funny bit when Ken is like, I can't even beach in this world.
Because Ken, look, they made Ken work so fucking hard. It's so crazy because wasn't Barbie living life on easy mode?
Yes.
So the narrative is that men live life on easy mode and women live life on difficult mode.
But that's the point. The Barbie world is supposed to be the inverse of the real world.
Yes, but in the real world, Ken is obviously in the movie universe not living life in easy mode.
No, I understand that. Right.
Yeah.
But that's where the message falls apart. Obviously.
It totally falls apart.
Yeah.
No way around it.
It has a big problem too, because this is why Ken is so much more interesting and compelling character than
Because he
Barbie.
doesn't live life on easy mode. That's the compelling part.
Because it's like Barbie lives life in easy mode, and then her big problem is that, you know, she has these external problems thrust upon her that destroy her already perfect life, which would have been fine, except that she's contrasted against Ken, who's living in, quote, the utopia, but his utopia is actually torture, is some sort of like dystopian hellscape world.
Yes, yeah.
And so that's a big and I was going to talk about this. I forgot to talk about this in the original review. You can have Barbie live in her idealistic perfect world and then chaos enters it and then she has to go on a journey to fix it. That's fine. But when you contrast her to a character who lives in the same world but is part of an underclass who's being subjugated, and Barbie's utopia is his dystopia, essentially.
Right.
Then it suddenly makes her journey so much more shallow and pathetic.
Yes. And his journey so much more meaningful and difficult.
Well, and here's another great thing about how it totally fails and why like this is an accidental takedown of feminism. So Barbie is a woman who's living in a perfect world. Then she has these like stuff thrust upon her. So she goes into the real world to fix it. But then the problem is fixed not by her, but by other people.
Yep.
Right? She doesn't have any agency. As a woman, she doesn't have any agency in her own fucking movie.
Yeah.
But Ken, who lives in a bad world, where he's a second-class citizen, when he goes to the human world, he gains agency. He goes out and learns information about the patriarchy. Then he uses that knowledge and takes it back to his world to change things.
He's an agent. His goal.
And accomplish his goals. Ken is an agent of change, like a normal protagonist in a story is, while Barbie is just being dragged along.
Yep. Yeah.
Is that intentional?
That's why Ken is the hero.
Yeah, but see, how do they put that in the movie and not realize that it totally fucks up?
Because they're dumbass feminists. They probably thought they were shopping. Fucking, they don't know jack shit.
That's a good point. Dick Masterson was correct.
They don't know how to write a good movie. Look, they only hired them because they're women.
Yep.
Look, if they hired us, we'd have the fucking gay Kens and the Supreme Court outline gay marriage.
That would, we would have been, the beginning of the movie would have been the Barbies putting down a Ken's
revolt.
And Barbies have to be educated separately. And then when the Kens become gay to revolt against the Barbies ban gay marriage.
Yeah. Look, just put it out there in the open.
Only we wouldn't call it gay marriage. We'd say, can we go to the
Kin
real world? And
marriage.
He would see bros, and he'd be like, oh my God, just men together. What is this called? And I'm like, we're just being bros. He's like, oh,
Bro
bros.
marriage.
Bro marriage. The bro marriage. Then they go back to the Ken world, and the bros bro it out.
And they
That'd be
outlaw bro
amazing.
marriage.
They have bro marriage. The Barbie's like, we need to stop this bro marriage, and it becomes this political conversation. Should we allow the Kens to bro marriage or not?
Right.
It's like, well, listen, the we can't allow Kens to bro marriage. It's unnatural.
But what about sister marriage? Sister marriage is okay.
Exactly. No, see, but no, here's the thing. The Barbies wouldn't want to marry each other because they want a Ken that's subservient to them.
Right. Oh yeah.
And so they'll make all the same arguments.
I still
About
think
how,
it's
like-
I still think it's funnier if lesbian marriage is actually legal on
Ken marriage,
I'm
yeah,
saying.
that could be funnier. But they'd be like, no, listen, we can't let the Kens get married because they need a Barbie to tell them what to do. They'll be lost without us. Okay.
Yeah.
You could actually do the feminist allegory thing, like in the same way, but just by reversing the gender roles. If they had some balls, right?
Yeah. They don't have
they
any
wouldn't.
balls in this movie. That's
You know why they didn't have any balls? Because they're all women.
Yeah, of course.
CT for 2 Canadians says, as someone with 12 terabytes of storage, M2 is greater than solid state drive, which is greater than an HDD.
Oh, okay.
What is M2?
Maybe it's some sort of mechanical hard drive. When we were
Even
arguing
better
over.
than solid state drive?
Well, I know that they have mechanical hard drives that are giant now.
Mm.
So
I'm just Sitch. I don't know about hard drives.
well, solid state drives are, I think, faster.
Oh, Doomer's back.
Is he? Oh shit.
Cut the Mattel plot. Yeah, the Mattel stuff was. There was cut the Mattel stuff. Cut the mother daughter stuff. Cut all that stuff. M2 is just a different interface. It's still using solid state storage. Oh, okay.
Cool.
Zach for $5 says there's also an issue that these anomalies could literally just be fancy techniques to fuck with enemy pilot sensors. There you go. And Zach for $100 says, and the pilots thought their sensors, and the pilots through their sensors, I should add. Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Why the fuck won't it let me? It's so fucking stupid.
What?
I don't know. OBS is being weird. It won't let me select this picture. It's making me pissed.
Zach for $5 says, I'm sure others have thought way more about this than me, who actually specialize in planet, solar system, formative, etc. But it's just a lot to me. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a completely rational, logical explanation for it. I ain't no expert. I haven't really done a lot of research or thought into it. But aliens, bro. ILMO aliens. It'll be fun.
We are going to. I mean, I'm going to listen to the hearing tomorrow. I'm curious. You got me. You piqued my curiosity.
Anything else to say, Adam, before we go?
Oh, is it? Are we done?
We're done.
I don't think
Oh, is
so.
Doomer trying to come back? We're done, Doomer. You can't come back.
Yeah, look, I set up the waiting room. Look, I totally caught him trying to come back in.
Oh,
Look
look at him. He's trying to sneak it back in here. Okay.
Ha ha ha! Look at that, Doomer.
Okay.
Welcome to the waiting room.
What a Ken stuck in the waiting room.
Look at that. He got mad because we totally destroyed him after he left on his movie
There you
take.
go. There you go.
That's okay. Come back on next time, Doomer.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for your amazing fan art. Thank you, Bill Ottman of Minds, for coming on. A very cool conversation about censorship and aliens. And thank you, Doomer, for coming on and playing the heel once more in our Barbie debate conversation and getting everyone to agree with me. It was something like 88%, right? Or
Yeah, it was a blowout.
We should have done
He
like a
lost
poll
the beach
before.
off.
Yeah, he lost the beach off. We should have done the poll before and after. Like it was like 50-50. Like, I don't know if Sitch is right about this. And the Zoomer comes on. Everyone just like Sitch is right. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for everything. We're going to be on Kyle's show on Thursday probably, so that'll be fun. And you have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true fuel seekers, and we'll see you all next time.